Trap it in 10 and trap network. You back and say, like you're cracking the same. Man, make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe. What is the content we got going on here at 10 and Trap News Network? It's not good news you can use. It's not good knowledge, though. You ain't finna get nobody's college, though. Big dog, tap in with that tap in. Make sure you're in fact tapped in with that good tap in. You feel me? Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that good subscribe button for everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. It's that newsington you can usington. It's that knowledge, though. You ain't finna get on nobody's college, though. Big dog, tap in with that tap in to make sure you're in fact tap in. You feel me? Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you get into richtraphouse.com. Get into that good merch store. Please don't touch it got a body on it. Fairy tales, won't forget. Boogeyman, all that sound now. Get into that if you ain't got into that. And I need y'all to all hit that comment button, hit that like button, hit that good subscribe button, because when you become a subscriber, you become a subscriber. You feel me? Become part of the Rich Trapper Mafia. You feel me? We finna jump into this content. We need y'all to also drop them comments, because the best comment between now and 25,000 subscribers will get $100, man. So make sure y'all get into that if you ain't got into all of that. You feel me? Knock out a couple more pieces of content. The kids want to go for a walk. So we finna go do a nature walk. We finna go do a nature walk collecting bugs and rocks. They're not coming into my house. You will not bring bugs into my house. That's what you won't do. But I have set up a little station for them outside on the front yard, outside of like the porch and everything, where they can do their little bug thing and all that kind of stuff. You will not bring bugs into my house. That's what we're not doing. And the kids like to be crafty. They like to put like beetles and stuff in their pockets and be like, oh, well, I just stuck the beetle in my pocket. Nigga, take the beetle out your pocket, bro. Take the beetle out your pocket. If you got boys, you understand. Boys like to collect bugs and rocks and little stuff like that. But what I do is I try my best to like look up the bugs. I take like a picture of them. I run it through Chat GPT, and I'm like, what kind of bug is this? And they try to give us information. Same thing with the rocks. It's parenting. Don't worry about it. Explosive phone call reveals who's really calling the shots. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Okay.
And at this point, bro, y'all just follow this girl, Sharice Mills. You show that girl some love, man. Look, loose cannon in jail. I'm gonna get her a subscribe button. There we go. Loose cannon in jail.
They believe in the internet.
Loose cannon in jail. Chili ain't chilling and all that kind of stuff. You feel me? Run that girl like so. Throw her subscribe. Let's get into this.
Yeah.
To this call, press 4. You may begin speaking now.
Hello.
Hey, honey.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's the most craziest thing in the world. For somebody to lie and say that. You get what I'm saying? Where is he at?
I know. I was like, what the heck? Why would you make that up? That, Big U is in there fighting with y'all. Like, that's not something you need to.
Right.
I know. I was like,
Somebody to
Speaking now.
Hello.
hey, honey.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's the most craziest thing in the world. For somebody to lie and say that. You get what I'm saying? Where is he at?
I know. I was like, what the heck? Why would you make that up? That, Big U is in there fighting with y'all. Like, that's not something you need to, like, Bricc baby alone is enough. Like, there's no reason for you to say that if that wasn't actual and factual. But they running with.
So wait, did Loose Cannon just get exposed for lying about his fight with Big U? So now you're lying about that? Okay, got it.
The narrative that you lying and saying that he's not on the same floor as you, but that's not true.
Yeah, but did you delete the comments?
Of course I did, but it doesn't matter. It's the point they're going around on.
So is it a lie? Because it sounds like it's a lie. It sounds like you just accidentally exposed him for lying. It sounds like it. It sounds like accidentally you just, that's okay.
Other people pages saying the dumb shit. You know what I'm saying?
This man is in jail and he's worried about what's being said on YouTube. Is crazy.
Yeah, I think they saying it because of he got mad at Bricc for saying being on the internet and doing interviews with me.
It's crazy that he's mad at Bricc, but nothing's happened to you. And I just don't understand. I would maybe wager that maybe Big U's not in the same, maybe in the same building, but not in the same dorm or floor as Loose Cannon and Bricc, because I can't imagine that Loose Cannon is able to walk around the way he's able to walk around, and Brick's getting any issues out of Big U, and Loose Cannon's not getting any type of issues, and he's the one that's been overly disrespectful. So I think Loose Cannon might have just accidentally admitted to being a liar, I guess, maybe.
What, he's getting jealous? Aww.
And she's not making the situation any better. She just makes a bad situation worse, for sure.
So he be yelling at Bricc.
In there? What do you be saying? What do you be saying to you?
I'll be calling him big useless, big uterus, and all.
Yeah, see, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that this is a lie. I think that loose cannon, and you notice that he's talking very low, like he's not speaking highly enough to where anybody can actually hear him who might be around.
That you lying and saying that he's not on the same floor as you, but that's not true.
Yeah, but did you delete the comments?
Of course I did, but it doesn't matter. It's the point they're going around on other people's pages saying the dumb shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they saying it because of he got mad at Bricc for saying being on the internet and doing interviews with me.
What, he's getting jealous? Aww.
So he be yelling at Bricc.
In there? What do you be saying? What do you be saying to you?
Nothing. I'll be calling him big useless, big uterus, and all that other stuff like that. He's a fuck other cubs. Fuck that nigga. And then like 10 feet away from.
That is the most ridiculous.
I just don't believe that, bro. Like I believe that is ridiculous. I just, and you know, she gonna think that she gonna believe whatever because that's her ninja, so she's posted whatever, blah blah blah. But this just is not making sense. It's making more sense that Big U is somewhere and 600 is somewhere. I'm sorry, 600 loose cannon is somewhere different. That makes 100% sense. But all this stuff that he's talking, that's not even how jail works. Like niggas like, oh, what's the feds? It's the feds. The feds. That's not how jail works. Period. From the feds to the states to the county and all that kind of stuff. The things that he's saying, they don't make sense. They don't make sense. Like the things that he's saying, just 100% are just flu flammerous, skullduggerous, and larcenous. Because it's like I just like air is air, earth is earth. You feel me? Like certain things are just they are what they are. You feel me? School is school. Like it just. That's like saying I went to a school, but there were no books. Nigga, every school got books. Well, not a high school. Nigga, high school, junior high schools, elementary schools, junior, whatever, blah, blah. Private schools, public schools. Every school got a book. Like, a book is a school is a school. You feel me? In certain situations, jail is jail. If you get what I'm saying, you don't worry about it. This makes no sense. This nigga's lying, bro. Let me run this back one more time because I can't.
Round, like, call, press 4. You may begin speaking now.
Hello?
Hey, honey.
Yeah,
Hey.
That's the most craziest thing in the world. For somebody to lie and say that. You get what I'm saying? Where is he at?
I know. I was like, what the heck? Why would you make that up? That, you know, Big U is in there fighting with y'all. Like, that's not something you need to, like, Bricc Baby alone is enough. Like, there's no reason for you to say that if that wasn't actual and factual. But they running with the narrative that you lying and saying that he's not on the same floor as you, but that's not true.
Yeah, but did you delete the comments?
Of course I did.
And all he's thinking about is, did you delete the comments? Like, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. If y'all want to see the rest of this conversation, man, come back to the next video. Right now, I'm just focusing on like kind of like piece by piece of these videos, doing more of an in-depth breakdown. But loose cannon just deal, y'all. What's the deal, man? I'm just over here smoking my little get hungry. Trees in the chat. Trees in the chizzy. Treesies in the cheesy. Hope everybody's having a good Wednesday. It's 5 in the morning and I'm up giving this news to you.
Any unauthorized use of our content. I'm heading on nerves. And I just arrived downtown. Free loose. The courthouse was. Oh, I would. As a.
Dun 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 dun. All right, Trapper. It's not the Rona, it's the weed. All right, let's get into it. Let's go. What's the deal? What's the deal, y'all? We're Trapper typing in TN and Trapper network back the same. Like, good cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more. This good content we got going on here at TN and Trapper network. Good news you can use. Knowledgeito, you ain't finna get nobody's Knowledgeito, big dog. Tap in with that tapping to make sure I'm tapping with that good tapping. If you ain't tapping in with that tapping, what are you really even tapping in with? You feel me? You feel me? Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that subscribe button. You feel me? You feel me? Man, Charlie Brown in here giving life. Snoop, Will Pac. Burger Lord just came in this mother chucker. Shout out to Cotty TV. I see you giving life. I think I might have said you once. I might have said you twice, but I'm gonna say it thrice, so it's nice. B Media TV. Is it Cleefus? Stanford, you feel me? We in this mother chucker, man. I appreciate all the homies for being in this mother chucker. Did you delete the comments? Is Barnacles? Yeah, that is Barnacles. Did you delete the comments? Is Barnacles? But it is what it is, man. We better jump into the content. Without no further ado, or don'ts, man. Make sure y'all get into the Man at the Garden freestyle. Please don't touch my. It got a body on it. Fairy tales. Won't forget. Boogeyman. All that's out now. Get into that. If you ain't got into that, we finna jump into this content. We finna jump into this content. We finna jump into this content. We got loose cannon, loose cannon, loose cannon. Getting his bail denied. Dun dun. Let's go.
So
if you ain't did no love, man, make sure you show this girl some love, man. Show this girl some love. Look. Go to her page. Show her some love, man. Show her some love. More about this channel. Okay, I guess it ain't nothing else to figure out about this channel. But show her some love, man. Help her out, man. Throw that like that
any unauthorized use.
That kind of stuff.
I finally make it to the other side of the building. We're not gonna, let this get to us. Just I won't be.
Those are extremely clean floors. Like when I say those floors are buffed and polished to perfection, goodness gracious, those floors are like, you can eat off of them. You feel me? You can eat off of them. Hey, Cotty TV, man, I appreciate it, bro. It's been a long grind, but here we are.
Be able to record as I get into the actual courtroom. So let us pray. Man, I love you, baby. So Loose Cannon did not get bail. It's okay. We're not gonna let this get to us. Just another hurdle that we got to get through. But, our lawyer is confident that we'll get another shot and we'll get Cannon out. Free Loose Cannon. I'm about to call Kirsten and see how Bricc Baby's hearing went. Hey, girl. How did it go? How did it go?
No, they didn't let him without file appeals and everything.
Shit, they didn't let Cannon out either. It was crazy.
Here's the thing, though. Like, in the indictment, they got Bricc Baby on a wiretap, allegedly saying that he was finna throw banger at his wife and daughter. You feel me? So, when you're allegedly threatening the life of your girl and her mother, the girl and your baby, and the feds allegedly got to come in and raid your house earlier than they wanted to because they feel like they got to save your wife because you finna, up blicky on her. It makes sense that you didn't get a bond. You feel me? It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes a little bit of sense why you wouldn't get a bond. That's all I'm saying.
No.
It's like they're trying to make an example out of them. It's crazy.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Man.
It was sad. I'm just,
I know. Me too, girl. Me too. And I could see, he looked so disappointed. I'm not even gonna lie. He really thought he had a good shot. It's just.
Yeah, we had haircut, we had all that. We're like, it's not bad. It was like over 40,000 in equity. Like, they being assholes. Like, this shit is crazy.
Here's the thing, too. It doesn't matter about the money aspect because in the indictment, they said that I can't speak for Loose Cannon. Loose Cannon, you're just going down with the ship because you're an idiot. But Bricc Baby, his situation was the judge said that the DA is saying that he's a threat to not only himself, not only to the public, but to his family as well. So, yeah, man.
Yeah. They're taking what was said on podcasts so literal.
Exactly. I'm like, y'all, he talked it not like that. And I'm not trying to excuse it if his behavior make it so okay, but my husband talks shit, that's all he do.
I know.
Like,
my husband too. My husband talks
shit to me. But that ain't y'all business, how we run our fucking relationship. That ain't nobody's fucking business. And y'all should be able to use none of that against anybody in this situation.
Exactly. Because when I read
We just don't say how to grown folks' business. Y'all leave y'all thoughts and opinions in the comments of the conversation between these ladies, man. I'm gonna say how to grown folks' business, but y'all let me know in the comments what y'all think about this part right here.
But that ain't y'all business how we run our fucking relationship. That ain't nobody's fucking business, and y'all should be able to use none of that against anybody in this situation.
Let me know what y'all think about that part right there.
Exactly, because when I read the doc that was going around on the internet, I'm like, why are they using what you guys have, how you guys are in privacy for his related to his gun charges? Like,
That got nothing to do with that. I've been dealing with Bricc since I was 18. If he wants to do something with me, something would have been happened to me. Not like that, but like, come on, y'all know y'all. He just talk shit. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's acceptable for that. Right. Y'all fucking business either.
Right. The same thing I was saying in regards to Cannon's background too. It's just like, yo, you know, y'all holding him accountable for things that he already is dealing with or have dealt with, or things that was dismissed. Like, you know, it's like, how can you?
Well, that's actually not true, because the situation about the weed shop, Loose Cannon admitted to a crime that he didn't have to admit to. So that's actually not a case that's dismissed. That's just his poor decision making.
How can you hold someone accountable when they have no actual charge or nothing on it? It's so ridiculous. And even things that, you know, had no police report, no nothing, they're trying to use, you know, incidents that have nothing related to this RICO as evidence for him, you know. And it's just like, really, you know, he talked a lot of crap for entertainment, but it's not like he really was gonna go do something to nobody. Like, look
what they trying to say about Bricc too. Like,
prime example, Cannon and Bricc. You know, Cannon and Bricc.
Here's the thing too, though. Like, Loose Cannon, goofy, dumb, a double actually went and put his hands on somebody on camera. So yeah, there's that.
So much crap, and when they see each other, it's all good.
Exactly. Like, y'all can't take this internet shit too serious, and they are.
Yes, girl.
Yeah. Not that they should be taken literal, but of course that's good.
Girl, I'm so sick to my stomach. I'm so sick to my stomach. Let's go. Did my phone just die? My phone just died. Hey girl, sorry, my phone had died earlier.
Where you at?
I just got out here, so I'm just waiting to see if he calls, if I head back, see if I can like arrange some sort. I don't know how the visitation stuff works out here. You know, I just want to try to figure it out.
They gotta send us the visitation forms. It's a whole process. It's so irritating. We gotta get
Yep, they gotta get approved, man. Visiting that federal boy. Oh yeah, that hit different. You gotta get a whole lot of approval.
Basically, background check approved, like as if work or
something. Yeah, anything going on at the Fed Zone, like, you can't go up there and visit.
Some shit like that.
Yeah.
They gotta I gotta tell Bricc too, because they have to send it to us directly.
And how do they send it? Like email or something?
No, they gotta send it through the mail. They need stamps. They got store. Hopefully they got some stamps in store, because that was the issue. Bricc didn't have stamps to send it because we was been trying to get it sent up. But he also thought he was gonna be able to come home, so it wasn't like a you know. Yeah. He wasn't really tripping off the visiting shit. Like, okay, I'll be home. Yeah. So. Yeah, this trust me, I know how you feel, bro. I'm like,
I'm
crying
sick
all day, all morning. I'm just over it. I'm over it. I can't believe this is going on right now.
You and me both. It just came out of nowhere.
Literally.
You know, and that's what I think.
Here's the thing too, though. Like, it actually didn't come out of nowhere. Like, she's like in this crazy sense of denial.
I would think, you know, their nonsense on the internet would have derived to this. You know, it's not like they were talking about open cases. They didn't know this was an open thing. You know what I mean? Like.
All right, red dots to the left. Y'all know the rest. Free app no so he's free. We gone. Chat. I'm not really sure what the hell is going on here. That was nonsensical as hell. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, oh God, I can feel you on that, Mistress Adina. That's real. They all sound suspicious, no lie. Hey, Rich Rabbit. I swear to God, nigga. I swear to God, nigga. Hey, nigga, this shit all right. You see my face, bro. I just like, oh, okay. That's what happened. Oh, all right. That's the story y'all telling. Cool.
These politics are not to be true. If you want uncut and extended versions of my videos,
hey, Rich Rabbit. Oh, that's what they said happened. Oh, all right, all right. That's y'all story. That's what y'all sticking to. Oh, all right. I'm gonna just go ahead and stay up. I'm gonna just go ahead and stay up out of that one then. All right then.
Go to patreon.com/traplawross. Also, you can now watch my new drops on Spotify. So go search me there. Here's the video. For decades, Los Angeles has been notorious for its gangs. The original home to the Crips and Bloods
are going to LA very soon. So a lot of this situation makes sense as far as like inner city cleanup, definitely.
That spread all over America.
Look, hey, Rich Rabbit, what y'all say on y'all side? Hey, don't be the reason, fool. Program. Don't be the reason. Don't be the reason. Mind your own, fool. Roll. Look, wake up, hit your grill, roll your mat up, do your program. Focus on what you need to focus on. Respect the next man and stay out of his way and out of his business. And above all, don't be the reason. You could be a lot of things today. Don't be the reason. And I've decided today is a beautiful day to not be the reason. So I'm going to just mind the fuck out of my business because all this shit is crazy. Crazy barnacles.
The gangsters that run the streets there have a dangerous level of power and influence, and the city's politics are not to be trifled with. When many celebrities and rappers come to Los Angeles, if they want to navigate the streets safely, they need to check in.
They have to have an experience before they realize I should have checked in. You know what I mean? Or I should have called, or I should have been moving a certain way.
Checking in means to get in touch with a local gang, sometimes paying them for the privilege before arrival to ensure that you're safe in the streets there. It's part protection, part extortion, because for those who don't check in and pay the toll, they might just find themselves getting attacked by the very gangsters that they had a connection with. One of the most infamous advocates of checking in is Big U, real name Eugene Henley Jr. He's been accused of being the leader of the notorious Rollin 60s faction.
Hey, this nigga Trap Lord Ross is very investigative. All right, we see where this is going. I'm not 100% sure about this one because I'm listening to it and this shit is sounding real investigative. Like, damn, Trap Lord. I've never seen a Trap Lord Ross video before, so I don't really know too much about him outside of what he does on No Jumper and all that kind of stuff. I've never consumed his content before, but big shout out to Trap Lord Ross. Nothing but love and respect for him. I guess I should just go ahead. You know what? Let me see something real quick. Hold on. This nigga right here, boy. Hey, this nigga Trap Lord Ross. Let me know what y'all think about this one real quick, chat. Because this is some barnacles going on, man. That's an awful lot of barnacles going on, man. It's an awful lot of barnacles going on, man. It's an awful lot of barnacles. It's an awful lot of barnacles. Do y'all want to continue to Trap Lord Ross, or y'all want me to kind of slide in a different direction? Because I need to troll ODM Slim, but I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'm about to troll the fuck out of ODM Slim. I'm finna troll the fuck out of ODM Slim. That's my homie, though, so don't y'all say nothing disrespectful about ODM Slim, because that's my real homie. In actual real life, that's my actual friend, so I will get on your ass for talking shit about ODM Slim. Let me go back to this. Let me see. Yeah, bro, this nigga Trap Lord Ross, this nigga Trap Lord Ross came with the actual factuals. You feel me? All right, so look, this is what I want to do. I want to show y'all this real quick. Yeah, nigga, like Trap Lord Ross came with some shit. I wasn't ready for that nigga's level of due diligence. Nah, I'm finna troll the fuck out of ODM Slim. I'm finna troll the fuck out of ODM Slim. I'm finna troll. That's my nigga though. That's my nigga though. That's the homie. Yeah, he seems like he's done a lot of research. It's 2 hours worth of this shit. All right, man. Y'all want it? I'll give it to you.
Faction of the neighborhood Crips. And if you were planning to come to LA, you might have thought about checking in with him.
Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. We can make sure it's done. Movies, videos. But if you don't check it in, oh well. We're gonna check you in, all right. We're gonna check in all of your equipment.
Big U has ran the streets of LA for decades, doing double-digit stretches in the penitentiary and developing a feared reputation as one of the city's most connected gangsters. But to the public, Big U presents a different persona, one of a reformed ex-gangster turned community activist. He started Developing Options, a community-focused non-profit organization with a mission to keep kids out of the streets. Part of the GRID program, Developing Options claims that their mission is to decrease gang activity and to empower the community to strive for a safer, thriving environment for our youth. Big U would solicit donations on behalf of his non-profit, and seemingly put as much back into the community as he had taken, being seen doing food drives and providing equipment and workouts for the local youths to keep them out of trouble, even coaching and commissioning for the Crenshaw Rams youth football team. Clearly, Big U was such a supportive coach in football that his own son was actually drafted into the NFL for his home team, the LA Chargers, a connection that had him and his father rubbing shoulders with music's biggest celebrities like Drake. But according to a recent criminal complaint, beneath the surface, Big U's persona is much darker than he'd want you to think, because he's recently been accused of embezzling hundreds of thousands of dollars from Developing Options, not just allegedly taking the money, but using the charity as a vehicle to extort famous rappers and athletes and transferring the money to himself. But the financial crimes he's accused of are only the tip of the iceberg, as the criminal complaint would reveal that Big U was heard in private conversations recorded on wiretaps, that he was the only gangster from his generation still having people killed, and that he was willing to murder anyone who disrespected him. And according to that criminal complaint, these weren't just threats, as Big U is accused of murdering one of his son's childhood friends, a former football prospect turned rapper who he had personally coached, with the indictment alleging that Big U drove to Las Vegas on his daughter's birthday to kill the young man for wasting studio time and recording a Big U diss song. As dark as this sounds, reading between the lines of the criminal complaint suggests that this is just the tip of the iceberg, with other information hinting towards Big U having been connected to a number of high-profile murders in the hip-hop community, including Nipsey Hussle and Quando Rondo's cousin Lil Pab. The insane details about the double life of this notorious LA gangster might be news to some people, but in the Los Angeles podcast community, this has been an open secret for quite some time, with other street figures who have been around Big U jumping on the microphone and speculating on the eventual outcome of this street drama for years now. Podcasts which I too have appeared on myself numerous times, actually meeting several of the people involved in this case over the years, putting me right in the middle of the story.
So I'm here to let you know, as a man, see how it feels to really be in front of the people you talking about and playing with?
No, I hear it.
Feel your I hear
he does that all the time.
No, he don't. No, he don't.
Oh yeah.
Man, that dude get caught in certain places. He know it. He in certain places. While you get up and go to Chicago, yeah, boy.
So today, I'm going to risk it all and tell you everything I know about the secret inner workings of LA street politics, the podcasters that have predicted this crackdown for years, the streets that have known about it for decades, but in 2025, for the first time, the feds have revealed for the whole world to see bombshell allegations against Big U that triggered the downfall of LA's most notorious Rolling 60s Crip.
Fast forward 6 months. Big U gets arrested. This is hypothetically for these acts.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, that interview becomes completely fair game, and it's an important historical record. And like, we all have to look at it and say, "Oh my God, loose cannon! I'm so sorry. We all misjudged you. You're a fucking genius. You were telling the truth the whole time."
FBI says that South LA crime boss Eugene Big U Henley fronted a wide-ranging mafia-like criminal enterprise.
And the Department of Justice also accusing him of murdering an aspiring rapper in 2021. Investigators say Henley is one of 18 members of the Rolling 60s Crips charged in the federal complaint.
He has maintained the image of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture.
Justice for them. When I go to Atlanta, I check in. When I go places, I check in.
Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. But if you don't check it in,
Oh well.
check your out. We're gonna check you in, all right.
So you just refusing to pay your bill?
Maybe I'm just not going to allow you to videotape me as I pay.
I was bagging my victims.
Closets,
Yeah, I was bagging
dark places.
everything behind me. You know, kidnapping people, prison, and all that stuff. I had a crew we used to kidnap. That's what we did. We had a crew called the Body Snatchers.
And investigators say that he painted himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities, but they say Henley is a violent criminal.
Boy, you is a... I'm telling you, you gotta stop. Funding a South LA-based charity, Developing Options. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar.
What's you got? Justice for them. They don't really f with us until it's a problem. Then they call it. Like Quando Rondo.
Yo, I'm so glad you're my friend because all your options go to jail, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Before I turn myself in, I don't even know what to say.
Wait, that is DNA test in my brother's nails.
Okay, so that's bad work. Big U's alleged body, maybe?
Huh? The only way y'all know that is because you is the police, gang. No, I'm not talking about no.
Didn't I tell you he's a dummy? Rewind.
To understand the predicament that Big U faces today, being accused of leading one of LA's most notorious gangs, we have to go all the way back to the start to understand how these gangs and Big U ended up running the streets of LA. Like many black families during the mid-1900s, Big U's parents were part of the so-called Great Migration, where African Americans moved from the southern states to the northern states to escape the Jim Crow laws and look for a better life. They were originally from Mississippi before making their way north to Chicago. In Chi-Town, Big U's father would allegedly get affiliated with one of the original infamous gang leaders turned revolutionaries, Jeff Fort, co-founder of one of the earliest major black street gangs in America, the almighty Black Peace Stone Nation, cementing an early gang influence in the Henley family all the way back then. Big U's parents would ultimately get separated during their time in Chicago, and in 1966, his mother would move to Los Angeles shortly before his birth. The family settled in an area known as South Central, this being the area where most of the early black residents of LA would settle down. More specifically, they would stay around 81st and Hoover, and according to Big U, it was here where he would first begin to rep the Crips, the gang which was founded in South Central around 1969, around 3 years after Big U was born. Founded by Raymond Washington and Craig Craddock, the Crips then spread further west by Chucky Williams, who would found the West Side Crips.
Because in the area where we grew up over there was already saying Crip and it was already saying Hoover in it, and it meant something different.
Big U had a very large family tree who would all move to LA, and the majority of them would eventually settle near Slauson and Arlington, to an area that would eventually become associated with the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips. But at the time, there would be earlier gangs.
We got here, the homies wasn't here yet. And then Van Ness Park didn't have no structure, nothing. And I think Big Bunchy was from Fruitown Brim. So it was like Fruitown Brim was in Van Ness Park. The 60s was on the verge of being formed, like it was just West Side Crips. And then it was West Side Crips and it was neighborhood Crips. And the neighborhood Crips was like down the line on the other side, like on Van Ness, like more towards where eventually like the hood took over. It was neighborhood Crips and West Side Crips.
This neighborhood is not only famous for being the home of the Rolling 60s, but also for being one of the main locations where the classic movie Boys in the Hood was filmed. Growing up, Big U would first become part of a small local clique from the immediate neighborhood called the AG, or Arlington Gang. Led by Big U's cousin Chili Capone, the group would eventually merge as part of the larger Rolling 60s, who became infamous around the city of LA.
We was at every party, we was at every club, we knew where every function we was there. And it was funny because dudes would be like, where y'all from? And we from the AG. They're like, man, what's that? We're like, man, it's the AG, man. They know what's that. Then it's like, well, where is that at? Man, it's on Slauson and Arlington. Oh, well, y'all from the 60s. All right, fuck it, man. What is it, a problem? And then they would go from there.
Big U would get into trouble with the law from a young age, and already as a kid during the 70s, he claimed to have run with a car robbing crew, eventually getting sent to juvenile detention and spending a period of time on the run from whatever he'd done in LA and going back to live in Chicago with his father. But some years later, in 1979, one of the longest and bloodiest gang wars in LA history would start between the Rolling 60s and their former allies, the 8-Tray Gangster Crips. Sometime later during the early 80s, Big U's cousin and the leader of their AG clique, Chili Capone, would sadly be killed. Now, the more matured Big U would return to Los Angeles to seek vengeance, with Big U saying that at this time he graduated from fighting to guns, and he believed that a gun could get you anywhere you need to be in life. Standing at 6'2", Big U was an intimidating sight even without a gun, and he would still excel at fighting, which was the main way that the early gangs would settle their differences. One of the infamous places where this settling of scores would take place was at the World on Wheels skate rink, which was far away from the Rolling 60s hood, but where the members would nevertheless go to make their presence known. One particularly big brawl would make the Rolling 60s infamous throughout LA County took place on August 1986 during a Run DMC concert in the Long Beach area, where Rolling 60s would, according to Big U, attend purely to start a fight and establish their dominance. The fight would injure dozens of people and cause the LA Palladium to cancel Run DMC's next concert in fear of escalating gang tensions. During the 80s, the county jail would also become a familiar place for Big U as he was racking up some pretty serious charges, which according to the criminal complaint even included multiple first-degree murder charges and attempted murder of a peace officer, but it seemed that these charges back in these days would never stick. But his time in jail would also help him further spread his reputation as a fearless fighter and a charismatic leader. According to the FBI, it was during the 80s when Big U would rise to a prominent position in the rolling 60s, earning a reputation of a violent enforcer who was willing to kill. One article about Big U stated that he became the lead man for the rolling 60s and got shot 7 times in the process. And during this time in the late 80s, this was when the crack epidemic was beginning to reach its peak.
Today, there's a new epidemic. Smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack. It is an explosively destructive and often lethal substance which is crushing its users. It is an uncontrolled fire.
Big U and the rolling 60s would also partake in the lucrative drug trade. They would even begin to move dope from LA to other cities such as Minneapolis, Atlanta, and Chicago, where Big U would use his leadership skills to set up shops and take over street corners and influencing other out-of-state sets that banged under the banner of the rolling 60 Crips too. This would also be a time when Big U would get his first experiences in the rap industry, as a rapper called Popper LQ would ask Big U to manage him, thinking that while Big U had no experience in the industry, he did have the qualities to be a manager and the respect of the streets. Big U's friend would also ask him to help managing a young, promising rolling 60s rapper called Kurupt, who's now known for such West Coast classics as Seawalk and We Can Freak It, as well as being one half of the duo The Dog Pound with Daz Dillinger, the group founded by Snoop Dogg. Big U had also become a family man at this point, and according to himself, he was beginning to be 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the hustle game. But unfortunately for him, he would become wanted by the police. And in December 1991, he was arrested as part of a sting operation after attempting to rob 33 pounds of cocaine from an undercover agent, with Big U pulling a gun and attempting to rob the fake plug, leading to the cops that were watching nearby to rush in and bust him. For this, he was given a monster sentence of 23 years, with news reports at the time describing him as a leader, if not the top man of the rolling 60s. This meant that during much of the golden years of hip-hop, Big U was behind bars, but he would spend his time inside continuing to develop his skills as a fighter and a leader. One story even circulated that he had apparently knocked somebody's eyeball out of their socket during a prison fight. Photos of Big U behind bars would circulate online as the years went by. During a Breakfast Club interview, Big U would even say that he was running the drug trade in the prison yard during this time.
Because I basically took over the whole little drug trade on the yard because I had money. So I came in and I bought all the guards who was bringing in.
But when he wasn't squabbling or selling drugs, apparently he was knuckling down and trying to also find positive influences behind the wall. During his long stint inside, he would meet people who would inspire him to evolve intellectually, such as Michael Harry O. Harris, a powerful LA figure who allegedly played a key role in helping Suge Knight found Death Row Records, and also played a part in the career of Denzel Washington. As a result, Big U would begin to read and write, as well as studying subjects like theology, as he would later recount in interviews. Meanwhile, on the outside, Kurupt would keep Big U's name alive in his music, shouting him out in songs like one of his biggest hits, We Can Freak It. Big U would also keep losing people close to him to the streets while he was inside, like his brother Dwayne Dupree, who worked as a bodyguard for the Dog Pound duo of Kurupt and Daz Dillinger and was sadly killed as gunmen opened fire outside of a recording studio. But Big U would eventually end up only doing 13 years in prison, getting out in 2004 at 37 years old. Conveniently, right as the rolling 60s had become, quote, the largest black criminal street gang in the city of Los Angeles. However, Big U wouldn't lose sight of those positive influences that he had gleaned behind bars, and he decided to reinvent himself as a community advocate, starting his non-profit called Developing Options. Their website would claim that Big U started the organization because he wanted to provide the youth of his neighborhood the support that he didn't get when he was growing up. In 2025, the program claimed to have served over 6,000 people while having partnerships with hundreds of agencies. The website even boasts a 90% reduction in community gang violence, and the program has some major supporters, such as perhaps the most famous Crip in the world, Snoop Dogg. But Big U would also keep building his career in the music industry. After getting released, Kurupt would introduce him to the head of Death Row Records, Suge Knight, who would help Big U financially to get back on his feet and take him under his wing as a mentor. The two became, without a doubt, the most respected, or at least the most feared duo that the hip-hop industry had ever seen. But Big U's ferocious attitude to the music industry would mirror Suge's approach. Unfortunately, this meant that for the artists that entered Big U's orbit, some would have runaway success, but others would seemingly suffer sudden and tragic downfalls, which of course brings us to the tragic story of Nipsey Hussle. After getting out of prison, notorious rolling 60s neighborhood Crip, Big U would learn how to play hardball in the music industry from none other than Suge Knight. The infamous blood who had ruled the West Coast rap game with an iron fist was rumored to have used murder and extortion tactic to get ahead in the music biz. From his violent altercations in the lead up to the death of NWA's Eazy-E to the rumored incident where Vanilla Ice was allegedly dangled off a balcony and forced to sign over his lucrative royalties, eventually though, the law and his enemies would catch up with Suge Knight's hardline tactics and crack down on his operations operation. But by the time Suge Knight's downfall had begun, Big U was already in the game and decided to spread his wings and do his own thing. Apparently whilst inside prison, Big U, along with his right-hand man, Mark Martin, aka Bear Claw, founded an independent record label, Unique Music, in 1996. Big U would use the label to scout potential up-and-coming musical talent, and his deep street connections would lead him to the paths of some of LA's most legendary rappers. It turned out that Big U's nephew actually knew a young, talented Rollin' 60s rapper who went by the name Nipsey Hussle. Big U would begin to help Nipsey using his many industry contacts, ultimately landing him a major spotlight with a verse on Tupac's 2006 posthumous album, Pac's Life. Nip featured with Young Dre and Tupac himself on the song International, which gave Nipsey's career a massive boost.
Him and Big Draws put that together, and LT Hutton. They really had a resume at that time to justify it, but he gave me a shot. And a lot of that was based on the relationship he had with Draws and Steve.
And I remember buying the physical CD, seeing Tupac featuring Nipsey Hussle on the back of it. That was huge for me.
Big U later reposted a clip from a Diverse Mentality documentary on Nipsey, along with a caption saying that it was an honor to give him the shot. Big U was playing a major role in Nipsey's come-up, leading Nipsey to drop his first real single and music video titled Bullets Ain't Got No Names in 2006. Nipsey would get support from Big U through the creation of an entire Bullets Ain't Got No Name full-length mixtape series. The story has it that Nipsey wanted to leave a bad deal that he'd got into with Big U's Unique label.
So I signed him to it. It was signed to a 10-year production contract, which started in 2009, which will end 2019.
Crazy.
Big U, on the other hand, has explained in the Drink Champs podcast that he stopped managing Nipsey after a promotional tour when police discovered drugs in one of their vehicles. And although someone would take the charges, Nipsey and others began acting differently towards Big U, which he interpreted as a breakdown in trust.
Radiator cap off, took the apart, stuck us in, I can't remember where we were for 3 days. They took the and scanned it from the router to the tutor, found what they wanted on it, put it back together, gave it to us. I flew back home. When I fly home, we get hit. I get hit at home. They had 21 people. They think they got him. Anyway, make a long story short, he ended up turning himself in, take the case off all of us. He get life, right, for the drugs. When that happened, my team is acting weird. So I'm looking at Steve, I'm looking at Nip, man, get a paperwork from Sony so they can see that we listen all this. They acting weird. So, me, I'm still kind of like, hey, I'm hot, hot and heavy, but, I'm like, I can't with y'all. So you never see me on the tour no more.
And that's when the problem?
No problem never happened. Okay. We didn't have a problem.
Okay.
Well, nobody making no money.
Right.
But particularly after Big U's arrest, many have theorized that it may have been Big U who was using Nipsey's tours as a cover to smuggle drugs to different cities, and this was possibly making Nipsey nervous and looking for ways out.
I think Big U was using the tour bus, Nipsey's tour bus, to at least sometime or possibly do drug drop-offs, pick up money, and it was making Nipsey hot. He was seeing himself about to take off. He wanted no parts.
Whatever the case, after the two stopped working together, Big U wanted back some of his studio equipment so his son could also use them to record music, something which apparently angered Nipsey.
That's when they got upset, and he made the song. I don't rap. That
song never came out.
It did come out.
It did come out?
It did come out.
Oh.
It wasn't never pushed as a song, but It came out, and I don't rap, I scrap.
Disagreements would lead to Nipsey making a diss song about Big U, a song titled You Don't Got a Clue from his 2010 mixtape The Marathon, where Nipsey got some things off his chest, rapping how somebody, likely Big U, doesn't have a clue about what they want to do for Nip's career, saying that he's not going to stop for them and that he doesn't want somebody controlling him, rapping how he came up tough, so he was never looking at Big U for a solution to his problems, and suggesting that his former team never really helped him push his career forward. Nip would rap F the middleman, and he would end his verse saying don't expect any favors from him because he wasn't given any favors. According to Loose Cannon, who's probably not the most reliable narrator, Big U would confront Nipsey about the track and challenge him to a fight, where Nipsey would then supposedly move and dance around Big U so fast that he would leave him exhausted, almost like a scene from an old school action comedy.
And he was like, hey, cuz, is this song about me? So Nipsey stood up or whatever and was like, yeah, cuz it's about you. So he was drinking some water out of a water bottle and he threw it on Nipsey, right? He was like, we're gonna have to go get down or whatever. So he thought Nipsey was gonna back down. Nipsey stood up and was like, okay, cuz, let's go get down. They were just dancing around or whatever like that. He was trying to get Nipsey or whatever, but Nipsey was just moving, dancing and stuff like that. And he couldn't hit Nipsey, so he got tired. So he knew he didn't get Nipsey the way he wanted to get Nipsey, right?
An unsatisfied Big U then allegedly got the whole gang involved, calling Nipsey up to get disciplined and allegedly beating him up before Black Sam fired into the air, stopping the fight, leading to police being called and breaking things up. Wack 100 would later claim that Big U actually knocked Nipsey Hussle out during their fight.
First time they first fall out, when they first got Nipsey signed, Nipsey come back, fall out, they went down, there was a fight, rumble happened. I believe Big U knocked Nipsey out. Black Sam comes out, fires 3-4 shots in the air. He's fresh out the penitentiary. Police sitting right across the street, they see it. They come in, they arrest everybody. Black Sam's on parole.
Now, there's some conflicting reasons circulating for this exact fight. It's been rumored that Nipsey Hussle has a daughter by a mother that was allegedly Big U's niece, or at least a close family friend. There was allegedly an incident circulating in a Reddit post where it was claimed that Nipsey actually beat up another man who had been dating his baby's mother after they split up, with Nip administering this beatdown because the man was apparently creating an unsafe environment for their daughter, with it being believed that the woman might have even got harmed herself in the scuffle, leading Big U to be furious at Nipsey. Ultimately though, Nipsey and Big U would eventually squash their beef and didn't have any more public animosity in the years that followed. But Nipsey's brother Black Sam seemingly always had an issue with Big U. Apparently, this was reciprocated.
And then I'm gonna keep it 100. Me and his brother wasn't cool. Me and his brother wasn't the best of friends. You gotta understand, like I'm gonna have friends that my mama ain't gonna like. I'm gonna have friends that my brother's not gonna like. You gonna have people that your people don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Nipsey's Rollin 60s gang ties would be the ultimate liability throughout his career to the very end. A planned private performance in 2010 saw a massive bust on the Rollin 60s members that he was affiliating with.
People under arrest after police raid a nightclub where dozens of members of an LA street gang were partying.
Police received information that gang members of the Rolling 60s, a violent South LA gang, would be holding a private party here at the Platinum Club here in Studio City. So they decided it would be a good time to do a gang sweep. Now take a look. It all went down around 2 in the morning. The Platinum Club was surrounded by dozens of officers. They arrested about 40 people they say are gang members of the gang Rolling 60s. Officers say they learned of the so-called hood party several days before the big event. Now, outside of the club, the marquee had a sign there that said who was headlining the party. They are Nipsey Hussle and Dealmakers International. You can also see the number 6x10. Now, police say that was the secret Rolling 60s gang sign. An officer from North Hollywood was the first to approach the front door of the club, and he says that he was rushed by a group of people inside the club. He called for help, and officers from all areas responded immediately. Now, officers say this gang sweep will clearly cripple the illegal activities of the Rolling 60s gang, at least for a while.
As time went on, Nipsey would do more things that reportedly angered Big U, like bringing Treetop Pyru rapper YG to the Rollin 60s hood for the music video for the song Sitches Ain't Bit in 2011. Apparently, Nipsey had to fight multiple Rollin 60s after this perceived violation, but this didn't stop his role, and later Nipsey would even return the favor, attending YG's hood to film the music video for I'm a Thug that featured Meek Mill. This was a video that ironically had footage of fellow Rollin 60 Bricc Baby getting arrested. But anyway, as Nip's career grew, it seemed that Big U's stance towards Nipsey had softened, and he was showing him respect publicly, with Big U being seen doing a speech in Nipsey's honor in 2018 during an event for his Developing Options nonprofit, where rap heavyweights like T.I. and Wiz Khalifa were also in attendance.
Look who came through. Yeah, you know, I got my all black on, man. You know, all black everything. Steve Maniac, Lil Bill, K1 right here, you know. Big U, what up, baby? Big U and Lil Bill. So, you need that. Yeah, that's legendary. Woo!
Remember that. He did what no other rappers do today. He sold his own music. He sold his own music. So when I came along and Steve came along, we had a formula that merged what he do, but he outworked any artist I've seen. I'm talking about business-wise. I'm not talking about on the mic. Because if you notice, this man is a more professional than 90% of the dudes who are trying to grow to his level. But I'm saying that to our young baby, to a T. He outworked a whole lot of people. And this is the reason why we are giving him the award, the Businessman Award, because he really exudes everything that you need to exercise in business. So let's give this man a hand and clap it up for him. I'm talking about, I came to his house and he lived in all places in A-Train neighborhood, and was really, he really had a mic in his closet and was recording his own self. Remember that.
And at one point, Big U would even crip walk on stage. And Nipsey would in return honor Big U in his speech, saying how everybody in the hood saw him as a leader.
And see what that turned into and putting pressure on us to just stay focused, you know, standing in front of us as young dudes from the area. And always, I remember he like, you know, it's not gonna be one room I walk into that my homeboys can't walk into with me. And I always respected and looked up to him as a leader and as somebody that was just a real man. And I love to see everybody out here tonight dressed up, looking good. I think we gotta give him a round of applause as well. And like I said, I love you, bro. We're gonna keep pushing. Day one. Thank y'all.
Nipsey was having massive success, culminating in the release of his critically acclaimed 2018 debut studio album, Victory Lap, where he would even shout out Big U, aka Big Draws.
And I'm eating breakfast.
My shirt drunk, yeah, all that. I've been working. You know what I'm saying? Everything, man. Victory Lap coming soon.
He wasn't gonna save anyway.
I wasn't, but I was gonna change my shirt though. I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? But I'm working.
We will let y'all hear some music, but you gotta wait to pay for it. Ain't no free no more.
Coming.
And you ain't downloading it, we're gonna put a tag. If you steal the music,
you up.
Coming to your house and putting that
car wash when you got your tent set up. We gonna beat you.
But in March 2019, Nipsey allegedly angered Big U once again by bringing DJ Khaled to the 60s hood and not asking permission. They were there to shoot a music video for Khaled's song Higher that featured Nipsey and John Legend. Allegedly, Big U sent Rollin 60s members to the shoot to cause trouble, causing Nipsey and Khaled to have to finish the shoot in a parking lot. TMZ, on the other hand, claimed from their sources at the video shoot that Nipsey had seemingly received threats on his life before the shoot had even taken place, and that he was apparently prepared with an exceptionally large security team. They would also claim that it was actually during the filming at the parking structure in Inglewood where Nipsey's team were concerned about somebody in the local Bloods coming to kill him. Some people online would also claim that Big U was actually cool with Nipsey at this time, but it was really a bunch of younger Rolling 60s members that just wanted to rob DJ Khaled, causing trouble, with there also being reports of some friction between some Rolling 60s and Inglewood Blood members that might have caused some tension at the shoot. Nipsey's brother, Black Sam, would later seemingly confirm that someone had indeed pressed them at the video shoot, but wouldn't specify exactly who it was.
Not to get into too much detail, but there was a lot of politics getting into certain people. You know, Hustle had DJ Khaled in the hood. Not to be speaking too much on it, but we came front line like we always do. And, you know, we're going to know we're going to crash out behind it. We're not playing. Ain't nobody saying nothing to Khaled. Ain't nobody doing nothing to Khaled. And he's straight. And Hustle front line that. And, you know, we felt like certain people didn't like that.
But whatever the case, only a few days later, Nipsey would tragically be gunned down in front of his Marathon clothing store in the Rollin 60s hood, less than a mile away from Big U's childhood stomping grounds on Arlington Avenue. Nipsey was gunned down by a man named Eric Holder, known in the streets because a fellow member of the Rollin 60s who was allegedly mad at Nipsey for accusing him of being a snitch. Eric Holder is also an old close friend of one of the other names mentioned in the new RICO case, the rapper and No Jumper host Bricc Baby, real name Zaire Mitchell, another 60 that uses the moniker as a street name.
That day he got put on, we came up with the name. That was like a name that was really made for him, but he can't come in and be big. So being my big homie, that's, you know what I'm saying, that's big, and I'm little, so you gonna be baby.
But anyway, following Nipsey's murder, different conspiracy theories would begin to spread about his death, suggesting that it might have been more than just a random argument with a low-level Rollin 60s member. One of these theories being that Big U had somehow been involved in the murder himself, particularly as he would seemingly tell different versions about where he had been the day of the murder, as well as having a motive due to the rumors that Nipsey had allegedly refused to re-sign a contract to be under Big U's label.
And for those who don't know, Big U is said to be responsible for the death of Nipsey Hussle. This is what a lot of people are saying, and it's because he keeps changing his story about the day that Nipsey Hussle died.
We actually was on 6th Ave with 100 cars. We got all the streets blocked. We waiting on UK to come out the house. Everybody phone blowing up. Nip got hit. Nip got hit. We flying up there. We fly up there and we see the scene.
And then like later on, he would forget he said that. And then he'd go on live on IG and say that he wasn't even in town the day that Nipsey died.
Y'all was accusing me. I ain't even do. And what's funny, I wasn't even in town. So figure that one out. But I ain't gonna trust it.
And Nipsey Hussle was signed to Big U, to Big U's record label, and that contract was due to be up, and Nipsey Hussle wasn't going to re-sign. So that provided motive, okay?
I signed him to it. It was signed to a 10-year production contract, which started in 2009, which would end 2019.
Crazy.
Big U reportedly also didn't attend Nipsey's funeral, and an IG Live sometime after the murder would appear to show Big U laughing when somebody commented justice for Nip, and going on to say that people are waiting for him to do an interview.
Wait, what you waiting on, though? You don't know what you waiting on, though. What you waiting on? You got to tell us what you waiting on. Yeah, my mama broke you with a justice for Dip.
I'm your boy would have been there like, yeah,
you did. You did.
However, the day after Nipsey was killed, Big U would post what seemed to be a heartfelt tribute to Nipsey, with a caption that said how hurt he was at the news, whilst also interestingly pointing out that the last time he spoke to Nipsey was 3 days ago at the DJ Khaled video shoot, something that no one really publicly knew at that time, with Big U saying in the caption that when they were at the video shoot together, they had spoken about building a school, which some have taken as Big U actually trolling, given the fact that it was rumored that a much more tense conversation had taken place at that shoot. Even back then, people were getting straight in the comments on Big U's post, saying that he was the one who set Nipsey up to get killed. And as time went on, Big U would post more tributes to Nipsey to his Instagram page, with yet more comments continuing to reference a possible setup and the DJ Khaled music video. Less than a week after Nipsey's murder, Big U took to Instagram to announce a peace march in the hood in Nipsey's memory.
Greetings to everybody. To get this message today, we are having a vigil for Nipsey Hussle at 3 to 5 today for all the different gangs in LA that want to come out and support. Over the last 2 days, we have been having meetings amongst us, A-Trays, Rolling 60s, Hoovers, East Coasters, Bounty Hunters, and everybody like mind to come together. We're going to ask that everybody come to Crenshaw and Slauson, be there by 3. We want everybody to park in the Rouse parking lot. We're going to be escorting everybody from the Rouse parking lot to the memorial. It's not open to the public. It's only for LA street gangs, Bloods, Crips with the like mind and want to support and pay homage to one of our lost soldiers, one of our good brothers and teachers and leaders. So it's open from 3 to 5.
And this indeed went ahead. Over a year after Nipsey was killed, Big U proudly showed off that he had met and recorded a podcast with DJ Khaled and Fat Joe, posting a video where he seemed to be very happy to be with DJ Khaled, specifically with Khaled returning the love and shouting out Big U.
That's right, love, Big U.
There you go. That's legend.
And clips were posted by Big U's label, Unique Music, with captions saying that they miss Nipsey. After Nipsey's death, there was a post on Unique Music's Instagram page claiming that Big U was the person who had introduced Nipsey to the world, but people in the comments would continue to claim that Big U was responsible for what happened, once again suggesting that Nipsey was set up by Big U for trying to leave him behind. After Nipsey's death, Big U posted Nipsey along with references to his Unique label numerous times, including one ominous post where he put up a video of Nipsey saying that he can't follow other people, they should be following him.
Blind can't lead the blind, bro.
Yes,
Somebody
sir.
gotta have a vision.
Yes, sir.
You gotta follow who got the vision. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes,
if you
sir.
stuck on stupid, I ain't gonna judge you or have no disrespect for you, but I'm
gonna be
not,
over here.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna follow you or take heed to your opinion. You're gonna have to follow what I'm doing.
I heard
and
that.
after a while, that way of thinking versus this way of thinking, more people lean toward this way because of the results.
And in the 2025 indictment, it was claimed that in a monitored conversation, Big U even suggested that he was the biggest Rolling 60 member ever, specifically saying that he was bigger than Nipsey Hussle. But despite the passing years, the rumors of Big U's involvement never went away, and people online would continue to speculate endlessly about potential conspiracy surrounding Nipsey's passing. Big U would comment on the rumors directly on numerous occasions, like in a 2022 No Jumper appearance, where he said that he was just associated with the murder of Nipsey because he's a very famous Rolling 60s member, and suggesting that he had a great relationship with Nipsey, and people are just spreading the rumor for money and clout.
Like how he's different when all his songs, every album he put out, since we had the so-called altercation, he shouted me out.
However, in 2024, Nipsey's brother Black Sam would do a podcast with Big Boy, alluding to someone being sent to kill Nipsey, rather than this just being an isolated crash out.
It is random as what the public thought it was. Like Nip seen somebody, Eric, and talked, and
I mean, you know, he already got convicted, so for me, without going into too many details. So for me, he felt he was supposed to do a job, or somebody sent him or whatever. It just don't make no sense. It's not random, you know. It's gonna come to the light.
Loose Cannon, a former ally of Big U and one of the co-defendants in the upcoming case, actually revealed on No Jumper that Big U had told him Nipsey was dead before it even happened, with Loose Cannon saying that Big U had prior knowledge of Nipsey's death before it all went down, mentioning on the phone to him, which led him to call Nipsey Hussle moments before the shooting took place.
He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, sick, so I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone, and I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got, or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And that's what fucked me up, because my cousin is Nipsey baby mama. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, I could have probably stopped it, or it had it.
Stop what? You mean that?
No, because listen, so after I talked to Nipsey and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that, I'll see you later or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought Big U gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey. And so I'm like,
wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, called Nip. Nip answered the phone.
Yeah. And
you
we
like
were just talking on regular. So it's like, at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it, because
you don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like they be hot one minute, then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm. Like you
and
just
30 minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
So you think he hit you a little too early?
This clip actually led to a cease and desist being served on No Jumper, and Adam22 being advised to remove the content from his channel.
So everybody knows I got a cease and desist about the Loose Cannon interview that I did with Wack 100, and a cease and desist showed up from the one and only. Never thought my life would go in this direction. Never thought I would be getting a legal notice from the big man himself.
Oh,
Big
yeah, I just seen
U.
Big U said he ain't feeling that
Big
shit.
Lucifer.
Big
Is that a diss? I think that's a whack term. I don't want to say that. So from our perspective, we have decided to back away from this. This is not a narrative that I was really interested in pushing in the first place. The idea that Big U had any sort of criminal doings in his adult life, or that that he was involved with anything with Nipsey, this is not something I ever really bought in on. It was kind of a surprise to me that it got trotted out on the podcast. I don't have to make this kind of statement about why we decided to remove it or whatever, but I did ultimately make the decision to take it down.
Interestingly though, when the 2025 criminal complaint dropped, it would turn out that Loose Cannon wasn't just anybody claiming Big U's involvement, but he was in fact an alleged former enforcer for Big U, conducting robberies on his behalf as part of an extortion racket later described by the criminal complaint as Big U Enterprises. But even more crazy, even before the criminal complaint revealed these bombshell allegations, Loose Cannon would openly tell stories about these robberies that he did for Big U on the No Jumper podcast for the whole world to hear. When the 2025 criminal complaint dropped on Big U, the world will be introduced to a dark trail of alleged crimes. But the complaint itself wraps up all of these activities under one umbrella organization, with the so-called Big U Enterprise allegedly engaging in an array of criminal activity, including extortion, robbery, murder, human trafficking, wire fraud, bank fraud, other financial crimes, obstruction of justice, illegal debt collection, illegal gambling, and conspiracy to commit fraud. Some of these crimes seem absolutely crazy in the modern day and make you think more of the Black Hand mafia extortion seen in the Godfather movies than gangbangers in South Central LA. In fact, Big U actually previously referred to his life as a modern day mafia story, but things were much more complicated than that, because to cloak this alleged criminal activity, according to the complaint, Big U's non-profit was at the front and center, and this, along with his persona he presented to the public as a reformed gang member actually allowed Big U to navigate both the criminal underworld and the halls of legitimate power and business at the same time. His non-profit umbrella organization, Developing Options, which controls a number of seemingly innocent entities attempting to do positive work in the community, actually received over $500,000 from the GRID program controlled by the city of LA, with a total of over $2.3 million from the city of LA being handed over, hundreds of thousands of which Big U allegedly withdrew personally as a salary. He would also allegedly embezzle funds that were meant for community work, in a practice where he would solicit donations from celebrities for his charities, then taking the money for himself personally. The criminal complaint later called Big U's organizations a front and part of a plan for Big U to control the streets of LA undercover. And according to wiretaps, Big U's persona as a reformed community activist was just a facade, and behind the scenes, he was openly claiming how he was still the same man that they said he once was. Big U was also heard on a wiretap saying that no one can beef with him because he'd kill them. Apparently, even later bragging to someone about being the only gangster from his era still murdering people in the modern day and age. Big U's alleged right-hand man, an enforcer, and underboss was a man named Sylvester Robinson, aka Vay, with Mark Martin, aka Bearclaw, being a trusted lieutenant. Big U's name and crew pulled a lot of weight and called a lot of shots in LA for decades, particularly when it came to the nightlife. There's one infamous story about Big U getting into a fight outside of a nightclub in 2014 and a rumored deadly wave of violence and extortion that came soon after. In a video posted by TMZ, Big U is seen trying to enter a club with his friend who's being turned away, who then attacks the security. Big U decides to back up his friend, getting into the fight and ending up being floored by the Samoan security team, being left bloodied and carried away by the police.
You, Mike, hey, stay down. He's good. You, Mike. Hey, close the gate, Mike. Close it up. Hey, close it up. Get him inside.
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out right now. Go. Get him out.
Be cool. Be cool.
I don't want him in this. I don't. Get out.
Get him out here. Back up. You, come on. You. Big you straight up. Huh? No, he just swung in my car. Leave him on the ground. No, he goes to jail. He goes to jail tonight. Nothing to see, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Hey guys, back up. Come on, what are you doing?
Big U later claimed that he had gone head-to-head with 15 Samoan security guards.
At the supper club up here. We was going in. It's only 30, 40 minutes left from the club. This dude hired something. The homeboy house. Yeah, they won't let him in. I'm like, I'm gonna stay out here with him. He just get off on the security guard for no apparent reason. Get off, meaning? He just fired on the dude. All the security together is me by myself. Big you straight up. So I made the assessment. There's 15 of them. You 50 get your whooped. But how the rules go, I'm gonna get down where I'm mad at. I took flight. So when I'm on the ground, I'm wrestling with the one dude came and kicked me. If you look at the film, he kicked me in the side of the face. Back up. Come on. Hey, give me 1 fight diving over here. Back up. Back up, guys. So the blood, while I'm on my back, wrestling with the blood filter in my eyes. I couldn't see. Hey, guys, back up. Come on, what are you doing? I think I did pretty good, me versus 15. You know what I'm saying?
Big U would also claim that in the aftermath, hundreds of goons from different gangs came to Hollywood following that incident to back him up.
And dudes from every set in LA really stood up and was offended by what they had seen. My homies is Bloods, that's Cubs, just from every set was upset.
In a subsequent video, Big U was seen bloodied and in cuffs as rappers The Game and T.I., along with Big U's son and an army of 6-0s, square up to the police, initially believing that it was the police that brutalized Big U.
Are you trigger happy too? We not bothering you. You trigger happy? TMZ, put it on. TMZ, hey, get the camera on Big U. Hey, listen, check out Big U right now. Police didn't do it. You security did it. Hey, T.I. Who did it? T.I. Police didn't do it. T.I.
crowd realized that the security were responsible for jumping Big U, they begun to confront and scuffle with the security, with one of the people personally involved in beating up Big U taking off running from the mob.
Who did that to you? What? Who did that to you? Please. Who did it? Yo, people say they did it. Who told me it? Put it down.
Hey, Scott, I got you.
Then, rapper The Game even squares up to security himself, ready to fight.
Look at Game sweating the security right now on the police.
Then, what sounded like young Rolling 60s members ready to crash out would escalate things further, looking for those responsible and saying that they had never seen Big U in that sort of state, with everyone trying to remove them from the situation before things escalate and get deadly.
I'm talking to you, 6-0 trip. I ain't never seen like that. Who hit you though? Who hit you? Hey, what happened? No, I can calm the whole situation down. What happened? I can tell you.
Look, it's a full Mexican standoff right now. We got a whole Mexican standoff with Game's crew and the police.
The Game would still try and square up to the security, who was saying that Big U has to go to jail tonight.
Watch back.
The whole situation was a mess, and according to one rumor, this actually led to a gang war between the Rolling 60s, backed up by other gangs, and the Samoan security gangs that run the nightclub doors in Hollywood, with Big U saying in his Hip Hop Uncovered series how things got so serious that 4 to 5 people were expected to die over this, with some Redditors even taking this to mean that 5 people had indeed lost their lives as part of this beef.
It was a lot of violence against just clubs and security against clubs, and people expected 4 or 5 people to die. We got so many people dying over bullcrap. I didn't really want to add to that. That's not the legacy I wanted to have. That was a misunderstanding, you know what I mean? Went too far. So we ended up shutting Hollywood down. We had to meet with the powers that be.
Now, I wasn't able to find any evidence or cases relating to murders that happened in Hollywood following this incident, but apparently after things reached a boiling point in the streets, the Supper Club and Big U had a meeting to try and resolve things. This ended in the Supper Club allegedly cutting Big U a check for $200,000 and doing a food drive for his community movement.
You know, we had sat down with the owners of the Supper Club. They wrote me a check for over $200,000. We used about $70,000, $80,000 to do a food giveaway, toys. It was amazing.
The Supper Club's giving all these free toys and food. They're underprivileged, right? And so I start talking to Big U, the organizer of the event. How come the Supper Club was so keen to be involved?
Well, we've been messing with them since back in, the incident we had. They want to reach out and help the community. For me, being able to take something bad that happened for me and turn it into a positive, instead of continue to let it be a negative, that's what I'm all about.
Supper Club later put out a public statement suggesting that Big U was the victim of a rogue security officer who took things too far, saying that Big U was not arrested and had no part in the violence, with club owners distancing themselves from the security that were working that night and promising that they would never book them again. Clearly, Big U was flesh and blood, like any man, and could also be caught slipping. But just as clearly from what came after, he was a formidable force in the streets who wouldn't accept this kind of violation lightly, and nightclubs would seemingly be a regular target for extortion attempts by the Big U enterprise. The 2025 criminal complaint would outline a situation where Big U shook down club owners, promising them T.I. and Wiz Khalifa to turn up to an event in exchange for 33% of the profits. These artists never turned up, but Big U demanded a $30,000 payment from the club, plus more of the profits, despite not keeping up his end of the deal, with a taped recording depicting Big U pressing the club owner and promising to tear the club up if if he didn't get what he wanted, apparently vowing to bring 5,000 Rolling 60s members to destroy their club if he wasn't paid the money. And famous people weren't safe either. The criminal complaint would mention a litany of celebrities and athletes that had paid Big U a checking-in fee when coming to LA. Checking in being an extortion method that out-of-town people often fall into, as they're pressured to get into contact with the local gang members, this often involving payments for protection and to not get robbed. The criminal complaint explained that checking in was a street tax that had to be paid to guarantee safety from gangs and criminals in the city. And according to the complaint, the Big U enterprise claimed control of LA and expected to collect tax from entertainers in the city conducting certain types of legit or illegal business. The criminal complaint outlined an incident where boxer Adrian Broner and his friends were part of a fixed dice game against some NBA players, who then checked in with Big U and allegedly paid him $100,000, after which Big U gathered his goons and went to confront Broner, allegedly roughing him up along with his friends for not checking in and for apparently cheating NBA players out of their money. But even as far back as 2020, people on Reddit would debate why Big U pretends to be a reformed gang member whilst also openly enforcing the checking in extortion method publicly. People knew that he was living a double life years ago, and this was an open secret in LA. Big U would even be seen in video clips on social media going to film sets where he had apparently forced the production to check in with him, saying that if they didn't, he would be taking all of their equipment.
Movie production in the hood. That's how we do it, young man.
Top flight, baby. Yeah.
GB running this here movie set in the hood.
Come on out here.
Coming out here and checking in with GB, getting these movies done. You better know it. Sure. Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. We can make sure it's done. Movies, videos. But if you don't check it in,
Oh, well. Check your
we're gonna check you in, all right. We're gonna check in all of your equipment. We're gonna check in all of your equipment.
Big U was openly the gatekeeper for LA check-ins, warning out-of-towners in numerous clips that if you choose not to check in, you're not safe and you'll suffer the consequences, as well as saying that he too checks in when going to other cities.
When I go to Chicago, I respect Chicago wholeheartedly. I check in. When I go to Atlanta, I check in. When I go places, I check in. And I don't think nobody is safe. I know dudes right now from LA who are actual gang members who have been robbed for their jewelry, who real killers, like who really real killers. Like if he ever find out who did that, he gonna knock everybody down. You understand what I'm saying? You just caught slipping. You know, that's how it is. You know what I mean? And you try your best not to be slipping. And if you have the means not to, why do it? You know what I mean? And it's just about, sometimes it's about respecting, you know, yourself and then trying to get home. So, I mean, you know, I hear a lot of back and forth on that, but I mean, I don't know that it's a perfect answer other than me, myself, I check in.
But it appeared that Big U even had issues with podcasters like Gilly and Wallow of $1 Million Worth of Game.
Gilly and Wallow, they got a problem. I couldn't have Philly. Them the only two dudes I'm looking for. I got no problem with nobody else, no beef with nobody else but Gilly and Wallow right now.
Wack 100 and Loose Cannon would both tell academics that the Rolling 60s, on the orders of Big U, once stripped Gilly and his son and sold their jewelry for $100,000, with Wack 100 also revealing that Nipsey Hussle allegedly ended up giving Gilly $20,000 back because he felt bad for him.
Man, you better ask Gilly. Gilly
no?
No, Gilly got stripped down by the homies because of Big U.
Wait, Gilly?
Yeah, the homie Rose and them stripped.
We're talking about Gilly the Kid. We're talking about the guy with the podcast. We're talking about $1 million worth of game.
Yep. He got his son stripped down, and they stripped down Gilly.
What do you? And for what? Like what? What do you mean? Gilly never got robbed though.
Yeah, him and his son got stripped. They stripped him in the 60s. Big U lined them up. They stripped him, took all their jewelry. And did it, came on the stage and said he did it, and get mad at me like I did it. I ain't did it. I ain't do it. I went, man.
No,
what mad at me for?
Gilly official from Philly, man. Gilly not going like that.
Gilly wasn't had his hands up in the mother air with his two kids. A father that couldn't protect his two kids. That's what he is. I told that, look, bro, don't be popping at me because with another saying, nigga, that from Rondo 60 Crip for real. Everybody know that is. He telling you, Big, you lined your punk ass up. Now, if you got your ass robbed over there, you and your kids, he said Nipsey went over there and gave it $20,000 because he felt bad for him.
However, it seems that whatever may have happened, Gilly would repair the relationship with Big U, as they could later be seen acting very friendly with each other. But no one was safe from the Rolling 60s extortion racket. But it seemed that the biggest targets were grey market businesses that couldn't rely on the law to protect them, particularly unlicensed smoke shop dispensaries, with Big U and his henchmen allegedly running an extortion racket where they would charge protection money to a store and rob them if they didn't pay up. In some cases, robbing them and giving some of the proceeds back if they agreed to line up other robberies and to prove what they were capable of doing. Footage of one armed dispensary robbery allegedly carried out by Rollin 60s on a dispensary that happened to be owned by Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam would even circulate on Reddit, and this is where Loose Cannon enters the picture. According to some sources, Loose Cannon, real name Tremaine Ashley Williams, had a tough upbringing in South Central LA, losing his father to a death sentence in prison. Loose found himself deep in the politics of LA streets and prison yards, eventually turning to the music business as a producer, making beats for people around him like Nipsey and Draco the Ruler, before turning to rapping himself, collaborating with Nipsey Hussle during his come-up, and allegedly almost getting signed by none other than Dr. Dre, who according to Loose produced his song Bringin' California Back featuring Nipsey Hussle and YG. But in the end, Dr. Dre ended up signing Kendrick Lamar, as he considered him to be the safer choice, who didn't have as many potentially disruptive ties to the streets.
Some piece in it, man.
Yeah.
You had a record with him in 2013,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Bringing California Back, produced by Dr. Dre, with featuring YG.
Hold on, you said produced by Dre.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Like Andre Young.
Yeah.
Oh, worked with Dre?
Yeah.
How closely did you work with Dre on that? You just got the beat, or you were able to link with him?
When I went to jail, it was like he wanted to sign me or whatever. It was me, Nip, and Kendrick Lamar. So at the end of the day, he was like, y'all getting people killed, people getting killed out there. I don't want to be around with this gangbang. I learned my lesson from dealing with the last situation, and he chose Kendrick Lamar.
That makes sense.
However, in another early interview, Loose would also imply that he was in fact the producer of the song, making the melody of the beat with a church piano while being locked up.
So you basically wrote everything. Did you produce that track too, right?
Yeah, I produced it. I did everything.
So when you're in jail, how were you able to kind of make that beat?
They had church, right?
Oh, okay.
I used to go in the church, use the keyboards like that. That's how I did it. And it came out dope. So
no, for real. I remember that was the first song I actually heard, that you created and that you were in. I was like, hell yeah, this is dope as hell, because you had YG and Nipsey, and it was about, bringing Cali back, the hardcore, just kind of a party vibe with it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just when I do music, and people don't even understand the hook, me singing on it, rapping, I did so it's I do everything. I make it easier for other artists.
Perhaps the beat might have been a collaboration between Loose and Dre, although according to a poster that was posted by Loose himself, the producer is tagged as Buckwheat on the beat, but perhaps this version was a remake. But anyway, Loose has indeed allegedly racked up production credits and writing credits on projects with numerous major artists like Rihanna, Snoop Dogg, The Game, Nas, and 50 Cent. And he supposedly even worked as the opening act for Drake and 21 Savage during their It's All a Blur tour, although he's not included in the Wikipedia page about the tour for some reason. These discrepancies seem to raise some interesting questions about Loose's background or lack thereof. In fact, according to Loose's twin brother, Jermaine Williams, much of Loose Cannon's alleged music production credits are actually not true at all.
Even though he has a little bit of music on his platform, he's got the Draco song, he's got the Nipsey song. He has claimed all kind of music success with people that I know for a fact he doesn't even know. He don't know Nas. But the Loose Cannon that I know has worked with Nas for probably a decade. He doesn't know none of these other people that he's claimed to produce, that he's worked with. Have you heard some of his claims of his music success?
I could only go by what I did for him. He have songs with Game. He got songs with J-Rock. He got songs with Nip, YG. Songs that I produce. I can't speak on anything that he's produced. I mean, that I heard little clips. People send me little clips. He would have been too young to work with these folks when they was doing their music and they did hits and all that stuff. So if people wants to believe the that he says, so be it. All I could do is say what I did with him.
Moreover, LA YouTuber Street TV, together with guests like the rappers Munchie B and Spider Loke, have claimed that Loose has stolen his entire public persona from an older hip-hop industry insider that also has the name Loose Cannon.
Got me on this Loose Cannon, anti-Loose Cannon, anti-fake Loose Cannon campaign is because I have a personal friend that I've known since, I want to say 13 years old, 14 maybe, that goes by the name Loose Cannon. That's been in the music business since I've known him. That he's introduced me to some of the biggest rappers that I've ever met. I met them through the real Loose Cannon.
Because you guys, I believe this is the reason why Loose Coochie Lips Cannon chose Loose Cannon as a name to run with, because of the credits that were already attached to it and the lack of a apparent profile that was so obvious. Because if you from rolling anything, especially 60s, I don't care if it's 90s, 40s, 30s, anything, and you have a name that includes O's, to eliminate the O's is so contrary to what we do when we play with words and represent what we represent. He had to take that name for the purpose of receiving the exact same credit that your partner was getting.
The real Loose Cannon hit me up during the MySpace years.
That's what it was, MySpace.
And he asked me, who is this dude, Loose Cannon? He's supposed to be from 60s. And I remember we had I think he called Steve Lobel because he knew Steve Lobel was tapped into the 6-0s. And he said that, I think Steve Lobel told him that, oh, it ain't nobody. There's nothing to worry about.
My mama, dad, homies, daughters, lokes, loved ones, everything I love and live for, my sister and my sons. Just the same thing I did. It wasn't Steve, but I hollered at Big U. He called me back with the exact same report, bro. Back in 06, when I ran across this mother content of Loose Coochie Lips Cannon lying on me, claiming he had met me and disrespected me, and I had no idea he existed.
Oh, you don't say, cuz you not no crip.
Look how far he would go. That's why you guys know that was he been trying this since 06.
Normally I wouldn't care,
right?
But I grew up with the real Loose Cannon.
Right.
The real Loose Cannon is getting calls all the time about what this dude is doing, about claims that he's been with other celebrities that the real Loose Cannon never been with. So he's got to take these calls. Nah, I never did a song for 50 Cent. He has worked with Nas. He has worked with some major dudes. Right. This dude, the fake dude, is just putting it all out there.
Robbing dispensaries is one thing, but robbing song credits and your entire career history is just wild. But Loose's former partner, Jasmine Gigi Adams, also told Street TV that Loose has told many outlandish lies about himself, painting him as a possible pathological liar.
Tremaine, he kind of gets you into a place. I mean, it's real intense when he first meets you. It's, I mean, as you guys can all see, I'm sure from the interviews that everybody has seen, the lies are outlandish, and he's very good at when he's outed for the lies, he'll come up with an even bigger lie, and then he's got little minions around him to support the lies, and then next thing you don't know what to believe, even though you have the proof in front of your face.
Okay, all right. How about Nas?
No, Nas is cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
what was it like when you were working with him?
It was just like, cause it was gifted a whole nother level. So it was like a different vibe. It was like out of here. It's like a different atmosphere.
What did you do with him?
Produce for him.
Oh, what did you produce?
The song with him and what's that factory? I produced so many records, I'll be forgetting the damn names.
But I think that was kind of the reason why I stayed, because the fake Tremaine didn't have, it's not like he had tons of money or anything when I met him. So I think it was more so about myself. It was just me.
When you look back at it, was there anything about him that you actually liked?
He was very persistent. He was very persistent. He was showered you right away with just like flowers, very persistent, and taking you out, kind of just treating you like like a lady. He never pressured you for sex or anything like that. He was just very persistent, kind of came off as a gentleman. And then of course he's telling you these lavish stories. I own Subways, I own GameStops, I have my life together type thing and stuff like that. And I had my own businesses too. So it was kind of like he makes you feel like you've met your match.
But whatever the case, Loose Cannon would eventually find himself in the podcast world, appearing frequently on LA's leading rap culture podcast, No Jumper, arguably becoming a loose link when it came to the secretive code of the streets. But before Loose had fully transitioned to a more sanitized media presence, he was allegedly towing the line for Big U in the streets, specifically condoning conducting robberies of dispensaries that were being shaken down. According to the criminal complaint, on July the 5th, 2021, a robbery went down at an unlicensed dispensary that had been paying up to $25,000 a month to the Big U enterprise, but they ultimately got tired of being extorted and decided to stop paying up. On that day, 11 thugs were sent to the store, including Loose Cannon personally, with them running into the dispensary with guns and masks, robbing the store of cash, stock, and even sticking up the customers. Apparently during the robbery, one of the masked men put the store owner on the phone with Big U, who invited the victim to his home, and when he arrived there, he found Big U and the robbers with the proceeds of the robbery, telling the victim that he just robbed himself, giving him back some of the stolen things and demanding $10,000 so it doesn't happen again. Now, this is a crazy extortion method as it is, but to make matters even more crazy, years later, after falling out with Big U whilst on the No Jumper podcast, Loose Cannon would discuss this incident openly, saying how he found it strange how Big U would send them out on robberies and then the victims would later turn up to take their things back.
So basically it's like, cause he'll be like, he'll manipulate things, like we'll go and do something, and as soon as we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to, counting everything, right? And we be like, how do they get that? Oh, well, we're gonna just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that. But cause it's actually putting us in paperwork, right?
Luce also claimed that Big U had supplied guns to the homies, but noted down the serial numbers for these guns as collateral.
Seen it get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like that, and I didn't catch on. So it was like I'm waking up now. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm his right hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when it came down to like dirt and stuff like that, I'm gonna get it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Ultimately, it would seem that Loose Cannon's fallout with Big U was a big contributor to his downfall, as Loose would go on podcasts and lives on his own social media and speak openly about illegal things that he had done under Big U's leadership. Another crazy situation that emerged in the criminal complaint and on a podcast was an apparent run-in with the rapper Meek Mill, where Loose and other 6'0s had allegedly grabbed hold of Meek at a venue and threatened to kill him unless Rick Ross, Meek Mill's label boss, gave them $50,000, which was apparently paid up.
I heard Wack on the interview talking about what I did to Meek Mills.
Wait, you did something to Meek Mill?
Oh, Lord.
It said y'all was trying to kidnap him. No, that's cap. There was a Big U portion of it.
Yeah. So basically, Meek Mills was talking real reckless on Twitter and stuff like that. So
talking reckless.
Doing
it now.
Yeah, so we caught him at the club where he was performing at. As soon as he walked in or whatever, all the security that was with him, they spent around. Grab Cubs. Get on the phone with Ross.
Honey, all right, that's enough now. We're not going to tell all the details.
No, we got to hear this one.
I said, get on the phone with Ross.
Now, this one will go high. What?
Get on the phone with Ross. Neighborhood Crip. So he got on the phone with Ross. I took on the phone with Ross.
Wait.
Because we needed that bag. Cubs was.
Oh, he owed y'all money?
No, he didn't owe no money. He took the money.
Oh, this was extortion? Oh,
not extortion.
Ken, all right.
See, yeah, we don't want
to. See, I'm going to have to probably bail him out after this
we
interview.
Don't want to.
No. We would just say Meek Mill stench on him. It's fine. Meek ain't going to tell.
Look, we don't want to get the extortion part. It was just a business transaction.
How much I charge him?
50. That's it.
50,000?
Yeah.
I hear Rose. Hey, look, I got this. You got this artist you pumping. You don't want this to get out. We need 50. He brought 52, Crenshaw, and 48. He brought that money. He brought it fast. And when he brought it, I hit Big Useless and said, we on our way. Gave Meek Mills his stuff back and left.
Now, for the record, Meek Mill later denied this, and if one thing's clear, Loose Cannon is certainly somebody that will happily lie for clout. But Loose was seemingly so fresh out the streets, he didn't seem to realize that he shouldn't have been talking so openly about these crimes on podcasts. Combine this with the comments that he made about Nipsey Hussle's death and the subsequent cease and desist Big U sent to No Jumper, it was then emerging that Big U had a serious problem on his hands, as the inner workings of his street empire were now being aired out on podcasts for the whole world to hear. Apparently, as a result of a fallout between the two, Loose Cannon was now openly disrespecting Big U any opportunity that he had. But this wasn't just a spontaneous switching of sides. In actual fact, it seemed that Big U's downfall was orchestrated by one man, a former friend turned mortal enemy named Wack 100, who after befriending Big U's former enforcer Loose Cannon would discover a shocking revelation that Big U might have been involved in a sloppy murder in Las Vegas, with Wack ultimately conspiring to drip feed the information to the public and Big U himself in order to accelerate the downfall of his former friend turned enemy. But Wack 100 couldn't take all the credit, as the reality is the downfall of Big U was seemingly his own doing, as the 2025 criminal complaint would reveal just how dark and badly executed this alleged murder was. But despite this, it would be 4 years before anyone would learn the details, and by then it would be far too late for Big U to escape these serious charges. The extortion empire of the Big U enterprise was apparently just the tip of the iceberg when it came to the crimes committed by the alleged leader of the Rollin 60s. The 2025 criminal complaint would shockingly allege that Big U kidnapped and murdered a victim named as RW in response to disrespect from that individual, but the truth of that story is much darker than anyone could have possibly imagined. The young man in question was named Rayan Williams, a young football player who had personally been coached by Big U and was a close friend of his son, who went on to play for the LA Chargers in the NFL. Highlights of Rayan playing had circulated online when he was still a teen. Previously touted as a talented player to watch, his career was slowed by a knee injury that had him off the field for a whole season. He was apparently being courted by UCLA until his injury, and by 2018, he would officially no longer be on the team. Big U had reportedly not only coached Rayan in football growing up, but Rayan actually lived with Big U and his family for a brief period during high school, with Big U actually kicking him out after he stole a chain from his son and wore it to school. But despite the apparent brief fallout, Big U was allegedly still playing a supportive role in Rayan's life as he tried to find another career path following his football injury, and it would seem that he decided to give music a try. Rapping under the name Young Judah from May 2020, he would tease his upcoming musical debut in the form of an EP called Golden Dreams, which dropped in June 2020. Clearly an aspirational title, Rayan had high hopes for his rap career, continuing to tease his project as months went by. Unfortunately, his music wasn't really hitting. He would post snippets of songs that he had made on his IG, and things weren't exactly industry ready. In one song, he called himself Ray Hustle, an ironic reference to Big U's other murdered protege, Nipsey Hussle. As time went on, Rayan would post more snippets, and he seemed to be improving as a rapper song by song, even turning on the auto-tune and having a crack at making more emotional pain music. Despite not having success off music yet, Rayan was already living the high life, posting pictures of himself chilling in luxury properties. Curiously, he would make one post with a caption saying that some people think that he's rude. Anyway, he continued to experiment, dropping more snippets of music that he'd been working on, and showing himself in Las Vegas on numerous trips throughout 2020. But apparently behind the scenes, there was some kind of disagreement between Rayan and Big U, who had been apparently trying to help him get his music career going. Big U was apparently bankrolling Rayan's trips to a studio in Las Vegas to record music, but he was seemingly using his time in the wrong kind of ways. According to the criminal complaint, on January the 20th, 2021, Rayan allegedly recorded a diss song where he seemed to suggest that someone would get shot in the face over money, with feds making the suggestion that he was actually dissing Big U. It being believed that there was a dispute over Rayan wasting Big U's studio time and not making the most of the time that he had been gifted, with reports from another person involved in organizing the studio sessions that Rayan had been skipping out and having too much fun during a week where he was supposed to be making a song a day. The day after the alleged diss song, Rayan releases a different song as a snippet to his Instagram where he indeed seems to be dissing someone, rapping about how he doesn't need to hate someone he's disagreeing with, but he wishes them the best, and dismissing any criticism that they've made, saying how he doesn't hear it and they should say it with their chest, ending with a sly lyric saying that he's supporting his friends by buying all their merch, and dissing someone for being a snitch and saying how they would get killed for that. It's unclear if any of these lyrics were indeed intended as a sneak diss towards Big U, as he wasn't mentioned specifically. However, the Instagram post that included this song, eerily, was the only one on his page that Big U had liked publicly. It's highly possible that he perceived this as disrespect and was letting Rayan know that he had his eye on him. According to the criminal complaint, it's alleged that 2 days later, on January the 21st, interestingly, this being Big U's daughter's birthday, Big U and Vay, aka Robinson, drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, arriving at the studio unexpectedly, causing the studio security to be confused and ask a lot of questions. According to the later full indictment, Big U had gone there to confront Rayan about his lack of production during the allotted studio time, then later going to Rayan's Airbnb at 2 a.m. to ask him why he hadn't been at the studio the previous day and calling him out for disrespecting the Big U enterprise. The next day, on January the 24th, and into the night of the 25th, Big U was at a recording studio with Rayan and somebody else known only as Witness 2. Big U arrived at the studio around 7:04 p.m., with Rayan arriving an hour or two later, recording a song from 11 p.m. until midnight, but clearly, whatever Rayan recorded or said didn't quite cut it for Big U, and things were about to get dark. Then, at 12:37 a.m., Big U left the studio, apparently driving Rayan back to his Airbnb. During this journey, at 12:58 a.m., Big U's phones were turned off. Interestingly, in a 2021 Drink Champs interview, Big U had mentioned how phone data makes it impossible to get away with crimes these days.
The unique thing is, because of the way we are right now, we'll never have these stories. Because the camera ain't gonna let it, the one on the street corner. The phone ain't gonna let it, the one that's telling everything. And it's just not, these stories will become what the mafia stories were.
But anyway, Perhaps some kind of conversation on that ride between Rayshawn and Big U took a bad turn, leading U to make a decision to do something extreme. By 1:13 a.m., Big U had pulled up to the spot where Rayshawn was staying, with Rayshawn spending 10 minutes gathering his belongings and returning to the car with a suitcase. Despite being scheduled to stay at the Airbnb another day, based on the details in the paperwork, Big U would drive with Rayshawn to a location on the I-15 highway. Allegedly, it was here that he would pull off the road, shooting Rayshawn dead and dragging his body into a remote spot off the highway into the desert of Las Vegas near a landfill, with the later indictment showing an image of the crime scene where the body had been found with multiple gunshot wounds to the head. Investigators did test drives to prove that the drive to the location where the body was found matched the amount of time that it would have taken from the car departing from Rayshawn's B&B and then from the murder location to where Big U's phone was turned back on and started reporting location data once again, which was around 2:15 a.m. Within an hour of turning his phone back on, Big U returned to the recording studio covered in sweat, telling those there he had just been to the gym. Interestingly, days later, Big U demanded the removal of all surveillance and recording equipment and evidence from the studio after he left, with detectives believing that the footage would have shown an altercation between Big U and Rayshawn that took place before the murder. In the early hours of the morning after the murder, according to the paperwork, Big U would leave Las Vegas for Los Angeles, with North Las Vegas Police Department agents discovering the body in the desert near the Apex landfill the following morning, with cops immediately theorizing that the murder had taken place right at the side of the I-15 roadway based on their discovery of blood and drag marks leading to where the body was found. A News 3 Las Vegas article would immediately report the news, telling the public how the police had received a call from a member of the public who found a body laying in a deserted area near Las Vegas and Clark Peterson Boulevard near the Apex. This is a barren and open desert space, which while deserted, doesn't seem like a place a body would be hard to miss out in the open in the daytime, but it's likely that Big U drove off this unmarked verge on the edge of the I-15 in the darkness of night, thinking that this would be a remote place to drag and leave the body, perhaps not realizing that this was right next to quite literally the largest and busiest landfill in the entire world, with Big U arriving back in Los Angeles an hour after the body was found in the Vegas desert. NLVPD would break the tragic news to Rayshawn's mother, who provided more backstory, telling them that Big U and Rayshawn were close and how he would usually call his mother weekly, but after the murder, the calls abruptly stopped, and Rayshawn's mother had apparently called Big U to confront him after the disappearance of her son, with Big U denying that he'd seen or heard from him. Big U even tried to cover his tracks by replying to an Instagram DM from Rayshawn the day after the murder, but nothing happened for 2 years, it would seem. And what's really fascinating is that Big U was right back to business after this alleged incident, arriving back to Los Angeles and beginning to promote his upcoming documentary, Hip Hop Uncovered, due to be released in a matter of weeks on FX. Meanwhile, the Crenshaw High football Instagram page would announce the death of their former wide receiver, Rayan Williams. His teammates would pay tribute to him in their Twitters, but curiously, Big U didn't once acknowledge the death of this young man who had been so close to him and his family for years. Weirdly, Big U never acknowledged this death of someone so close to him, but when Gilly's son Cheese was killed, he made a heartfelt post on the Unique Music account pleading, "Why are we losing our sons to the streets?" But then again, this could have been trolling, as Big U in the 60s were rumored to have robbed Gilly and his son years earlier, and U would post other tributes to other deceased youngsters that his friends had lost, but curiously, nothing about Rayshawn. But as the days went on, Big U would continue to promote his upcoming FX documentary. He was enjoying his newfound fame, posting a clip of himself getting lint rolled by the wardrobe department, showing the world that he was now a superstar 60.
You did it before. Go ahead. I'm a hug you. They're about to put a Sephora in the 60s.
Over here. Get over here.
On February the 8th, he would post a cryptic message saying that nobody cares about the truth when the lie is more entertaining. After this, Big U would take to Instagram again to celebrate a billboard for his show placed on Sunset Boulevard, even pulling up to the scene to make a video saying that people are saying that they should stay away from Big U.
Trick. What? They say stay away from Big U, cuz.
They lying, cause look, Big U got us on the billboard on Sunset.
Sunset.
He on Sunset.
You see that? All up in that mic. You see that motherfucker say,
Dang! Big U was laughing at his haters and seemingly sneaking a shot at Nipsey Hussle, saying that the marathon continues.
The motherfucking marathon continues, goddammit.
This was the opposite of laying low. Big U was soaking up the spotlight despite allegedly killing a close family friend less than a month before this. And the spotlight would shine brighter when eventually Hip Hop Uncovered would drop on February the 12th, 2021. Big U would tease part of the upcoming show, posting a clip where Wiz Khalifa described him as the Godfather and claiming that you can't do anything in rap without Big U being consulted.
If I was to describe Big U's role in rap, he would definitely be the Godfather. Can't do nothing without consulting him. He's the only guy who does move how he moves. He was involved with Nipsey. He had a relationship with Death Row.
People from certain neighborhoods' names would ring bells in his name.
was ringing a lot of bells.
U was at the top of the game within just weeks of this alleged murder, and now his story was being broadcast to millions of people on television. Hip Hop Uncovered would break down the life story of Big U in selective detail. It would include interesting tidbits, like a segment where he said that if he doesn't answer the phone, it can mean somebody dies.
People don't understand that sometimes if I don't answer the phone, it can be death for somebody else.
One of Big U's closest confidants and future co-defendant, Bearclaw, would even congratulate him on Instagram with a caption saying, "When you sit down and put your mind to it, anything is possible." But clearly behind the scenes, there was pressure on Big U. He would make a post at the start of March, seemingly angry about people coming to him with negative questions and saying that he wants people to keep him out of silly stuff, notably with the comments turned off. He'd post more cryptic statements to Instagram, like this one that says that he respects any man who can heal a heart that he didn't break and raise a child that he didn't make. Perhaps a coded admission of failure, alluding to efforts to help Rayshawn with his football coaching and a rap career that ultimately he didn't have the patience to complete. The later criminal complaint would recount a recorded conversation where Big U allegedly seemed to allude to killing a kid who disrespected him and calling out people who thought he was retired. Ultimately, Big U might have just made the biggest mistake of his life, but it would be years before people truly found out all the sordid details of this deadly case. And in those years, not only did more extortion and pressing take place, but the chaos of LA streets would find its way to the podcast world, culminating in a dramatic downfall as several high-profile social media figures slowly pieced together the details of this murder and aired it out on podcasts for the whole world to hear, until finally the Fed stepped in and brought things to an explosive end. Criminal gangs have historically abided by the principle of omerta, a code of silence. But that was a long time before things like drill music or podcasts became a thing. Nowadays, besides drill rappers like King Von and Lil Durk, who use real-life crimes in their music as an important part of building their brands, there's a whole lineup of podcasts focused on hip-hop culture that blur the lines between entertainment and real gang politics. The likes of DJ Vlad interviewing the most infamous rappers, athletes, gangsters, mobsters, and mafiosos, and most importantly, the No Jumper podcast, which made stars of gang-affiliated larger-than-life personalities like Crip Mac and 4Extra. One of the most infamous hosts of No Jumper in recent years is Rollin' 60s member Bricc. His crazy stories from the streets of LA all the way to Atlanta, where he tapped in with some of the most famous rappers and trappers in America, made him one of LA's most beloved podcasters. Bricc had a years-long come-up as a podcaster on No Jumper, while also juggling his rap career and dropping numerous songs and music videos, some of which I made cameos in, having become friendly with Bricc during appearances on the No Jumper podcast myself. But according to the criminal complaint, before Bricc went all in on podcasting, he was still connected to street activity. The criminal complaint would paint a picture of Bricc still ripping and running in the streets of LA and paying percentages of robberies he was involved in directly to Big U. However, this wasn't the only suspicious street activity that would come back to haunt Bricc during his podcast arc. He was also connected to the ambush on rapper Quando Rondo in August of 2022. Quando, who had $1 million bounty on his head after Chicago drill rapper King Von was shot dead in a fight with Quando's entourage, would visit Los Angeles and be ambushed by masked shooters who had flown all the way from Chicago to kill Quando on behalf of Lil Durk, allegedly. But things went wrong, and they ended up killing his cousin Lil Pab, real name Savia Robinson, by mistake. But to make matters much worse and more complicated, Bricc and Big U's names were brought up into the mix immediately. Quando's tragic situation was allegedly the culmination of a multi-year back and forth with Big U himself, as Quando Rondo also reps the Rollin' 60s Crips, but is part of a set that branched off in his native city of Savannah, Georgia. This means that he's not a direct member of LA's Rollin' 60s Crips, but there's a connection, and as a result, he seemed to have a relationship with Big U and always looked up to him. As mentioned, besides Big U allegedly using his charity as an extortion vehicle, he would more famously be a big proponent of the idea of checking in. Interestingly, Quando had numerous interactions with Big U in the lead up to this tragic incident that took his cousin's life. Big U has claimed on The Breakfast Club that Quando actually reached out to him for protection and suggested that despite claiming Rollin' 60s, Quando had never showed him love until he begun having problems with Lil Durk after King Von's death.
Like Quando Rondo, I just showed envy. Like, you can't call me now. You can't call me when the fire hot. You didn't f me before that. You know what I mean? You had my number, you could have called me, you could have did all that.
This elicited a response from Quando, who denied ever calling Big U for protection, instead saying that he was only asking how he could give back to his community.
Once called nobody, no on planet Earth for no protection. Because I don't fear no man. Why would I wait to get us? Anybody that I ever called, I call on some like, how can I help? How can I do this? How can I do that? I never called no person on planet Earth for protection.
Big U would address Quando and hint towards extortion, repeatedly saying that unless there's a donation for his organization, he's not interested.
Yeah. So I'm addressing this little thing with young nephew with Quando.
First of all, I never talked to Quando. You know, it ain't nothing but love with Quando. Nephew reaching out to do something for the kids, definitely do that. Because I never talked to him. He just asked me if somebody reached out. I just feel like I know Cuz and I've been knowing him. And I never heard from him after we had a conversation maybe a year and a half ago. No, maybe 2 years ago. And then, so when he called me, I'm only on positive vibes. I'm going to pull up on Cuz or he can pull up on me.
A month later, Big U would appear on No Jumper in an interview where he seemingly apologized to Quando and indicated that there had been a miscommunication.
These beefs just sort of spiral out of control, whereas it might have been more isolated.
I can't understand it because somebody got to be a man at some point and say they was wrong. Like as far as Quando Rondo. I was wrong for saying it, but he was wrong for not reaching to his homeboy. And then on the same line that I reached out to you, you reached back out to me on it. You know what I'm saying? But I apologize to my homeboy. You know what I'm saying?
It seemed that within a month of this back and forth, dues had been paid, and Quando would appear as the first guest on Big U's ominously titled Checking In podcast. Big U would start the podcast off by welcoming Quando to LA.
Checking in with my young fella, Quando. Yeah, man. What's up, young fella? Is you in California, huh?
You did.
You see? You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm glad to have you, man.
They would seemingly patch over their past feud by exchanging mutual apologies, with Big U elaborating that his nephew had vouched for Quando, who had told Big U that he did Quando wrong.
When I told him, as a man, my little homie called me, and he told me, Unc, you was wrong. But I'm going to say I was wrong, too, because you said I was wrong. You know what I mean? And as a man, like I told them, I know when I'm going to apologize, because I'm supposed to be a bigger person. You know what I mean?
Big U would also specify that he had never asked for any money from Quando for checking in, explaining that their dispute was purely over a misunderstanding.
Every city I go to, I check in with somebody, bro. And that's what it's about. Because people think that I'm a bully and I cancel money, I get money. I ain't never asked you for not one dime. Not one dime.
Big U would also explain the process of checking in with the Rolling 60s, explaining exactly what a rapper coming to LA should expect.
Because you might check in with me. I'm going to tell you what clubs to go to and what clubs not to go to. I'm going to tell you where the bad is, and I'm going to tell you where the is. I'm going to tell you who got the good, how to get the sack. You got dudes come out all the time, buy a sack, and getting robbed. They ain't dealing with the right people.
What now seems rather ironic, Quando would immediately join in on praising the process of checking in, saying how people have completely misunderstood what it means.
Hopefully this interview opened everybody's eyes on the check-in part. Like, that's not on nothing negative.
However, a year later, Quando Rondo would visit LA again, where according to the OTF indictment, Chicago rapper Lil Durk and his team got word from an unnamed source in LA, known in the indictment as co-conspirator number 4, that Quando was indeed staying in the city. They would get his location and follow him around, eventually ambushing him at a gas station where his cousin Lil Pab was killed. Now, interestingly, speculation circulated that the Rolling 60s were the ones who tipped off the Chicago hit squad to Quando's location, with a particular accusation that Bricc Baby was the one responsible, due to him apparently being the Rolling 60s member with the closest ties to Lil Durk. Bricc would also openly claim to not like Quando in an August 2021 No Jumper interview, calling him out for claiming Rolling 60s and trying to get Big U and the LA Crips to try and squash his beef with Lil Durk and the Black Disciples, saying that he needs to check in every time he comes to LA.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And then you claiming it, you ain't providing for this. Come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like Quando Rondo.
You're not fucking.
Boy, stop.
What is it?
Boy,
Explain.
stop it. Don't come to the 60s and want to provide now that brought them on your ass. You get what I'm saying? Like we ain't doing that.
Yeah.
At all. We not doing none of that.
Well, that's gotta be weird for you because you've Dirk so much.
It ain't weird for me.
Yeah.
It ain't weird for me at all. Just said, you know what I'm saying? You're not from Rolling 60s.
Oh, really?
You're not from LA Rolling 60s. You're not from Rolling 60s.
Right.
On the hood. We didn't make that call. But you didn't put that on the board like you finna make this play. On the hood. We didn't make that call.
But didn't Big U and him kind of squash shit at a certain point, I feel like?
You gotta come talk to the streets.
Big U's a little removed from a lot of it.
Nah, he is the streets. So you gotta come talk to the people who feet in the streets. You gotta come clear yourself on both angles.
Bricc would be seen in the studio with Lil Durk in the months before the shooting, and days after the murder of Lil Pab, Bricc Baby would post on social media telling Quando he's a fake Crip for not checking in with him and giving them money and guns.
From out of town, and you banging the hood from California, you're an imitation gangbanger if you do not check in. If you do not make sure your hood is funded, you don't make sure your hood got blicks, if you don't make sure your hood got sticks and the kids is eating over there, a couple
put you down with the Play family is straight. You're an imitation because a motherfucker don't deal with the same enemies we deal with in LA.
However, Bricc Baby would then bizarrely go on to do a series of interviews speaking on the situation directly. He would tell Cam Capone News that Quando was smart to try and squash the beef with Big U.
But it was a great move for him, like to go check in with the big dog, because that's our big dog. So you trying to get him to soften up the people that's around your age and, you know what I'm saying, still outside. He's still outside too, but you get what I'm saying, to soften it up for us.
Around a month after the shooting, Bricc Baby would be seen on social media flexing bundles of cash and releasing a new song with OTF artist C3, a track called Bricklato, a track which heard C3 rapping that people claiming 60s will see the real 60s getting at them and that someone is dropping their location so the ops can pull up. This was followed with songs like the April 2023 banger Not Enough, where Bricc raps how his gang received over $1 million for their last body. Million, of course, being the exact number that Lil Durk had allegedly put on Quando's head. However, for the record, no real proof has ever surfaced definitively showing that Bricc had any part in what happened to Quando, and I was quite convinced that Bricc was simply making the most of this unsubstantiated rumor just to promote his rap career. But as time went on, more hints would be dropped about the 60s being involved in the incident. Particularly telling was Quando denouncing his role in 60s neighborhood Crip membership in an online post where Quando says that he's no longer part of the gang and that he's laying his blue bandana down, specifically mentioning how it makes no sense for him to be part of the Rollin 60 neighborhood Crips since they mess with his opposition, essentially inferring that someone from the LA Rollin 60s had set him up to get shot out in LA on behalf of Lil Durk, with Quando saying that it doesn't take rocket science to see what's going on, and ending the message by saying that he's now just going to focus on his family and loved ones. Big U's nephew, Tiny Draws, reacted to Quando's post, pointing out that this essentially happened to Quando because he failed to show respect to the Rollin 60s in LA, pointing out that Quando refused to check in, so they didn't check out and look out for him, as well as saying that there's only one way out of the gang, seemingly alluding to Quando getting killed, and saying that if he had shown the 60s love like he shows love to people like NBA Youngboy, then maybe things might have been different, claiming that Quando was disloyal and that the streets don't play fair. After the LA assassination attempt on Quando that claimed his cousin's life, Big U appeared on social media, seemingly taking a dig at Quando by saying that if he took a loss, he wouldn't leave his gang behind, and there would be no crying from him.
Imagine all the dudes, and when the storm came, they folded their tent, they went inside, or they shut down. No, they ain't what no real dude. When it get hard for me, I get quiet, I get still, because I need to hear all the doors is open. I said I welcome the challenge. When it get hard, I welcome it. I look for it.
Later on, Big U appeared in a video seemingly celebrating a deal with FX relating to that 2021 show Hip Hop Uncovered, telling the audience that he's celebrating while smoking a cigar to the camera.
It's really just a celebration. I don't drink. I got this as a gift from a production company for the success we had with Hip Hop Uncovered. Just thought I'd kick it with y'all and chop it up. I don't smoke, but I do get to celebrate. Good things do happen to good people.
Big U would continue to smoke, telling viewers that he's been finishing projects for years and having a celebratory smoke for a reason that he can't tell people about, as well as congratulating young men who have completed projects with him, leading to speculation that he was speaking with a double meaning.
I heard somebody said the problem with Big U is he don't complete nothing. I've been completing these projects for years. It's all smoke. But this here, I'm just going to throw this up on the story. It's just a little celebration and only we know what it's about. Congratulations to the successful things I have done with these young men and young women alike too. It's just a celebration. Y'all will probably ask what, but I ain't going to say it.
But it was Bricc Baby that would have people really concerned when he would outright say in a No Jumper interview with POETIK FLAKKO that people can no longer tell Lil Durk that he has to slide for Von because of the murder of Quando's cousin, Lil Pab.
He did something, bro, slide for him. Oh, you a bitch. Oh, yeah.
Slide for Von, right? Yeah.
They say you can't say that no more.
Why? Oh, yeah, because of... Wait, no. Like,
They
who died?
say you can't say that no more.
Oh, because of FBG Cash? Or who?
Nah, because Lil Pab.
Oh!
Bricc would go on to say that Quando has to lay in the bed that he made by not showing love to the Rollin 60s in LA.
You should have been
You should have been doing the right thing from off the rip. That's what they say. The bed, you gonna lay in the bed that you make.
He would also note that Quando was done for beefing with Dirk, who has $20 to $30 million to his name.
That just signed the deal for like 20, 30 million, Dirk, right?
Yes.
Who the f want to beef with Cub for you? Too much money, man. You get
Too
what
much.
I'm saying? Like, listen, man.
Don't beef with rich people.
Don't beef with rich people, man. Unless you're gonna slide, and you don't need to say nothing out loud. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, point blank, period. Gonna put that bag of thing on your head.
These bold comments caused a shock on Twitter from other apparent Rollin' 60s members, and Bricc Baby would later deny that his comments were self-snitching, reaffirming that he had nothing to do with the shooting and was just parroting what was already being said on the internet.
Like I said, I already knew I was out of town when it happened. The police, first of all, Traveler Ross and all these other detectives, and I'm not shout out Traveler Ross though, because he ain't doing nothing but just making this content. You know what I'm saying? If you were that in public to get caught doing a murder to where he can put it together without being a police, kind of. I put in this song with me and C3 that was going to get released a month before it happened, and it say some like it was some viral like the video went kind of crazy. I think he said something, we had a real 60s get at you or something like that, but we recorded this damn near 6-7 months before this anyway. So but it was somebody OTF, and then Dirk was in the video. I was flashing money and all that. Name one person that's gonna give. Where's the million at?
The rumor was that there was $1 million on Quando Rondo's head, and that as a result, that there's a lyric that Bricc has on another song where he says,
"We charge a quarter for a pack of 100's not enough," and I said the last start the pack.
We got $1 million plus.
Yeah, because on the internet they were saying that I took 100,000 from Dirk and I signed the OTF and I had to do a hit for it. You get what I'm saying? I'm like, man, we charge a quarter for a pack. Like you can't pay me 200,000 to kill nobody. Like I'm charging $1 million plus. You know how much it costs for to get out of jail after a murder? I'm really popping it.
Ultimately, despite the bombshell indictment of Lil Durk and a handful of other alleged co-conspirators for murder for hire in October 2024, it still appears that Bricc was not officially involved, and he's not been formally charged in relation to this incident. But this was a major incidence of street activity surfacing on a podcast for all to see, and the eventual criminal complaint against Big U would indeed reference what happened to Quando directly, with a wiretapped conversation observing Big U saying what happened to Quando was a direct result of not checking in. So all of this was going on behind the scenes, but at the same time, the likes of Bricc Baby and Loose Cannon were jumping in podcast studios, letting small details slip. However, if there was one person who was truly a danger to Big U with a microphone in front of him, it would be Wack 100. Another infamous gang-related figure in LA politics, Big U always had a strange relationship with Wack 100, who was arguably the red bandana-rocking Pyru counterpart to Big U's blue rag-rocking Crip persona. Both OG status LA street legends with a formidable reputation in the streets and the industry, Wack 100 and Big U have had some disagreements in the past, like in 2019, when a leaked audio would have Wack implying that Eric Holder did what he was supposed to do as a gangster.
It's a harsh reality, but we stepping out of civilization into the jungle of gangbanging. Because the alleged gunman, right? When it comes to the rules of engagement of gangbanging, he did what he was supposed to do when another gangbanger calls you or a snitch. You're supposed to handle your business. And can't nobody say that's wrong.
Given what Nipsey was reportedly accusing him of, this would cause some controversy in the media, as many would see Wack to be defending Holder's actions and excusing Nipsey's murder. Big U would then seemingly have a conversation with Wack 100 behind the scenes, after which Wack would post what appeared to be an apology on his social media. Not long after, Wack and his artist Blueface would appear on the No Jumper podcast, where Wack would provide more context to his earlier comments.
He puts it out there like I said some horrible, crazy, right?
Right.
But he's playing the subscriber follow game. You notice he's been saying, come subscribe, and I'm gonna let it out. It's been like 2-3 weeks of subscribe, and he's gonna let it out. So what I did was call Reggie Rice platform, and just everything I said to Reggie.
Right.
So now what you gonna put out? Listen, I'm not a gang banger anymore. I've been gang banged in like over 20 years, meaning I haven't woke up and hated the Crip or seen a dude in blue and wanted to do something to him because I thought he was a Crip.
Really?
Right? That's gang banging, right? So I'm from where I'm from. That's going to always be that, right? So I understand gang culture. Gang culture is different from the religious culture, which is different from, the Jewish culture. Every culture is different. And in that jungle, the rules change. Now, are the rules irrational? Damn right. Are they right? Probably not. But these are the rules of this jungle. And it's been like that 50, 60 years, right? In this situation, you have a rapper and you have a dude that's a straight, authentic gang member. His whole life are these blocks. It's all he know. And in the culture of gang banging, when you call a motherfucker a snitch, when you call somebody these things in this jungle, it's no different than you being a football player and going on the field without your helmet on. You're gonna get hit.
However, also giving Big U props for starting Nipsey's career. He would also say that the love that Nipsey was getting after his death was fake, and that Nipsey wasn't getting praise like that or being called a legend while he was still alive, and that he objectively was not a legend during his life based on the numbers.
If it wasn't for Big U, y'all wouldn't know the Nipsey Hussle of today. So what I'm saying is you got a man who died with 1 million followers and no radio hit and no platinum plaques. But because everybody started talking like it was a goddamn Popeye's chicken sandwich, everybody jumped on the bandwagon. And now he didn't win 10, 20 times platinum. The radio is spinning his song. Come on, bro. How long did they spin his song? All day, every hour. Nipsey had like 2, 3 songs I felt should have went. Last time I checked, like it was great records. Right? Bullets ain't got no name. Great records. Why and this rumor about him being independent, that's some bullshit. Like, look, it's idiots. If you scroll down to the iTunes, it says Atlantic Records. Right?
I'm gonna sit here.
So now he has a machine behind him. So where was all these fans like Blueface? He got platinum plaques. Oh, no. You know why he got platinum plaques? Because his fans followed him. They supported him. They streamed, they download, things of that nature. Nipsey's never been on a world tour. Why? He did not die an A-list artist. That's real. Y'all talking about he was a legend. If he was a legend, why y'all didn't treat him like that while he was here?
Adam would also ask Wack about his phone call with Big U, with Wack responding by lashing out against people who were attacking Big U after Nipsey's death with the conspiracies about him being involved, before giving Big U more praise about his role in Nipsey's career.
What was the phone call with Big U like after those headlines started popping up about that leaked audio?
Oh, we always talk about our white kids, what business ventures we doing next, and things of that nature. Like, we don't have that type of conversation about, they even attacked him. That was a weird, they last thing was Big U was honoring him at one of his events. So people make it look like Big U and Nipsey was enemies, all conspiracies and all this crazy.
Right.
And the world wouldn't know who Nipsey Hussle was in the magnitude that he was in if it wasn't for Big U.
Right.
During 2020, Wack and Big U would do several major podcasts together, and the two were seemingly on cordial terms. Unfortunately, the following year, there was seemingly starting to be some more serious disagreements, with Big U implying on his Checking In podcast how he was disagreeing with a lot of things that Wack had been doing lately.
Yeah, I just like to call this guy from Wack. You know what I mean? I disagree with a lot of things he's doing right now. When you get to the point where I can't reach out and talk to you and try to correct you, like, look, we're trying to go on this path, I got to remove myself. I don't mind being chastised. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I'm bigger than the program. And so what people don't understand is that sometimes people can get to that point.
Meanwhile, Loose Cannon, who was still at this point cool with Big U, would release a diss song to Wack in September 2021 titled Cookout, aka Wack, I Know You're Saying Talking, as well as dissing Wack and calling him a rat on his YouTube channel whilst walking around Wack's old stomping grounds in Pacoima and saying that Big U runs the West.
So it's like, Wack, it's like you do all this internet thugging and acting like you just so turned up, putting it on Paru this, Paru that. Nobody seen you do nothing. And beat up a kid that was don't fit in Miami. What's that? Stitches, like, bro, you did some bus rash and then you acting like you got clout, then you paid $2 to act like they KKK, but it was construction workers and you paid them $150. All that clout chasing don't equal up to real, bro. We on real time. Like, you talking about let's get down. You don't want to get down with the low nigga, and you could put that on Paru. I bet you on any dollar. You don't want to get down with the low. No, you staring death in his eyes. That's why you want to run with some cowards. Oh, let me call Big U. Let me do this. He don't with you. You's a. He don't with rats. He don't with rat lovers. He don't doing police.
As Luce would explain in a podcast at the time, his beef with Wack started from the producer Marley Marl allegedly scamming $50K from Luce that was meant to go towards getting a feature from the rapper Offset. This led to Luce allegedly beating Mally up and filming the confrontation. This would lead to Wack, who's Mally's friend, to have a problem with Luce, which would then escalate into a full-blown beef.
Yeah, so when I did that, Wack 100 was going around talking about, yeah, we don't with Luce Cannon. He did this to Marley Marl. Cuz can't go back to his hood and stuff like that. I'm like, you in Palmdale, Lancaster ass, like, come on, cuz, like, I'm in the hood every day. Like, bro, what you talking about?
In June 2022, Wack would appear on the Dub C and CJ Mack Show podcast, where CJ Mack would question Wack about all the enemies that he'd been making, with Wack responding that there's only one person who he wishes things could have been different with, and that's Big U.
It's probably only one person out of everything you've been seeing going on that I wish it could have been different.
Right. It's all good.
Right?
It's all good. Yeah.
And that's Big U.
Despite there clearly being some heavy tension between the two, Wack would show him a lot of love during the podcast, saying that he just can't see Big U as an enemy due to their past friendship.
Because I can't mentally see him as my enemy.
Right.
I don't think really in his heart, he ain't gonna let nothing happen to me. It's too deep. That's like, I couldn't face his wife or his children.
Yeah.
Right? Knowing I was played a part in anything that had anything, that's just not happening.
But Big U would respond back, saying that he's accepting no apologies from people calling him out.
I don't really address a lot of said on the internet, but I'm gonna tell y'all this, I'm gonna address this, and I'm gonna address this fast and quick. I heard about the little CJ Mack and Dub C interview with that guy. I don't accept no apology from no disrespect my name, disrespect my family, and call me on my name. I ain't cool with nothing. I ain't cool with that CJ Mack. I ain't cool with that Dub C. I ain't cool with none of that, man. And that's all I got to say on that.
Unfortunately for Wack, it seemed that behind the scenes things would reach a boiling point. On the 8th of July 2022, Wack's longtime artist The Game was performing at LA venue The Novo for the release of his Drillmatic album. At one point during the show, the crowd would go into a frenzy when Kanye walked out onto the stage, as Wack 100 could be seen to the side, ushering him onto the floor. Moments before, it seemed like a scuffle was taking place to the side of the stage where Wack and Kanye just emerged from, with some claiming that this was actually Wack being attacked by a group of Rollin' 60s, including Big U's nephew Tiny Draws. Once Kanye took to the stage, Wack would find refuge on that stage, standing in front of the crowd, where it wouldn't really be possible to continue the attack. Standing here, Wack would shake his head and whisper to another man on stage and gesture a finger to his head, seemingly indicating that there was some brain-dead activity going on. Wack, visibly sweating, seemed to gesture to someone next to him that he would be moving through the front of the stage when the performance ended. Wack would continue politicking to the person next to him and pointing around as if looking for the most effective exit route. He would scratch his chin and continue to look behind him where the issue seemed to have started. As Ye looked ready to leave the stage, Wack turned to clear his path, but in what seemed like an excruciating moment, the Game would then begin to give a heartfelt speech to Ye, stopping him in his tracks. Game would then perform his classic song Dreams that was produced by Kanye, while Wack would whisper something to Ye himself. All the while, Wack would continue to look at what was going on behind him. A drummer then seemed to give him advice on the best way to get out of there, while Wack continued to look over his shoulder. Then, Lil Wayne would take the stage as Wack remained to the side, seemingly leaning back to say something to somebody. Wack remained at the side, tucked away with Ye during Wayne's performance, looking back a lot, and eventually getting into a conversation with somebody up close. At one point, even Ye would start looking concerned, and it seemed to be at this point when they agreed to leave through the front of the stage, right through the crowd. At which point, Wack took Ye by the arm and led him behind the speaker, tucked away so nobody could see where they were going. Ready to step into the crowd, notably flanked by two members of his entourage, Wack would jump off the pretty high stage to get into the crowd floor and exit through this crowded area. Interestingly, someone wearing a blue cap would moments later step by and peer around the speaker to see if Wack was there. They were already gone. And seemingly after Wack had cleared the stage during Big U's Artist Corrupts performance, Tiny Draws and other Rollin' 60s would get onto the stage themselves, performing a victory crip walk. It seemed that Wack wasn't able to completely shake loose, however, as he would apparently be caught up within the parking lot by a group of Rollin' 60s members that included Big U himself and Tiny Draws. A confrontation would ensue, which one 60s member would seemingly film as Wack stepped out of his car with his family inside. This was posted by somebody who was there online with an incredibly self-incriminating caption saying Wack 100 as a mark, begging to lift that thing up, talking about my wife and kids are here, better act like it, Buster. Someone would also post a clip showing Wack standing at the door of his car with a caption saying The 60s is outside, dead homies. The 2025 criminal complaint would reveal that a day after the incident, Big U had actually recounted the incident in a tapped conversation, claiming to have been there personally, and claiming to have cornered Wack with 15 to 20 Rollin 60 members, whilst Wack was on his own, leading to a standoff where Wack pulled a gun and pleaded with him not to attack. The Rollin 60s members would then take to social media afterwards to brag about Big U's nephew, Tiny Draws, running Wack off the stage at the Novo and knocking him out.
Wack 100 got we not put on him. And talk this about this his town.
I'm just saying, cuz you talk about every set.
Hold on.
Every guy.
Hold on, y'all hear they verse.
Talk about every gang, every set. Got there, got shocked out, ran to the front and jumped off game stage. Slid out that ball. I'm officially a buster.
What's your version of it?
My version is, man, Tiny Draws put them bombs on that.
Hold on, we ain't doing no names now. We ain't doing no names.
He put them bombs, he got his mother head knuckled up. Hey.
Y'all hear that?
Hey, listen, he gonna remember the Novo. He don't remember nothing else in his life.
Hear that? He gonna remember what?
He gonna remember the Novo.
And remember who?
He gonna remember. Oh, he gonna remember not to be saying things that he know he ain't supposed to.
So you don't talk about us.
A day later, Wack responded saying that he wasn't beaten up and showing his face and head had no injuries, as well as hinting that the video didn't show everything that was going on in the scene, calling the situation a swing and a square off.
Knock it off, bro. Knock it off. Knock it off. Weird, bro. I don't mind you telling the truth, but stop lying. Cut the lies out. 20 that ain't nothing. Knock it off. Stop lying.
For the record, Wack later gave his own version of the incident, where he suggested that in fact, he had his own people, the same ones who'd left the stage with him, waiting in the sidelines, and going on to say that he'd been holding a gun so powerful that it made Big U and the 6-0s stop dead in their tracks and leave.
You might not want to admit this, you had your blower.
Okay.
You're begging him not to kill him.
Now stop right here.
Right?
Like Clubhouse.
If I got my blower and you 20 deep with hoodies and I'm by myself, right? No begging to plead, that's when you really do it, right? What do you think my mentality was? For a dude not to approach me and you come to get me, and I jump out my car talking, what kind of conversation you think I'm having to make a dude say don't nobody move?
I agree with you.
Now,
I feel like Bricc talk. I feel
third
like
dog out there.
You probably
Call
was on
third
that
now.
Soulja Boy.
I'm about to expose something nobody ever knew.
Oh.
So here it goes, right?
Ground
I'm
zero.
here.
That's
All of this is a parking lot, right? I'm here. They walk down. They walk right past my car. They didn't even see me. When I seen them get here, I jumped out. Y'all looking for me? Right? They stopped. They back was to me. Y'all, I had everything I had. I could have dealt with everything in front of me. Now, what they didn't know is I'm talking to my team. Big U and them is here. Now watch this. Look, watch this. Big U and them is here. I'm here out the car. Third, who was here, and here?
Taking notes?
Hold on. Third, who in that parking lot when I'm confronting these 20 Crips was 20 to 30 feet in every direction and they didn't know it? All my homies was behind them.
That's new information.
Listen.
That's new information, man.
So listen, check this out. So when I'm letting you know, there's no need to beg nothing. What did I tell that fool? My home, they still don't know to this day that all my homies was positioned 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock. They didn't even see him.
Despite Wack sharing his more explosive side of the story 3 years later, at the time, people were heavily clowning Wack as blogs would report that he was knocked down. Tiny Draws would later claim responsibility for the attack and claim that Wack was punched 3 times backstage and then ran onto the stage to avoid the 60s, as well as saying that they were aware that Wack had people with him in the parking lot and that none of them jumped out and did anything.
I'm talking about two total incidents. He ain't talking about the right.
Whatever happened in that garage, I don't know. Bro, that time when he went in the garage, it's like about 10 minutes prior to Cuz jumping on stage. That's the crazy part.
That guy said he was taking Kanye to the car, but ran to the car as damn self.
Man, no, that wasn't. That just walked from taking Kanye to the stage, and he was walking on stage, and he was walking up the stairs. Corrupt was going downstairs to go perform. We so happened to run across Cuz as he walking up. It's like how the stairs curve.
Yeah.
As soon as he walked up, the got dope fiend and then got hit again. And one of the little security that was with him pump fake like he had a blower and took off running. They ran all the way back to the stage, chased him down the hallway. They ran through their little security. Security was trying to stop us from getting on stage. He guarded them. Them was already hopping down on stage, going to their little exit, whatever their little plan was. Wherever they got out from down there on the bottom of that little stage area is exactly what I ran to. When it got to his car. The show wasn't even over. DJ Quick didn't even perform yet. Gang didn't even perform yet. He left like an hour or two before the show even over, and we stayed.
Yeah.
When he got to that parking garage, I can't tell you what happened. I wasn't there. But inside that, all that bullshit talking, it was 10 against 1, then 18 against 1, then 20 against 1. What incident is you talking about?
This would then lead to Tiny Draws jumping on Clubhouse with Wack to argue about the incident, with Tiny Draws arguably incriminating himself and threatening Wack and suggesting that Wack was lying since he wouldn't swear on his gang that the incident happened the way he said it did.
Put that on Pyro.
Who is you though, bro?
This is Tiny Draws, Cash.
Well, what are we talking about?
We talk about what happened when you walked up them stairs. Put that on Pyro.
What happened?
You didn't get smacked in your head and you didn't get socked in your face.
Touch me.
Bro, put that on Pyro.
Why you nigga? You want me to
put
send
that
a
on
picture?
Pyro?
Hey, you would know other.
Man, look, bro, put that on Pyro.
If you would know.
Man,
me.
look, I'm not, bro.
Your Uncle Bitch Wrong got drew down on.
You put everything on Pyro. Put that on Pyro. When you came up them stairs, smacked you in your head.
You
put that on Pyro.
My head. Where you
put that on Pyro. Put that on Pyro. You didn't run on that stage.
Sent the picture with my eye circle like it was my eye.
Bro,
so it wasn't my head or my eye. I put that on your raggedy ass mama.
Put that on Pyro, bro. That's all you gotta do.
Now, for the record, before Wack gets mad and tries to extort me, again, here's DJ Academics reacting to the whole situation at the time. Ack jokingly pointed out the seriousness of the Clubhouse conversation, adding that Wack seemed to be isolating himself similar to 6ix9ine, but isn't rolling with enough security.
Wack, the game had a concert. Yeah, I believe the big Pyro Wack guy hit, man. Do y'all believe it or not? I've always said this. First of all, I do look at Wack as somebody with tremendous respect. I've watched him over the last couple of months, though. It's been interesting. I believe that Wack has completely isolated himself away from a lot of people that we would also consider either powerful or have some type of presence on, whether it's the West Coast or, within the game. I ain't gonna lie to you. Some people have said that Wack is taking the 6ix9ine approach on some.
Ack would also add that Wack rarely gets confronted in person, but his comments about the Rollin 60s Crips and Nipsey has got him into a beef with people who are really about that life.
Only thing that's on the table to protect is the artist's interest. And here's the thing. It don't seem like the game got beef with some of these people that Wack got beef with. For example, the dude who's arguing with Wack is saying, yo, after we punched on you, we partied with the gang. They are involved with their own 60s. They seemingly feel away. I guess this Tiny Draws dude, because he said he put it on Neighborhood Grip. They feel a certain type of way about it.
Funnily enough, Bricc Baby would also react to this incident too, claiming to have actually personally been there as part of that group of 60s trying to rush Wack, and making fun of Wack for escaping through the crowd and getting caught in the parking lot.
And we were still with the cops. They had hungry. It was that deja vu game after that. 6-0. Shout out nigga, Magic, and Black. What you gonna do? Weird. You Karen. We had slapped the couch. Yeah, that message was clear. You got 6-0. You got pieced up. You jumped off the side of the stage. Everybody know the backstage of the Novo. You know how you got up off the stage without the fans seeing you. You jumped in between the speakers. 6-up. Stop playing. Came out the back door. Seen it. Thought you saw a ghost.
The beef would continue after this incident. In September, Big U would seemingly throw more shots at Wack.
We ain't cutting no grass. We ain't cutting no grass.
No, we ain't cutting no grass.
Night blood.
Know about that Thunderdog.
Somebody said they pull up. Oh.
Pull up?
No, it's a female.
Well, she can pull up too. She can come get a picture with the champ. Listen, man, I don't think y'all know this, bro. If anybody got anything to say about the big homie, cuz I'm on him. Like I told y'all before.
You better start acting like that.
Anybody got anything to say about the big homie, I'm on him.
You better start acting like that.
And then in October 2022, Wack would explain in an interview how his relationship with Big U had gone sour, saying that it had happened after Big U and Suge Knight had contacted Wack's label, suggesting that Big U should take over all of Wack's contracts, with Suge adding that Big U was the only person in LA that Wack was scared of.
Any situation that has something to do with me, whether I knew about it beforehand or not, he was also there for me. If that's what he needed to do. The fallout, once again, the two-headed snake, here comes Suge. Get a call from my label, P1. They said, man, we really want to tell you this, but Big U came down to see us. I'm not thinking nothing of it. He has already signed to him. So yeah, Suge on the phone. Oh, okay. Still not thinking nothing of it. Like, yeah, man, they were trying to convince me that I don't know how they thought this could work, even if I wanted to do it, to give your contracts to Big U, and she'll be saying something about, this is the only guy in Los Angeles that you're scared of. Those words never came out of Big U's mouth. I'm not going to put that. Came out of Suge's mouth. Oh, yeah? Well, what you tell him? So I told him, man, we've been doing business with this man. He's like family. I got to ask you to lead office. Great. So I'm kind of in the pickle. I don't know how to feel about it. So I said, all right. I waited a week. I wanted to see if Big U was going to call me and tell me this happened. Hey, man, I went down there. Suge had me go down there and said he was going to negotiate a deal. He started saying some crazy. I had no idea he was going to say this. This is what I'm hoping, right, to hear. After we got on here, nothing. So I called him. Tell a few of my comrades around me at the time, they know who they are. Well, everybody knows was real close at the time what happened. I even had that call too. When we addressed and got everybody on the phone. I'm like, yo, bro, you really went to my label? And, well, no, I didn't say it. Yeah, and about you said it, but you heard it being said in favor of you against me. Because nobody could have sent me to the office saying, yo, give Wack Big U's contracts. He's there. I'm hold, go. For one, I didn't tell you to do that. Two, I'm not here for that. Three, that can't happen.
Big U would once again respond to Wack's claims, saying that he was straight up lying and that he had never even been at Wack's label office.
It come down to like the Wack situation. Is everything cool with that, or that ain't nothing?
You know it ain't cool. Now I can speak on that. I mean, you would ask me that.
Okay.
I only got one thing to say.
Yeah.
This lane talks about. This is the most beautiful thing. People just lie, and it kills me is how y'all allow people, not you, the people out there allow somebody to continue to tell lies. Let me address this one. I addressed the other one about developing options. I'm gonna address this one. I'm gonna give you this one.
Okay.
One, I have never been to Alan Grunblatt's office about a deal. I just heard about this one too. For Wack 100 company, because you can't do that. If you know the music business, and I'm pretty sure you do, in the podcast business, nobody can go get nobody's contract. That's the most ridiculous I ever heard.
Wack had been active on the social media platform Clubhouse pretty much since the beginning, when it became a semi-viral hit during the early COVID pandemic. And eventually, the app became Wack's favorite social media to use, and he would build a real business around the platform, arguably becoming synonymous with it and the main face of Clubhouse. But Clubhouse has always had a limited reach due to its strategy of being more exclusive than other social medias, giving it a much more underground vibe where news would be breaking for the first time, rather than a viral platform like Instagram where news reaches the masses. However, in 2023, Wack would start a weekly podcast with Adam 22 on the No Jumper platform, giving him a much bigger reach and a perfect outlet to attack Big U.
Any truth to the rumor that you put an alleged leader or a higher up from the other side, is there any truth to the idea that you might have leaked their address or doxed them in some way?
Who address?
We'll edit this out. Big U?
I don't know his address offhand.
Okay. That's not true. Because somebody said that to me and I was like, wow, that seems over the line.
Well, you know, they holler my address.
Oh, so it is true.
No, I don't know the direct address.
Okay.
But they
just to cap this off, what would have to happen between Big U and you to make
Listen, me and
these
Big
issues
U
go
know
away?
how to deal with each other, bro.
Right.
I don't even want to mention the man's name, but his little homies keep coming on there in the name of him, dissing the set, dissing my neighborhood, mentioning my family. Who's important? Big U?
Big U's not.
How's he an important figure in hip hop? When? Where?
I mean, he's someone who's got
Key to Rock.
connection to like almost every rapper out of LA, right?
No, wait, let's correct that, bro. Like, y'all get that dude a little too much credit. A lot of those connections come from guys like Suge, guys like me, guys like a few of his homeboys over there, right? That put him with people. Let's be real. What has he done in hip hop?
Okay.
If my name was on paperwork with contracts with the police, with police cell phones, they would hang me out to dry. If one of my homeboys was told me that I snitched on him with an alias and went on record as saying they'd hang me out to dry. If a female said that Wack baited her down, locked the door, and beat her while she was pregnant, they would hang me out to dry. Now, does he get the popularity vote of the streets? Yes.
See, this is what I was just saying.
Yes.
And of course, Big U wasn't the only one who Wack was making some explosive claims about. He would also famously claim that there was a gay tape starring none other than Nipsey Hussle, as he would explain on a DJ Vlad interview.
But to be fair, then you started kind of going hard at Nipsey. You said that there's a gay tape and like that.
Yo, Vlad, one thing you better not never do is question what come out of my mouth. You worth a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
I got $5 million. You want to bet?
I know. I'm not going to bet you. I'm not going to bet you.
Let's break it down to me some punk million. I got $1 million.
Okay.
Do you want to bet?
I'm not going to bet you.
Vlad, no. Because you said, right, and it didn't come out of my mouth. Hassan Campbell recorded the conversation and released it.
That's where it came out.
It's only because of me that the damn tape still ain't came out today.
But then, during the Adam and Wack show, he would go further and say that Big U had wanted Wack to release the tape so that he could use it in a legal battle against Nipsey's estate, daring Big U to get out of line so that Wack can release proof of that.
Right, but guess who else seen him and wanted me to release him?
Who?
Big U.
Why?
Because Lord London wasn't cooperating with him, and he felt like he had some leeway with the baby mama that's starring in the videos.
Oh,
right?
Okay, so this is before her, right?
He can manage her. No, this is with her.
During his time with Lauren.
Yeah. So he can manage her, get her out the way, release that. Then in the flip side, he wanted me to turn around and go at the Nipsey Hussle estate and sue them for 30% of his contract. And he wanted me to make it look like I brought out his contract and now I'm going after his estate. I said, bro, check this out. I'm not releasing the tapes, right? I'm not doing that. Dude got kids. Me and Nip ain't had no problems. On Paru, we ain't had no problem. We used to talk on the phone, right? And you was just with this man every day in the studios and all this. Did you have this conversation about this 30% then? Don't wait till he die and then want to do that. That I want. It's all on my phone. I dare him to get out of line.
For the record, this tape has still never surfaced, and many people are still not convinced of its existence. Big U, on the other hand, was staying relatively quiet during this time, and at least on the surface, it seemed that he was doing good, and so was his family, with his son getting drafted into the NFL by the Los Angeles Chargers. But behind the scenes, things were about to go bad for Big U, because his trusted enforcer, Loose Cannon, had seemingly had a falling out with him, and coming into 2024, Loose Cannon's loose lips would begin to put Big U's dirt out there for the whole world to hear, as Loose would eventually begin rolling with Wack 100 and appearing with him on the No Jumper podcast. On the 21st of January 2024, No Jumper released an Adam and Wack show episode where Loose Cannon made numerous explosive claims about Big U, while himself engaging in some grade A self-snitching. Loose would reveal that part of the reason he stopped trusting Big U was because he noticed he was doing shady things, referring to the dispensary robbery mentioned in the indictment, saying that he found it weird that he was sent to do robbery missions and then would later be forced to give part of the proceeds back, as well as finding it suspicious that Big U would hand out guns to people and take note of the serial numbers. Most notably, Loose would claim that Big U called him, saying that Nipsey Nipsey got shot, but when Luce called Nipsey, he answered and was fine. But then 30 minutes later, he would get the call that Nipsey had indeed been shot and killed. Adam would then press Luce about the story, telling him to convince the audience that this call actually happened, with Luce and his girl saying that the call can be seen in their upcoming reality TV show.
Like, that Nipsey story that you just told is so explosive.
Yo.
Speak to them on why they should believe you, because I guarantee that's a huge percentage of the conversation that's happening right now. Is people saying, I don't know a ton about you to like verify it, so and I don't have a dog in this fight.
Listen, everybody that knows me, LA and the world and stuff like that, know I'm not gonna just sit there and lie. Plus, it's on my TV show. The first episode or whatever on February 14th, I'm gonna see the FaceTime call with me and Big U, and then
wait.
The next.
I'm gonna say too much, y'all. Y'all gonna have to tune in. Y'all gonna have to tune into the show.
The following day, Bricc Baby would be part of the No Jumper News show, and as a self-admitted Rollin' 60s member who seemingly was still fairly close with Big U, he would seemingly be mad at Luce for his wild stories about Big U, deciding to attack Luce Cannon back, accusing him of being the police, as well as questioning why Luce wouldn't mention to Nipsey that someone had just said he had been killed if the story really happened.
You act like you was coming to say that story to be for Nipsey, because you sat there and lied. You were supposed to be exposing Big U or whoever you was talking about as being a rat or informant and all that, but you told every crime that you ever did alleged around this dude, nigga, on a camera. You come in here trying to expose, trying to show internal. You're not from the set. You never got put on the set, nowhere around it, because and you talk about it gave you a drop on when Nipsey was about to get killed, and you didn't even mention it to Nipsey. What type of friend are you at this point, Shark?
But Bricc wouldn't end it there. He would also attack Luce on his own YouTube and Instagram accounts, calling him the goofy of the year who's mad and lying because he can't come back to the hood, and that he's never even met Luce before, and that he's not from Rollin' 60s.
Luce Cannon got the Goofy of the Year award this year. Like, all that lying because you can't come back to the section. Come on, man. All the homies said you was a goof troop. Can't come back around. And on 6 I just did my research. Boom. I never heard where you said when you see me, you go, man, I've never met you. On the dead homies, I ain't never met you. You the same just ran from my white boy in Vegas. At the Red Rock Casino. 6 trying to use names as passes and all that. Tell cuz on 6 cuz no bueno, cuz get right up out of there. You've never seen me, cuz 6 you don't know nothing about me, cuz on 6 you didn't grow up with us or nothing. Who is Big Luce Cannon? We gonna start there. Who is Big Luce Cannon? On 6 Let's get this clear right now, man. Luce Cannon is not from 60s. There's too many stories talk about the boy Luce Cannon from 60s. Luce Cannon is not from 60s. Never been put on. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Don't be late.
Sometime later, Luce would allegedly play the call that Big U had made to him only moments before Nipsey's death.
Of course. Listen, I'm about to play it to you right now on loudspeakers, because I had to plug in my speakers. Put up. You heard that, right? I'm gonna play it again.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm gonna play it louder. So, like, bro, let's up right now. Put up. You heard it, right?
Hey, you know what, brother? You ain't gonna rack my brain. You ain't gonna rack my brain on that, here, bro. You know. But if you saying if you got belief behind that, man, that's that's your push, bro.
Now, many people have suggested that that was simply a low-quality AI, but regardless of how flimsy Luce's claims were, Adam22 and No Jumper would receive a cease and desist letter from Big U demanding they remove the video material of Luce and Wack discussing his possible involvement in Nipsey's murder. The No Jumper crew would discuss it during one of their episodes, during which Bricc Baby would make fun of Luce's supposed recording, calling it out as a fake, after which Adam would make a prophetic prediction saying that he needs to see much more proof from Luce, but if Big U would end up getting arrested in like 6 months' time, that would certainly make Luce's statement seem a lot more credible. And as we know, Big U would indeed end up getting arrested, although this would happen almost exactly 1 year after Adam's prediction.
I feel like that episode was out for like 2 months, and I've been awaiting proof of what was said about the Big U thing. And I haven't really seen any proof. Now, maybe it just hasn't been brought to my attention. And for sure, Okay, fast forward.
Did you hear the AI?
No. What was that?
Go ahead. Let you finish the fast forward.
What was the AI?
So he made an AI of, he was on live with Eddie Boy. And he made like an AI. He like, I'm finna play you a clip.
You think Loose
like,
Cannon made it?
Yeah, it said,
Oh,
hey,
okay.
nephew, Nipsey dead. That's all it said.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah. And he like played this on Clubhouse or something?
He played it on live. It was Instagram Live or something.
What?
Yeah.
Listen, Loose Cannon, I'm not saying you're a liar or anything. I'm just saying I need to see further proof. Now, let's say fast forward 6 months. Big U gets arrested. This is hypothetically for these acts.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, that interview becomes completely fair game, and it's an important historical record. And like we all have to look at it and say, "Oh my God, Loose Cannon, I'm so sorry. We all misjudged you. You're a genius. You were telling the truth the whole time."
However, many continue to cast doubt on Loose's claim about the phone call, as he would never end up showing video proof of it in his reality show The Baddie and the Beast, as he promised. For example, Street TV would release a long video breaking down all the different reasons why he thought the calls between Big U and Loose and Nipsey never happened, with perhaps the most outlandish fact presented in the video being that Loose has also told another version of the story, where it was allegedly Nipsey who called Loose shortly before his murder, supposedly to tell him that he wanted Loose Cannon to take over and continue his musical legacy, because somehow he knew he was going to die. This story appearing so comically fake that it would seemingly even leave the interviewer almost speechless.
More into producing and stuff. And then when I figured out, like right before Nip died, he was like, you got a voice. You need to take over and finish what I'm doing. And I was like, what are you talking about, cuz?
Nip told you that?
Yeah, so it was like 30 minutes before he died.
Well, how did he tell you? Through a text or what happened?
No phone call. He called me.
Wow, why do you think Nip would have said something like that?
I don't know. I just figured that he knew he was gonna die.
So he called you and said you need to finish off where he left off?
Yeah, he was like, nobody's like you, cuz these jealous, they envious of you. I love what you're doing. I love you, little bro. And then 30 minutes later, he died.
There would also be a very aggressive but hilarious phone call between Loose and Bricc Baby, where Bricc Baby would pressure Loose to tell when he had his put on to the Rollin' 60s gang, clearly claiming that Loose was not a real member and once again lying about his credentials, before yelling that he has more bodies than Loose has squabbles or fights, cementing Brick's image as the proud founder of the Kill Squad, the menacing name for Brick's fanbase.
Adam, what's up?
Hey, Loose Cannon, I'm here live on the No Drama Show with Bricc Baby and Lush. Bricc Baby is requesting some information regarding your put on.
Hey, can you give us like at least 2 names from your put on and what block? I ain't never seen you at no meeting at Hyde Park, Horseman, or at 54th. When did you get put on?
Baby, when did
you get put on? I got put on in 2002. I got put out in 2002 on Eileen Street at Jailhouse. You know what's up. Yeah, dead homie. So when you get put on?
No, you haven't, bro. You been in
man, cuz Hillbilly was a part of my put on. Killer Dave was a part of my put on. Oh, the dead homies. My first name was Baby Wild Bill. On the dead homies, and Izzy turned East Coast. That was the third. I squabbled. Who did you squabble, gang? Come on, bro. I got more murders than you got squabbles in the hood. Dead homies.
But interestingly, in the lead up to the RICO arrest, a bizarre incident would take place where Bricc and Loose allegedly ran into each other at a Las Vegas Airbnb. But to everyone's surprise, despite them both claiming to be looking to catch each other slipping, there was no violence between them. Looking back, this is bizarre considering how much they publicly hated each other. This chance encounter in Las Vegas, where they did nothing but talk, didn't really make any sense. Yet. But soon, things would get even more strange, as Wack seemingly got word of the investigation into the 2021 Las Vegas murder of Rayan Williams, passing the information to people in his Clubhouse circle to investigate for a murder mystery show on his 100 side show.
This murder mystery was on Rayan Williams, a young artist with life, ambition, everything to that nature. He was found dead in the Apex Desert, which is a little northeast of Las Vegas. His body had a lot of gunshot wounds, one being in the head, and it was described as execution style. We know that he was last seen alive communicating with key figures such as Big U, and somewhere between these final texts and everything like that, this is where weird. We went over the physical evidence, such as the DNA under his nails, possible GSR, but you know, it never got tested. A missing phone. I mean, all of this raises so many questions. We even had suspects who emerged from this case, which whether they were friends, mentors, and even those within his own circle. But the real question still remains: who had the real motive? And, or even, to be honest with you, there's a lot of people in this case and a lot of key factors. The motive was there, but who was ballsy enough to do it? Who had the opportunity and who had the power to cover all of that up? Theories and our final suspect breakdowns look as, you know, did Big U play a role with this? And if he did, like, what happened in those final moments?
Been in and out, but I don't know what the f you been doing in here. But my goddamn phone going crazy.
Really, by who?
Hit me. They didn't found all kind of race up. So what is this? Mother and the sister. They on my line right now.
Oh no.
They on my line heavy.
That is so crazy. Shout out to the media too. I wasn't even expecting a.
The mother told me, you ready for this?
What's T?
She used to be the team mom for the Crenshaw Colts.
This would set the wheels in motion for the information to spread further. One key person in this saga would be 600, aka Christopher Lovejoy. 600 grew up in the Crenshaw district with the rolling 60s.
I'm from South Central Los Angeles, the West Side, Crenshaw district, High Park, California, rolling 60s. You know, I'm from where they made most of the movies is at. You know, my neighborhood and my life story is kind of like Ricky and Boys in the Hood. I'm not the one who got shot. You know what I'm saying?
Later on, he would become a heavyweight boxer with an impressive looking but much criticized record that he made by mostly fighting in Mexico. And more recently, he's become known as the manager of none other than 55th Street legend Crip Mac, before also going viral in his own right as a social media content creator who some have in Mexico. And more recently, he's become known as the manager of none other than 55th Street legend Crip Mac, before also going viral.
Yeah, y'all see that? Told y'all Trap Lord Ross be watching the boy. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Trap News Network. Okay. Yeah, look, y'all come on, bro. Shout out to Trap Lord Ross.
Viral in his own right.
Y'all thought that I was just talking. Safe to say Trap Lord Ross watches TNN Trap News Network. Yeah, all that. That's right.
As a social media content
hardest working rookie in this motherfucker. Man, stop playing with me, nigga.
Creator who some
shout out to Harry Potter
have accused of working for the police due to his controversial takes, particularly in the lead up to Big U's arrest. Because while 600 is from the same hood as Big U, he also had a falling out with him, much like Loose Cannon. So when he would become privy to the information regarding Rayan Williams' murder investigation, 600 would speak out, posting clips of a phone conversation between Wack and Rayan's family, where the family would give inside info about the case, like telling how Big U's DNA had allegedly been found under Rayan's fingernails. And 600 wasn't seemingly deterred even by the fact that Rayan's mother would call him during his YouTube live on the 11th of March, pleading with him to stop talking about her son.
You on the hotline with Papa?
Yeah, you know exactly who this is.
You telling me I know who this is? You said what?
This is Rayan Williams' mother.
Okay, what's going on? How would I know who you were?
Can y'all please stop talking about my son?
What do you mean? Well, this is what you gotta understand. Whenever something is online,
Rayan Williams' mother.
Okay, listen what I'm saying. When everything is online, things get spread around online. So that's just whoever put things online first, that's who needs to get it. Now I haven't spoken to you in years. Am I wrong?
Everybody that's calling you, asking you the information, don't get him, bro. Okay. And I'm serious.
Okay.
Don't piss me the off. So anybody that's hitting you up, asking you any information about my boy, and they don't have it.
No, know what? Nobody never asked me about him though.
They don't know nothing. It's none of their business.
No, nobody never asked me nothing about him.
However, the mother would also say F Big U multiple times, making it clear how she felt about him.
And I'm serious because this starting to piss me off with everybody. And yeah, I said it, Big U.
Okay.
And this is Rayan Williams' mama, Big U. Yeah, I said it. And I want everybody to know how I feel. Him, his kids, and his wife. Yeah, I said it. Dead. And stop speaking up on my boy. Period.
Wack would also continue to discuss this case on his Clubhouse show, and in mid-March, they would drop a bombshell by letting everyone know that the feds were coming for Big U at the end of the month. This information coming also directly off the call between Wack and Rayshawn's family, with Wack and 600 saying that they went against the investigation and apparently also Rayshawn's family by putting the call out in order to give Big U a warning to get running.
Understand, when the family is telling us this, that means their investigation is already done. Like, whatever they doing, they already doing. Done, so. Now the family, they told the street. Unfortunately, I felt withholding this is cooperating with the police. I'd have played this. He was arrested. They like, oh, Wack, you knew they was coming. You didn't say nothing. It would have been right. All the way right. The family's still cussing me out. Why did you play that? It's why did you tell me?
This phone call between Wack and Rayshawn's family, specifically his sister and mother, would turn out to be a treasure trove of information, revealing that not only the cops were coming for Big U, but also that the DA was allegedly planning on putting both the murder of Rayshawn and the murder of Nipsey into the same case.
What year did your brother killed?
My brother was killed in 22.
So it took them 3 years to do DNA?
They said that Big U was running for a long time. Like, he didn't want to take the DNA test.
So,
yeah, they
wait,
found his DNA test in my brother's nails.
Okay, so, that's bad work.
So that means my brother fought. When I told you that Big U had popped up at my brother Airbnb.
In Vegas?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And the best friend was there or whatever, but the best friend said that he didn't want to talk to my brother in front of him, so he pulled my brother upstairs to the side. He said that he knew something was going on because when Big U left and my brother came, when Big U left the Airbnb and my brother came back downstairs, he said his whole energy was off.
Did they find your brother? Next day or next couple days?
The next day.
When did the test come back? When did the DNA come back?
It came back 2 months ago.
And they still ain't arrested me?
Well, they told me between me and you, please, between me and you, don't tell nobody because they don't want nobody to know. They're going to be making an arrest the ending of March, the beginning of April. They basically going to put his case and Nipsey Hussle case together.
Interestingly, Wack was playing both sides in a way that would keep his hands clean. On the one hand, strategically exposing this information that would lead to the takedown of his enemy Big U, but also suggesting that by airing this private information out publicly, he was actually keeping it street and giving a public warning to Big U so that he had time to potentially escape. But in the midst of Wack exposing all these details, he would suddenly fall out with Loose Cannon. Interestingly, this led to a podcast that shocked everyone, where former enemies Loose Cannon and Bricc Baby would suddenly appear together on No Jumper, this time apparently uniting against Wack. However, Loose would have a hard time explaining why exactly he was mad at Wack, with his initial explanation being that it was all to do with Wack commenting on an apparent arrest in Loose's neighborhood that was falsely attributed to be targeting Loose, with Loose seemingly rambling around in circles and not really being able to say exactly why he was mad at Wack specifically.
My brother, Wack, right, run content on me on Clubhouse, and then you got everybody on YouTube spin a narrative and say that, oh, you lying. You get what I'm saying? Because of Wack insecurities with himself. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it was like, nah, because we can't do that.
So you felt like Wack was putting fake narratives on you because he almost instantly after this clip came out of your wife saying that your house was surrounded by cops or whatever, he almost instantly starts spreading the narrative that it's not true.
Yeah.
And he's really stuck to that, which is interesting because that means that you and him are not seeing eye to eye, that you couldn't convince him one way or the other, or have you not really talked since then?
No, I talked to Wack, and then I told him, he was like, I didn't say that. I said, listen, bro, you read the wrong thing because there was 3 SWAT teams available. One at 3.
Oh, when you called them?
Yeah. So, no, shut the. So one at 3 a.m., one at 5 a.m., and then one at 10 a.m. Where they call swatting. So we had like the Las Vegas News Bulletin, pull it. They did the research and they came to it. So when Wack say it, this. Okay, listen. So when Wack say it or whatever, he spread the narrative that I was lying because of we had a business dealing that day. So he thought that I was just trying to
get out of it.
Get out of it. So when he did that, it was like, okay, yeah,
that'd be a pretty drastic way to get out of a business meeting,
a business
wouldn't it?
meeting. It was goofy. So when that happened, it's like, bro, you ran content on me. So when you ran content on me, you actually ran content because my wife posted it. Do you get what I'm saying? So you don't have no respect for me or her. So at the end of the day, it's like I took it personal.
I want to know what narrative. I'm gonna say it again, right? I repeated what your wife said. If I would have known for real, if I would have watched you go to jail, I still would have told the world you ain't in jail. Only thing I did was I repeated what your wife said. I said, listen, she never said it was her house. She said the streets blocked off. She never said he's in jail. She said, I hope he's at a...
But Wack, you said RP Loose Cannon when they was reading the articles. So when you say that,
no, I said there's no way that could be him because the article they read, they said is dead, shot themselves, and I said it would be RIP Loose Cannon, and he not dead because Loose. Remember, I'm gonna remind you of something. I ducked everybody all day. I didn't go to Clubhouse till 6 p.m. That's a 6 o'clock room. You had already texted me. Remember? I knew you all right. You texted me.
Okay, so basically you said it, and then what about when the 600 running content?
You could show me what I ran content on you, bro. Why you keep saying that?
Okay, so listen.
Show me.
Listen, we're gonna take care of those deals, right? But let's do it on the Adam and Wack show, and we play the content, and let people judge. And wait, we let the people judge because if you right, no, Wack, if you right. On Dead Homies, I get it on here and I apologize. But if the comments say that I'm right.
So Luce was really mad at Wack for enabling 600 to expose the Big U murder case because Luce was going to be implicated in the whole gang conspiracy. But Luce didn't want to admit it at this point. So he chose a convoluted excuse saying that he was mad at Wack for commenting on the arrest that took place in Luce's neighborhood. But Luce would eventually let loose that it was 600's commentary on the Big U murder case that had really pissed him off. And Luce would even threaten to kill 600 in the interview, with Wack saying that he's not responsible for what 600 puts out there.
That's what I can't do. You running content on him. He run. I've been on him the last couple of days. You notice he ain't really did. I've been telling him don't feed into it. But you running it on.
Cuz would die around with me.
Okay, but what if
60 crib? Like we can't even go there. Why? Because this is not the same type of I am. I would get Cuz out of here before summertime. Neighborhood crib.
Well, here go the question. How often do I be in front of 600?
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not negating the situation. That we around 600 maybe once every 6 months. Every 6 months, right? But
Adam, can you stop Bricc Baby from doing what he gonna do on his phone?
No, he's his own man.
I can't stop him from responding and doing what you know.
But you should tell 600 if he play with Loose Cannon, Cuz gonna die.
And it would later emerge that even Wack was confused as to why Luce was panicking so much about Wack exposing Big U's murder case. Perhaps at that time, unaware of Luce's proximity to Big U's past crimes, but the panic had been spreading for quite some time. In an earlier podcast, when Bricc was asked about Big U's murder investigation, after Wack texted in and claimed that Bricc had told him about Big U's case first, he would also panic, walking off the podcast and refusing to talk about open murder cases.
Emergency bulletin. Wack 100 text me. Be fake as Bricc, the one who told 600 first.
Who? About what?
About Big U's alleged body, maybe?
Huh?
I don't know.
Call Wack.
Man, that say whatever. I told 600 about an alleged body.
You got a pie?
Y'all be up there on some fake.
Wait, what did Bricc tell?
The first that warned it.
Wait, what did Bricc tell 600?
June 23rd, 2023, when the police hit Bricc Baby's house and you bailed him out. That nigga called 600 and told 600
They on Cuz bumper. Big U got some problems coming. Now, I don't think Bricc Baby knew what the they was talking about, but he mentioned talking about some Las Vegas. Nobody knew.
Man, he's a fool, cuz on the dead homies. I ain't called no. Hey, man, you said that I called him about somebody. Man, you's a fool, boy. On the dead homies. You sound crazy to the.
Months later in August, bro, we've been told this story years some ago.
Why are you even talking? Why are you talking about something about a murder? How do a gangbanger get to talk about a murder on the big screen? This is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what part of that's cool to y'all?
Let me answer the question.
What? No, it ain't no. It's no. It's go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
If that's the case,
I
all
don't
you
even want to
motherfuckers
talk
up
about
there,
that.
what's on the internet?
What's on the internet? None of that's on the internet. What are you talking about? Don't nobody even want to talk about that type of shit. Because this is an argument that I'm willing to turn down right now and walk off screen. Like, what are you even talking about? Don't try to tie me into no police that you doing. You are doing police. You're talking about something. I ain't never said nothing about no DNA. And oh man, what the are you talking about? You see that this posted? The only way y'all know that is because you is the police, gang. That, man, hell no. What are you even? How? I'm gonna tell him. I told him about the that he talking about right now.
Hold on.
Man, you done lost your mind, boy.
Okay, watch this.
So I don't even know who the person is. So how the I'm gonna tell you who it is. I've never met the person, didn't know the name, don't know nothing about Ned around this. This talk about the family. You
600. Everybody be quiet. 600.
Bro, I'm not
we got
gonna
600
talk
on the
about.
line.
Listen, I'm not talking about big. Listen, Adam. I'm finna walk off. I'm not talking about no.
Wait, I just want to hear. Let's hear what 600 says.
Y'all on that, cuz y'all doing some get politics
about a murder in Vegas that we might be tied to.
All right, Brick's walking away.
Here it goes.
Yeah, bro, I never did that. I never knew nothing about that. Like, I knew that kid. I never even knew he died. So Bricc Baby told me that.
The Brick and Loose podcast was a legendary moment for the fans that had been following this beef closely for the past couple of years. People couldn't believe that these long-running enemies were united and willing to sit down after all of this tension. The podcast did phenomenal numbers, but nobody could have prepared for what was about to come the next day, because something wasn't adding up. The beef between Wack and Loose Cannon didn't quite make sense until the very next day when the feds would close in, delivering a sweeping series of arrests that targeted over a dozen Rollin 60s members and affiliates, including Loose Cannon and Bricc Baby. But for the time being, Big U would remain on the run after being tipped off by Wack in Clubhouse and podcast debates. And so as the days went by, handcuffs went on suspects and the criminal complaint emerged publicly. And soon, the whole world would know the shocking details about the years-long conspiracy that took down one of LA's most infamous gangs. Ultimately, the feds were on Big U for several years before they finally closed in, and he no doubt knew something bad was coming. On the 2-year anniversary of Rayan Williams' murder, North Las Vegas Police Department agents visited Big U's home, but he wasn't there. His wife then called him on his father's phone to warn him, with Big U sounding notably shaken, and then opting to stay away from home for a couple of weeks, something apparently out of the ordinary for his usual routine. Apparently the cops and the FBI tried to contact a number of people involved in the case, and every time Big U was one step ahead, even tampering with witnesses and attempting to make sure their statements were not incriminating. Big U was being surveilled heavily in the lead up to the arrests. The criminal complaint would break down details of all the times that Big U was recorded, bragging about using violence and fear to control his communities. And he would seemingly be pulled over and served a warrant for his DNA sample in the summer of 2023. In the lead up to the arrest, as 600 and Wack began circulating the rumors of this case getting serious, Big U took to social media to say that the allegations were untrue and that people blame Big U for everything, alluding to new rumors that he was involved in the murder of Fats, Nipsey's best friend.
Don't worry about this, man. Y'all gotta understand, man. People gonna talk. These lanes make money off of using Big U name. Right. One thing is for certain, right? Everything they say Big U did it, man. They got me doing so much. I don't even know what. I don't even know what I'm talking. Then I didn't do it.
You got you a whole bunch of different places at one time.
At one time. They say, y'all, you know, it's another new one too. I got into it with Fats. Let me give y'all the information on it. I ain't never got into it with Fats. Fats is my little homeboy. Ever in my life, me and Fats ever got into it with nobody. Never. You really stupid. You really. It's the biggest selling name on the West Coast. You got to say Big U name. You want to sell something, Big U. They want to do something, Big U. They want to do Big U. Big U. Y'all don't get that yet?
But it was on the 17th of March 2025 when the music would finally stop and the feds would close in on Big U and the Rollin' 60s. A huge 107-page criminal complaint would be filed outlining the sordid details of Big U's alleged criminal empire that had terrorized LA for years. And 2 days later, arrests would be taking place. The operation, called Operation Drawdown, no doubt titled to make a tongue-in-cheek reference to the downfall of Draws, aka Big U, was announced by the LA District Attorney and the FBI in a press conference that described Big U as a career criminal.
Today, we're here to announce federal criminal charges against Eugene Henley Jr., a career criminal known as Big U, who used his contacts and leadership role in the Crips criminal street gang, the entertainment industry, and a youth charity to further his own criminal enterprise, an enterprise engaged in murder, extortion, robbery, COVID fraud. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway. He then attempted to evade and obstruct the investigation into the murder, including ordering witnesses not to speak with law enforcement.
The DA would even reveal that they had been following Big U's podcast activities as part of the investigation.
Here, as I said, Mr. Henley is a widely known leader within the Rollin' 60s. He rose to prominence in that gang decades ago, and he has since been a fixture on the internet, talk shows, and podcasts. All things that law enforcement have looked at closely as part of this investigation.
The criminal complaint was surprisingly comprehensive and revealed that the feds had been looking into the case since February 2021, just a week after the murder of Rayan Williams, describing Big U as the leader of the Rollin' 60s Crips, running it as a mafia-like organization. It used wiretaps, planted cameras, cell site information, as well as search warrants of social media, iCloud and Google accounts, and financial records belonging to those involved in the alleged conspiracy, even using undercover agents to buy guns and drugs from people involved in the conspiracy. Big U, Loose Cannon, and even Bricc Baby, who wasn't even named as a defendant in the complaint, had their phones tapped by the feds, and hidden cameras and bugged microphones were even planted at locations they were known to visit. The criminal complaint even claimed that Big U and the gang were using podcasts and online documentaries, as well as interviews to make the public fear the Big U enterprise. Shout out to the FBI agent that's getting paid to watch this one. Thank you for your service. And the feds would even directly cite comments made on the No Jumper podcast as evidence. It was also stated that while Bricc Baby wasn't a main defendant in the Operation Drawdown, he had a separate sealed indictment pending for a different case. Bricc Baby's indictment revealed 2 counts for illegally having guns and bullets, one of these incidents allegedly taking place on the 12th of June 2022, when Bricc would reportedly shoot a 9mm handgun in the parking lot of a business, with a second incident taking place on the 23rd of June 2023, when Bricc would be arrested by the LAPD, who allegedly found him with 3 guns and more than 130 bullets, and since some weapons and ammunition may have come out of state, this immediately triggered federal charges. The paperwork would also show Brick's earlier criminal history at the time of this arrest, ranging from 2010 to 2020, including reckless evading, 2 counts of possession of controlled substances, criminal threats, and robbery. Hey, who said Bricc ain't got a rap sheet, huh? And while Bricc would not be charged on the Big U RICO case, the feds would note that Brick's case may be related, as it arises out of the same conspiracy. It would be revealed in news reports that hundreds of agents had executed simultaneous arrests targeting 19 defendants identified in the case.
Now, this morning, hundreds of agents and officers, including multiple SWAT teams, executed multiple arrest warrants for many of the 19 defendants charged in this case. Search warrants were executed at 6 locations. Those searches continue to be underway. 4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody, and 10 defendants were taken into custody in the last 24 hours. And while we're still seeking the whereabouts of 5 individuals, 3 of whom we believe we will have in custody shortly, 2 defendants are considered fugitives.
Approximately 10 defendants were arrested, including Loose Cannon and Bricc Baby, with footage of Loose's arrest being filmed by his wife circulating online. But interestingly, at the press conference, it was announced that Big U was a fugitive and was still at large, despite the criminal complaint and pending charges.
Mr. Henley is a fugitive, and he is currently wanted by federal law enforcement.
The news would continue to report on the arrest, proudly showing collages of those targeted. Big U had been on the run and released a statement saying that he was with his family and planning to turn himself in, as well as suggesting that the case against him wasn't true and that he was just being hunted for helping black people.
This is my last video before I turn myself in. I'm with my family. Talk to my sons, I talk to everybody, man. I'm just saying, I'm going to deal with this fight, see what it is. I just want y'all to know, all this stuff is quagmire. So, I just need y'all prayers. I need y'all to, I don't even know what to say. I'm 21 years, elevated my family, come back, and write and do what I need to do until I can come back home. People are supposed to help me. I hope you help me. You can't, you don't worry about it. A lot of stuff y'all hearing is straight trash. And I appreciate the love and I appreciate people who've been helping me. I don't know. It's hard helping black people and not being hunted for doing it.
First Street, it might be to, I don't know if it's to the right or the left.
Reach out to anybody who can help me, y'all.
You hear me?
Help my family. Appreciate y'all.
Big U would then take to social media once again to elaborate further on his feelings, firstly denying stealing money from developing options and claiming that the money he took was simply a salary that he used to pay his bills and feed his family.
I'm looking at this video as I come in to turn myself in, and I'm disheartened by the fact that they trying to say that I stole something from Developing Option, or I used Developing Option for some front. Developing Option paid my bills. They paid my house note. They paid the bills for my family, the money I made from as an employee for Developing Option. I never mixed that with nothing. I didn't manipulate nobody. I didn't steal nothing. We did PPP loans. We did 2 loans. And that's it, just like everybody else did. I didn't use no fraud. I didn't give none of fake names. And one of them we was paying back and one they forgave. You know what I mean? And the other one we attempted for and they didn't give us nothing for it. I filed my taxes and them coming around telling me I was using Developing Option as a cover. Cover for what? None of that's going to be true.
He would go on to claim that of the over dozen co-defendants in the case, many he doesn't even talk to.
The government putting this big picture, they're going to arrest 21 dudes. Some dudes I don't even talk to. I don't even know nothing about.
Big U sounded defeated in these clips and told followers to pray for him, reflecting on all his achievements that he had made over his last 21 years of freedom.
It is what it is. Church, just pray for me. Pray for me, pray for my family. You look at what we did. You look at what I did. I've been home 21 years. It ain't over, though.
Big U would go on to say that he doesn't talk to any of the other people arrested and that the cops might as well arrest 600 and Wack since they're including his so-called enemies.
And then I'm looking at the people they arrested. How you gonna go arrest people that I don't even talk to? Everybody know I don't with Cannon. Everybody know I'm with Bricc, baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes, and put them next to me, them is the dudes you gonna have that call themselves turning against me. Well, ain't no turn against me. You might as well go get 600 and Wack.
Big U even accused 600 of waiting outside of his house with the police to watch the raid, a response to the fact that he'd reposted footage from the raid on his socials.
One of us, it ain't nobody safe with these dudes. If these dudes feel they want you, how they going around talking about somebody's gonna raid my house before my house get raided? How they there with the police? 600 was actually with the police when they raided my house. He's actually got video and footage of it. So y'all know what y'all dealing with. And I just want to say this to y'all. When they raided my houses and my property, they was asking about Wack. Wack, loose cannon, 600, and this internet stuff.
Elsewhere, Big U would also suggest that whoever takes his spot as the leader of the 60s community movement must be working with Wack 100 to take that spot.
But y'all gonna be rolling with these dudes. And I got this last thing to say. Wack said he was gonna destroy Developing Option, right? So who gonna replace Developing Option? Which one of you in the 60s gonna call yourself coming in? Because whoever try to come in,
Y'all the ones that's working with Wack. Believe that. So remove me to get me out the way for somebody else to come in who gonna cooperate. That's what the play is.
Big U went on to blame Wack for working with the FBI to try and take away his government funding.
100 times he was gonna take my contracts. He working with the FBI. The FBI went to the city 3 days in a row and told the city they didn't want nobody to give me no more money. They went to all the different celebrities and told all the different celebrities, don't give me no money, don't help me, don't do nothing for me. They going around scaring and intimidating everybody.
Now, Big U calling out people shutting him down and saying they were scaring and intimidating people was pretty hypocritical. But from here, he would continue to pull the race card and claim that the FBI are trying to shut down black men doing right by their communities.
Trouble. Like y'all don't understand what the FBI do to black men who try to help their community. I ain't been nothing but a help to our community. But I guess it is what it is. This the price of being black and trying to help somebody, trying to help your community and do what you can. You're just guilty because somebody else don't like you and they go on the internet and do what they want to and y'all gonna promote it. It's crazy.
Now, it's this sort of thing that made Big U so dangerous, allegedly harming his own community under the guise of helping it, and then hiding behind the race card when accountability came knocking. But ultimately, the facade had now been destroyed. The news would report on Big U going into FBI custody, describing him like a mob boss.
Breaking news, this just in, the FBI says that South LA crime boss Eugene Big U Henley is now in custody. Authorities say he ran a mafia-like organization while masquerading as a music mogul and gang peacemaker.
Some would report that the DA handling the case was looking at connections between Big U and Nipsey's murder as well. All this crazy news sent the podcast media space into a frenzy. A No Jumper News episode discussing the latest news went mega viral, reaching over 15,000 live viewers and racking up hundreds of thousands of views. Funnily enough, during a segment on the show while Wack 100 was calling in, the full criminal complaint dropped online. I actually read this immediately and even sent Adam22 a number of screenshots of details that related to No Jumper and his podcast shows, including the show with Wack, as well as the section about Wack being confronted by the Rolling 60s at the show at the Novo. In response to this, Big U's nephew, Tiny Draws, would post about the podcast saying that those people don't do anything for their communities and are snitches. The news sparked a raucous debate which went far beyond the walls of No Jumper. On social media, an apparent public hit was put on Christopher Lovejoy and Loose Cannon, and Wack 100 would claim that Bricc and Big U were named in a sealed court file tied to a case against the New Jersey Rolling 60s, a case that led to the battle rapper Sue Surf being sentenced to 5 years in prison.
In Jersey.
What did Bricc ever have to do with them? You think Bricc is in some way
Big U too? He had a sealed file, the exposures, prints, lavish, pulled it up. We tracked the case number back to Sue Surf now. First, we thought it was some dirt. It's not dirt. He got a sealed file, dope case, New Jersey. It's the same indictment. Sue Surf now. I know it is.
On the 26th of March 2025, a full indictment would be returned from a California grand jury, which formally charged Big U, Bear Claw, Loose Cannon, and 2 others with a litany of crimes. This reiterated the claims made in the prior criminal complaint, as well as provided several new key details and pieces of evidence that gave more insights into the alleged crimes committed, like pictures of the scene where Rayan Williams' body was found, or interesting details like the fact that Big U left the subpoena and a baseball hat associated with the Rolling 60s behind for the feds to find after they raided his home, and that Big U's social media messages while on the run were now being included as overt acts as part of the racketeering conspiracy. Sadly, it's not looking good for the Rolling 60 neighborhood Crips, especially Big U. In conclusion, it seems that Big U was perhaps one of the most infamous and feared Crips in LA history. No doubt he truly did run Los Angeles in a sense. Nothing could happen in the streets without him having a say, and if the indictment is to be believed, this was truly a dangerous man, willing and ready to kill at the slightest violation, a predator, preying on the weak and extorting those who were scared of his reputation with threats of violence that the whole city knew he was willing to follow through on. But really, this is also the story of a sick individual. I can't imagine how twisted someone would have to be to murder one of their son's childhood friends, one that they had personally coached in football as a child, no less. If these allegations are true, then we're dealing with a very dangerous person who put zero value on human life and was willing to kill a child they had seen grow up over something as trivial as a diss song or wasted studio time. That's one of the most dark and twisted things I have ever heard in a gang case. And if it's proven in court, then there's no doubt that Big U won't be seeing the streets again. But in Big U's defense, even though the criminal complaint paints a damning picture of the double life he was living, we can't necessarily overlook the actual good that he did do for his community. Although there's accusations that Big U scams may have reached all the way to the kids' toy drives, You can't remove all the toys, gym equipment, and other stuff that his organization did manage to donate to kids in need, all the countless hours that he personally dedicated to do something positive for the youth in his community. But then again, does that make it worse? Were the positive things Big U did in fact do for his community genuine efforts by a flawed gangster to take the right path? Or are these also just calculated moves of a manipulative mastermind who masterfully used positive acts as a method to mystify and cloak a dark empire of murder and extortion? We'll have to see how this case plays out in court, but the sad truth is, if these allegations are true, the man who was doing the most for his community was also doing the most damage to it. Ultimately, sometimes it seems like the image that people try and portray can say more about what they're pretending to be rather than what they really are. I hope that Big U can get a fair and speedy trial. And if there's one thing that I've learned from this story, it's that if you are going to be part of a murderous gang conspiracy, maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't do any podcasts.
I never seen one. I see niggas come out against all type of niggas, Diddy, other niggas. I ain't see one nigga say that
You're
you
not
did bad
gonna hear.
What's up, NT and Trap? Keep back the same, like cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more. This good content. We rich trappers. We tapping in, man. I had a long day of content. I see them bags under my eyes, man. I gave y'all 14, 15 pieces yesterday up late, giving y'all the latest and the greatest of this news you can use. This knowledge you ain't finna get nobody's college. Big dog, tap in with that tap in. Make sure y'all tapped in with that good tap in. You feel me? Like, comment, subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe. TNN Trap News Network. Get into that if you ain't got into that. And I need y'all to like, I need y'all to comment, I need y'all to subscribe. Get into that if you ain't got into that. Also, richtraphouse.com, Man at the Garden freestyle. And make sure. TNN Trap News Network, we back the same. Like, cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more of this good content we got going on here at y'all. We're talking about TNN Trap content. Talk about the federal indictments. But I guess you got to keep that monetizing. So yeah, man, get that chili too. Let's get into it. Let's go. What's the deal, y'all? TNN Trap News Network, we back the same. Like, why is this nigga tickling her booty? Okay, that's what we on. I was already doing ecstasy, so I knew what a thunthan was. I was like, oh, they talking about that's X-Pill. Okay, I knew that one. A lot of people thought they were talking about shaking ass. Nope, it was a pill. Don't drop that dun-da-da. Hey, don't drop that dun-da-da. Don't drop that dun-da-da. Hey, don't drop that dun-da-da. Don't drop that dun-da-da. Don't drop that dun-da-da. Don't. That shit was slappers, man. We had some good times. Shout out to California for bringing Chris Brown back. Cat Daddy rejects after the Rihanna fiasco. Chris Brown headed out west and they got back cracking for him. Factuals. Deuces, then the remix, and then he had the Cat Daddy Whoopty Bam. Chris Brown had to go into the West. You feel me? He sure did. From back the same. Like, cook, crack in this thing. Like, comment, subscribe. Everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network, man. It's at Newsington. You can Usington. It's at Knowledge though. You ain't finna get nobody's college though, big dog. Tap in. Everything we got going on here at TNN Trap. News you can use. Knowledge you can't get nobody's college, big dog. Like, comment, subscribe. 1988. Do you have a problem? What's going on, bro? I don't even know anymore, man. Oh, it's that news you can use. It's that knowledge you ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog. Tap in with that tap in and make sure you're in fact tapped in with that good tap in, man. Man at the Garden freestyle. Please don't touch my got a body on it. Fairy tales won't forget the boogeyman. They all out now. Get into that, man. And we got the halftime freestyle coming later on tonight, man. Depending on how fast my guy get this back to me, we got halftime coming too. So make sure y'all get into that. If you ain't got into all of that, man. Make sure y'all tap in with that tap in. Drop a comment, man. Best comment between now and 25,000 subscribers will get a $100 cash app. Make sure you get into that if you ain't got into that. $100 cash appington. Make sure you get into that if you ain't got into all of that. You feel me? We finna jump into this content. Fo Extra give his opinion on the Big U RICO. Let's get into it. Let's go.
This is all part of it.
Hey, that's some neighborhood, right? Right? Speaking of, now I know what I'm going to ask you next. There you go.
Bro. Hey, first off,
Free the Crips.
Free the Crips.
Free all the Crips. We have
Free the
four
mother-
Crips.
free the lows.
Three is still there. We
Free
got
the
one
lows.
out. We got one out.
Look, free the mother Crips on the set. Free the mother Crips on the
All
set.
the keyways.
Free the mother keyways off the back. Free the keyways off the back. Free the keyways.
So did you know that this RICO was coming?
I've been in jail. You know that coming.
Back to the business. We got to talk about this. The Rolling 60s RICO came out. They're saying that Big U caught a body. They're saying that Bricc Baby had guns and dope. They're saying that Loose Cannon was helping helping Big U extort people and whatnot.
Man, none of that's true.
You don't believe any of it?
Man, no. Free the Crips.
Free the Crips.
Free the Locs. Free the Crips.
Okay.
Dead homies.
Have you taken a look at the indictment
Free the
yet?
Crips. I don't know,
It's
I've
pretty
been in jail.
convincing.
No, I've been gangbanging in jail, but free the Crips, though. I don't have to look at it. Free the Crips. They didn't do it.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say. Free the Crips.
Didn't you ever run in with Big U recently?
Free the Crips.
Didn't you see him at a gas station?
Nah, that's the homies.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hell no. If we did see it, we neighborhood Crips.
Okay.
It's my older homies.
But it was all good.
But it don't matter. It's the homies. Free the Crips.
Okay.
Free the Locs.
But do you feel as if a Rolling 40s RICO could be in the works?
Look, man, stop trying to jinx us.
You're keeping your nose clean?
Whoa. You trying to jinx?
Whoa. That nigga said, stop trying to jinx us. He said, do not jinx the homies. Do not bring us involved in nothing that y'all got going on. He said, do not drink. Man, my bad. My words are stuttering right now. Words are super hard for me right now. Whew, don't worry about what I'm doing. Y'all just watch this video.
Whoa, slow though.
That's a big question right there.
You my boy.
A lot of people are thinking about, I'm going to grab that finger. I'm going to grab that finger. I'm going to stick it in my eye.
Hey, look. Slow down. No, we ain't getting no RICO.
Okay.
Second off, that shit they in jail for they didn't do. Get them the fuck out. Free the Crips.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
Dead homies. Free the Locs.
Hey, I like 4X's energy, bro. He said, I'm not finna get involved with no flammery, no skullduggery, no larceny. You feel me? I cut the camera off. They can't even see me. I'm looking at you. The camera can't even see me right now. But man, I'm just let this boy. News you can use. Shout out to my live. Shout out to the chat.
In terms of, are you on the Bricc Baby side or the Loose Cannon side? Who do you think is more?
It don't matter. They all in jail. Free the Crips.
Okay.
It ain't no side when it comes. Look. When you a convict, you get what I'm saying? You could be an inmate or a convict. Inmate gonna do his time and go home and follow rules. And what's the name? A convict, he gonna stick by the code. My time's to max out.
There's a huge difference between an inmate and a convict. An inmate gonna just do that little simple time. A convict damn near live, eat, sleep, breathe that jail shit. Like that's what they do. Like that convict shit be hitting different. That convict shit hit different.
But I'm just saying at the end of the day, you get what I'm saying? It don't matter who side they in jail. You don't want nobody in jail.
Yeah.
Free the Crips. I don't give a you let that shit be for the streets. Free the Crips.
Was there a lot of when the indictment came down, was there a lot of chatter in the jailhouse about it? Were people talking about they just
they got them in jail for no reason. They
Got to be the biggest news, huh?
They got them in jail for no reason and all that. You know what I'm saying? They got them in jail for no reason. Free him and all that. I thought I was gonna see Bricc in there with me. You know what I'm saying?
Federal charges.
Yeah, I know. I found out.
I talked to him. He said the feds were actually he said it's way nicer in the feds. He's like, it's clean.
Hell yeah, feds.
I can imagine the feds is way nicer than what's going on in the county jail or in the state penitentiary.
Wait,
more,
you got to think, and they eat real food in there. You got to think the food that we eat in the county jail.
Terrible.
What? That shit look like
for animals.
Like what? What's an average dinner?
Bro, that shit look like dumpster.
The worst thing you can get in the LA County jail is scariaki. If you know anything about scariaki in the LA County jail, that shit is crazy. If you know anything of that shit, it's barnacles, nigga. That's scariaki. Man.
Food. You know, that's why you go to the store in there.
Yeah.
That's like dumpster food.
What's the best in the store?
Noodles.
Because it's still like noodles and Cheetos and right?
It's the concoctions you make.
You gotta mix all that together. You know what I'm saying? You watch. We gotta have a spread day here, and I gotta fix the spread. You know what I'm saying? We gotta have a spread day.
A spread day is barnacles. A spread day amongst your cohorts at No Jumper is absolutely insane.
Fix the spread here, and then you'll understand what's the difference. That's next. We're gonna do a spread day here.
We should do that this week.
Yeah, do this week. We're gonna do a spread day.
I like
and
that.
We're gonna kick them up, spread this month. You get what I'm saying? you can't just. It ain't no such thing as like what's the best thing on here. You get what I'm saying?
Are you a good cook? Can you know how to chef up?
Yeah, we scrape a metal bunk. You know what I'm saying? Put a fire under it, light a wick.
But you're not too good in a regular kitchen.
You know what I'm saying? No, you know. You know what I'm saying? Straight
the huge smile and just.
The fact that this nigga went straight to the metal bunk cooking and not a pan when there's a kitchen readily available at the No Jumper studio is crazy.
You guys put a plastic bag though. The plastic bag.
Yeah, but no, call that. You gotta put that on a bunk. You gotta grill that motherfucker. Scrape the bunk, all the paint off the bunk, right?
Okay.
Scrape all the paint off the bunk, boom. We're gonna sanitize it, we're gonna clean the bunk, you know what I'm saying, on the thing. Bob, after we put it on the thing, we're gonna put the fire on it, make a candle.
But
you know how you make the candle, right?
What?
All right, you gotta put the peanut butter.
You going on some guy's asshole.
Chill, buddy.
Hold up.
Chill.
Hey, look, you gotta put the tissue out with the peanut butter on it. You gotta fold it and you gotta put grease on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Roll it up, you know what I'm saying? You light it, it's gonna burn. It's gonna burn for cool hours. You know what I'm saying? Put it on in the bunk, wop, heat the metal up, drop the food on that, start frying it.
Okay.
It's different, you get what I'm saying? And hook it up. It's a concoction with the shit. You know?
Now that's penitentiary things. That ain't that's not LA County jail situations. That's straight penitentiary living.
You gotta be a scientist. Call Elon Musk.
Shout out, hold on, goddamn, hold on. Shout out to all the Crips in that too, dead homies. Free all the Crips, nigga, in jail, in a pen. Free all the Damus in a pen, in the county. Free all the active Southsiders in a pen, in the county. Right. Free all the Crips, free all the convicts.
Free all the Hoovers.
I want to say, free all the loads.
Okay.
Don't want to say on that nigga.
What's that? You guys are siding up against me?
We don't want to say. I thought he was gonna sock you first on me.
I'm a friend to the grooves. I love the grooves.
Yeah.
22 still got his groove back. Hey, but it's an irresistible groove. I just want to say, do you understand that we finally got Loose Cannon and Bricc Baby on camera?
That's what I heard.
The next day, the feds raid their houses. Not even like the next day.
7 hours later.
Yeah, 7 hours afterwards, they run up in their spot.
How the interview went with both of them?
The interview was honestly pretty cool. Although, I mean, there was one point where Bricc was stretching and you could see a little something poking out of his waistband, which none of us saw. But they were saying that he was trying to intimidate Loose Cannon.
No, there's a straight up, there's a Mexican standoff going on, and we were in the middle of it.
I had no idea.
Bro, look, they both homies. You get what I'm saying? They both homies, and they both from the same
brand
hood.
new homies.
You get what I'm saying? No, they both homies. They both from the same.
They were
hood.
enemies for a long time.
Yeah, but it don't matter. They still,
but they still legitimacy of if they're from their hoods has been very much called into question by them.
Well,
but look, they claim the same soil, so it don't matter.
Nobody's doubting Bricc.
They homies. And that's good. I wish I was out for that interview. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. You would have pulled up?
What the fuck you mean?
Hell
yeah.
You could be Herb Dean. Would you wear a black and white striped shirt?
Oh,
you could be like the ref. No? I don't know if you could be the
Judge
ref.
Mills Lane.
Imagine he skips over the fighting part of his career and goes right to being a ref.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I think, cuz, you be in the hood. You know how to get a crib head.
Come on,
what if I hit you with this?
No, come on. You gonna get your fingers broke.
Wait, but that's how you do it, right? That's the neighborhood handshake, right?
Handshake is like this, nigga, 2 fingers in the thumb, but we don't play with that.
Oh, you put the thumb as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can't play with that. Don't play with that.
I've been around the homies.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a very popular hood.
Very popular hood.
Very popular card.
I wasn't wrong.
But hey,
anyway,
hey, look, this all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Free all the Crips, dead homies, free all the lows, free all the shout out to the 2000 flow with the Crips on the 2000 flow. You get what I'm saying? I wanna say, I'm back. I'm the dead homies. Let's go wow, run it up. But right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's 6:32. I'm about to go nail his. She just had on the camera. I'm about to go nail his. She got a motherfucking flight to catch, and I gotta take the. So we need to wrap this up.
Give us like a little light half hour, like a little let's go till 7.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go. Extra. I want to know though, like of all the when people were talking right about the Big U indictment and all that when that first came up, when the rumors were starting to circulate, and you were like, oh, they just locked up the homies. Were people talking about podcasting and the fact that people talking on podcasts, including No Jumper, is what led to some of these people getting swooped up in this situation?
Well, nah, people, everybody got their own opinion. You get what I'm saying? Once again, our homies in there for something they didn't do. You get what I'm saying? Everybody got their own opinion, but our homies in there for something they didn't do. You get what I'm saying? Free the Crips, once again. You get what I'm saying?
Innocent men.
But you get what I'm saying? Innocent man. You get what I'm saying? And anything they came on a broadcast, you know what I'm saying, it did an interview of, you know what I'm saying, they didn't do nothing wrong, bro. They just talking. It's a freedom of speech. It's America. You get what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Don't throw no fake allegations and fake rumors on it.
There's certain things like the fact that Loose Cannon was on this podcast talking basically about him and Big U going and extorting this weed dealer. And now they have the weed dealer snitching on him allegedly. And like he admitted to it on the podcast. So it seems like it might be kind of hard for him to say like, nah, that was a joke. That didn't really happen.
Man, free the Crips. Like I said, I just said free the Crips. Dead over.
No, it's kind of like the only right answer, honestly.
Hey, 4 Extra really conducting himself like a consummate gangbanging professional.
Well, listen, there may be many things that he struggles with, such as staying out of jail, but but you cannot deny that he is very anti-snitching.
I didn't even think his head on that one.
He's very anti anything that is negative towards the neighborhoods in general. Like he's just and really like you can't really get him to talk too much shit about his ops. Really, like he'll let you know on some like regular shit, but he's not gonna go into detail like that. And I'm even talking about like on the phone. Like he's never like even together when we're in real life, he's never been like, yo, them dudes from over there, they some bitches, they did this, and that. Like he never lets me in on the secrets of the hood.
See, you gotta, but you
don't even know the hood of the peanut butter victim.
Hey, but
Exactly.
look,
Yes, although apparently it's out there.
Hey, but look,
we don't need to say it.
Hey, look, you gotta think about it like this. You get what I'm saying, bro?
Adam keeps stirring that pot boy, and I just wonder how long until that pot boils over. He gonna keep stirring that pot. Let's see what's gonna happen to him.
I don't get on this, you know what I'm saying, to tell no lie to no mother body. You get what I'm saying? I'm not jumping on this mother for the views. You get what I'm saying? So the world look at it like, you know what I'm talking about? He's a real nigga. You get what I'm saying? And he keeping it across the board. This how you supposed to keep it across the board. You get what I'm saying? You ain't got to get on here and talk about people like you 13, like we in juvenile hall, or you get on here run your mouth about your politics that's going on in your hood. You get what I'm saying? That don't supposed to be told on here, that have nothing to do with y'all. You get what I'm saying? To get views. You out of bounds when you do that. You in the wrong. You should be getting a phone call to get your ass knocked out if you do it. You get what I'm saying? Since day one we met, I always said that. Anybody watching this mother always said that. Strictly across the mother board on Vernon Avenue Crib. And I'm not hard to find. I'm always from Crenshaw to Fig.
And I think also, I think your like health as a human being, as far as not drinking and smoking, is like instrumental in that too, because you always have your right state of mind. So you're not gonna say some crazy ass shit that you later.
And
I agree with that too.
I really want you to smoke dust with me, but
you said what?
I would like you to.
I really want you to smoke dust with me. That nigga said, "What, nigga? You're tripping."
Smoke dust with me, but you're not gonna. So it's cool.
That nigga scared. He's scared.
I'll smoke dust with you.
Hey,
All right. That's not even like that's off the bat.
Hey, look, off the bat, he skipped weed and all that went straight to dust. He went straight to, you skipped, I didn't even try nothing yet. You skipped the weed, you skipped the cigarettes, the black and white, you went straight to dust.
I know you like to get wet though.
What?
All right, hey, 10 grand, smoke a blunt.
That's solid.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you just saw the clip, but.
All right, so that was weird. Red dots to the left, y'all know the rest, and it's free. Avenue, so he's free. We back in the same, like you're cracking the same, man. Make sure I like, comment, subscribe. More of this good content going on here at TNN Trap News Network. Good news you can use. Good knowledge, though. You can't get nobody's college, though. Big dog. Like, comment, subscribe for everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network, man. Yes, y'all know we back in this thing. We back in this thing. Yes, sir. TNN Trap News Network. Good news you can use. Get knowledge, though. You ain't finna get nobody's college, though. All I want to say, just quick little 60 bands on my neck when I got it on me, and now I remember I was broke. I never let them hum. I just want to take a second to point out that's a rich trapper. Not a company, not nothing else. Solid pieces, chunky pieces. You feel me? Yeah. Nothing hollow around here. Shout out to the jeweler, Fezzy, made the pendant. If you know what I'm saying. Don't worry about that. Let's just never forget the facts. Niggas talk that chilly shit. And never mind. Because again, random, babe. So I'm with the little homie doing the video real quick, and I'm like, hey, you ever heard of the rapper blah blah blah? And that nigga said the same thing. Who? So to all you gang members, please keep your aggressive comments out of my DM before I fuck around and kick your ass straight the fuck up. Imagine getting whooped on by the nigga that don't bang. Man, I start to Jean Paul and you niggas out here, bro. Don't do it to yourself. Anyway, we're going to say that for another video. Y'all remember to have me trap shicey out. Chat, y'all remind me. I owe y'all trap shicey by the end of this one. If you want to trap shicey, put trap shiceys in the chat. We're here to be professional. We're here to be responsible adults. It is day one. Chat, it's really day 2, but I'm a day behind, so don't tell nobody. We gonna pretend like it's day 1. Just stay with me, chat. Stay with me. It's a video. Y'all know what I'm doing. Just don't worry about it. Today is day 1 of Sweetie. We can't find Sweetie. We can't find Sweetie. Where is Sweetie? We've lost Sweetie. How have we lost Sweetie? I don't know, man. But according to Sharice Mills, Sweetie can't be found. Day 1 of Where is Sweetie? Tap in for the next video. We'll give you guys day 2 because don't tell nobody. We're a day behind. Don't worry about it. We're catching up. Let's get into this content. Without no further do's and don'ts, let's get into it. Let's go.
I lay here wondering if you're okay. Today has been such a tough day for me.
Somehow I think she's lying. Somehow I think she's lying. She already lied. Oh, voice recorder screaming, Sharice, I don't believe you. You're lying, bro. Shut up, man. Shut up. It's all for the content. I hate the fact that this girl treats her life in real life like it's a fucking reality show. You're a lying pretty bear. You are a lying pretty bear. Why? She's lying. Come on, bro. Okay. We'll play along. We can't find Sweetie. Okay.
You went to court.
Why she sound like the intro to a nigga mixtape, bro? Like when back in the days when your girl used to put a message on your voicemail talking shit and you use it for an intro. Oh my God, bro. This is crazy.
At 1:30, I didn't hear from you all day. Not in the morning, not in the afternoon, and not at night. I wonder if you're okay. I don't know. It's not like you to not try to reach me. It gets me so worried not hearing your voice. All kinds of thoughts go through my mind. I know that you can handle your own, but it's just scary to not know that you're okay. Baby, please call me. Let me know that you're all right.
I'm not trying to. Okay, let's. Yeah, I think she is reading poetry. Let's just give her the benefit of the doubt and saying that this is actually true. Who's she talking to? Baby, please call me and blah blah. Like who? But who are you talking to? He's in jail. Like, so how will he be able to hear this? Are you like leaving like a voice note on his email or something? Like, we need some kind of context to this because I'm super confused. Dino Nuggets is wild. Oh my God.
As I lay here next to your son, he's tossing and turning the same way that I'm tossing my phone. So just almost like.
My bad, y'all. I had this. I don't want to put nobody kid up here, so that's what I did. And I was she breastfeeding? I think y'all might have just seen the titty. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I doubt it because it's on YouTube. But either way it go, I don't want to put nobody kid up on my I don't want to put nobody kid on my channel. So that's, if y'all want to go, y'all gotta watch that on the back. Why would she put the kid on the YouTube channel? She's barnacles. Who this girl's barnacles. Shout out to April Sky.
How did this happen?
What you mean? How did it happen? You sat there and let it happen. You're slow. She's not fast. She's for sure slow.
Why our family? You know, people say and do crazy things, and you know, you joke and you laugh. But really and truly, if you were in this situation, how would you feel? I know my husband has done and said some crazy things. Trust me, there are times I'm like, did you really just say that? But to be honest, those were just things he said. Like, how do you even know if half of it is true? How do you even know if he wasn't just entertaining you? You know, it's just, you tune in, you crack jokes.
What the hell is she talking about? Am I tripping or she's saying a bunch of nothing? Like, like, what the hell are you talking about? How much longer we gotta listen to this stupid ass shit? Oh, God, wait, 6 of the longest minutes of my life. Okay, let's get this done.
And then
that's what I look. Sometimes to give y'all news y'all can use, I feel like my brain cells be screaming at me. Why are you doing this to me? Because goodness gracious, she sounds. We're here to be professional. We're here to be non-biased. We're here to give people the news they can use and the knowledge they can't get in college. Okay. We knew that she was slow going into this. We knew that she was slow going into this. She is a pretty bear. That is the extent of the tricks that she can do. News you can use. Focus. Focus. Let's go. Sometimes you got to talk yourself through it.
now that he's gone, you're making a mockery of it. It's not okay. I'm praying that
the only person who speaks slower than her is her husband.
Through this situation, it may make you guys have a change of heart and have sympathy for him. And if not, I understand. It's all good. We appreciate you supporting, even if you don't support. You know, it's kind of strange, right? You support someone by watching, even though you don't like them. It's still support either way. So I thank you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this memoir.
Oh, she's writing her memoir. Oh, she's finna capitalize off this. She wants the Chiliana. Yes, but don't let your dog just be out there running crazy, and don't leave the door wide open either, because you leave the door wide open, the mosquitoes are gonna fly, and then you guys will be like, "Daddy, I'm all itchy," because you let the mosquitoes fly in. So let's make sure everything makes sense. Okay. Thank you. Where did you even come from, sir? You stay inside.
Okay.
Okay, so how about you just go ahead and take it back to the car? That's my jewelry box.
2 things in here.
Yeah, there is some more jewelry in there. There is a lot more jewelry in there. Yeah. Hey, is it possible that I could finish this, or like, what are we doing here? Do not leave my jewelry alone. Okay. I love you. Love you.
Love you.
On the couch, sir. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Love you, little buddy. Okay. Close the door, please. Or don't close the door, because you always just somehow someone you kind of do whatever you want. Oh, it's always that last kid that just full blown doesn't care. Yeah, he really do come in here pressing. I always say, y'all always notice, I always tell him to close my door, and he literally never does, because I feel like it's his very subtle way of being like, shut your bitch ass up. And I was just like, all right, because it's my kid, like, so he's 5. Who's really finna get into it with the 5-year-old about closing the door? I'm not, nigga. You got it. Like, nigga, and he's my 4th kid, nigga. Please, you got it, nigga. I'm all argued and petty parented out. You got it, little nigga. What you want to keep me quiet? Go for it. You got it.
Diary, I guess we can call it a diary.
He's for sure testing my gangster with the door every single time. Every single time.
I'm gonna start these because it's something that I need to do, because I just sit here and my mind is going crazy. I need to speak to someone because it's just overwhelming. A lot of people cannot understand. And it's not for you to understand. When you love someone,
you just don't treat
you love them for all. The good, the bad, the ugly. For better or for worse. That's the vow that I took. So no matter what the outcome is, I'm here through thick and thin. Just got to put my big girl pants on, you know. I just pray that he calls me. I just don't know. I don't like the fact that I have not spoken to him in the past 24 hours. Like, even before he went to court, like, why didn't you try calling me? Why?
Why does she want to be an audiobook so bad? You are not a Kindle. You are not a fucking Kindle. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. She sounds like Jay Prince if you care for everything and everybody way too much. She sounds like she should play something. Bro, I swear she sounds like she should do sleep aid videos on God.
It's just, it really sucks. You know? I don't know if any of you guys been through this that can put me at ease in the comments to let me know if this is normal. You know, if you have court at 1:30, wouldn't you get back in time enough to give your loved one a call? Or is that common to not hear from them all day? Man. And then to think, you know, we have another court date on Wednesday for his bail. I'm praying that things go smoothly and that my husband can come home and fight this at home and not in there, you know, because this can take a couple months to a couple years. I recently saw that video of A$AP Rocky hugging Rihanna when he beat his case. When
you are not A$AP Rocky, that's who you guys are. She came right to the camera. You guys are a lot of things. A$AP Rocky and Rihanna are not that. Krishan and Blueface kind of fit, but you know what? I feel like not even Krishan and Blueface. I feel like Krishan and Blueface definitely outrank you guys. I'm gonna say definitely. No disrespect to Krishan and Blueface, but yeah, you guys are more like that one smoker and that one smoker lady, auntie, and then that one wino at the liquor store. That makes sense. That makes sense.
everyone was saying, take the deal, take the deal. And he didn't take the deal. He fought it to the end.
Nigga, you are on a federal fucking indictment, self-admitting to crimes. Take the deal. Hear me and hear me well. I am not the smartest person. This is not who you should come to for legal advice, but this is what I know. You went on No Jumper, academics, and multiple other platforms admitting to the crimes outlined in this federal indictment. You, if anybody, are the definition of a nigga who should take a deal. Period, point blank. Please don't play with these people.
I'm waiting for that day.
Right. She might be Riri, but she ain't Riri. She might be Riri. Riri. I ain't Riri, but you're not Riri. Chill out. It's a difference. Okay. No. All right. All right. No. All right. No. Okay. All right. All right.
My husband is
no. Okay. Finish.
He's not a snitch. He may talk a lot of shit. Don't get me wrong, but when things like this happen, do know he won't take that route. He may go tell on himself. That's for sure. But he'll never go and snitch on anyone else. Not even for his brother, not even for his worst enemy. That's one thing I commend my husband for. So for all of those that are listening to this recording, please know that he lives to his name. He for sure is a loose cannon. But to me, he's my teddy bear. He's my love. He's my light. A lot of the things that you guys may have never seen about him. He's just such an amazing human.
Is she reading a diary? It's hilarious.
Being.
Why does the public have to hear this? He was snitching on No Jumper. What the fuck is these niggas in jail see him as this? For sure.
He will give you his last, the shirt off his back. That's just the type of man he is. I hope one day you guys get to see that side of him. But, you know, he doesn't let a lot of people in like that. I pray for him to come home, especially for our son. But I know, against all the odds, everything will be okay. And if the outcome is for the worst, which I'm praying that it's not, we will do all that we have to do to make things right. Free loose cannon.
All right. That extra sad slow moment was brought to you by the good people over there at Sharice Mills TV. Like, comment, subscribe, and give her some love to her page because we shot everybody else. So yeah, free Avenue Angels, so he's free. We're going. Try to type it in, TNN, try to do back to say, like, good cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more of the content we got going on here at TNN Trappers Network. Good news you can use. Good knowledge, you ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog tapping with that tapping to make sure you're in fact tapping with that good tapping. If you ain't tapping with that tapping, what are you really even tapping in with? You feel me? You feel me? Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that subscribe button. You feel me? You feel me? Man, Charlie Brown in here giving life. Snoop, Will Park. Burger Lord just came in this mother chucker. Shout out to Cotty TV. I see you giving life. I think I might have said you once. I might have said you twice, but I'm gonna say it thrice, so it's nice. B Media TV. Is it Cleefus? Stanford, you feel me? We in this mother chucker, man. I appreciate all the homies for being in this mother chucker. Did you delete the comments? Is Barnacles? Yeah, that is Barnacles. Did you delete the comments? Is Barnacles? But it is what it is, man. We're gonna jump into this content. Without no further ado, or don'ts, man. Make sure y'all get into the Man at the Garden freestyle. Please don't touch my. It got a body on it. Fairy tales, won't forget. Boogeyman, all that's out now. Get into that. If you ain't got into that. We finna jump into this content. We finna jump into this content. We finna jump into this content. We got loose cannon, loose cannon, loose cannon. Getting his bail denied. Dun dun. Let's go. So, and if you ain't did no love, man, make sure you show this girl some love, man. Show this girl some love. Look. Go to her page. Show her some love, man. Show her some love. More about this channel. Okay, I guess it ain't nothing else to figure out about this channel. But show her some love, man. Help her out. Help her out, man. Throw that like, that comment, that subscribe her way, and all that kind of stuff.
I finally make it to the other side of the building. We're not gonna, let this get to us. Just I won't.
Those are extremely clean floors. Like when I say those floors are buffed and polished to perfection, goodness gracious, those floors are like, you can eat off of them. You feel me? You can eat off of them. Hey, Cotty TV, man, I appreciate it, bro. It's been a long grind, but here we are.
Be able to record as I get into the actual courtroom. So let us pray. Man, I love you, baby. So this cannon did not get bail. It's okay. We're not gonna, let this get to us. Just another hurdle that we gotta get through. But, our lawyer is confident that we'll get another shot and we'll get Cannon out. Free this Cannon. I'm about to call Kirsten and see how Bricc Baby's hearing went. Hey, girl. How did it go? How did it go? Shit, they didn't let Cannon out either. It was crazy.
But here's the thing, though. Like, in the indictment, they got Bricc Baby on a wiretap, allegedly saying that he was finna throw banger at his wife and daughter. You feel me? So, when you're allegedly threatening the life of your girl and her mother, the girl and your baby, and the feds allegedly got to come in and raid your house earlier than they wanted to because they feel like they got to save your wife because you finna, up blicky on her. It makes sense that you didn't get a bond. You feel me? It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes a little bit of sense why you wouldn't get a bond. That's all I'm saying.
It's like they're trying to make an example out of them. It's crazy.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Man.
It was sad.
I know. Me too, girl. Me too. And I could see, he looked so disappointed. I'm not even gonna lie. He really thought he had a good shot. It's just.
Yeah, we had hearing like all that. We're like, it's not right. It was like over 40,000 equity. Like they being assholes. Like this is just crazy.
But here's the thing too. it doesn't matter about the money aspect, because in the indictment they said that, I can't speak for Loose Cannon. Loose Cannon, you're just going down with the ship because you're an idiot. But Bricc Baby, his situation was, the judge said that the DA is saying that he's a threat to not only himself, not only to the public, but to his family as well. So yeah, man.
Yeah. They're taking what was said on podcasts so literal.
Exactly. I'm like, y'all, he talked it not like that. And I'm not trying to excuse it if his behavior make it so bad, but my husband talks shit, that's all he do.
I know. My husband too. My husband talks
shit to me. But that ain't y'all business, how we run our fucking relationship. That ain't nobody's fucking business. And y'all should be able to use none of that against anybody in this situation.
Exactly. Because when I read,
we just gonna say out of grown folks' business. Y'all leave y'all thoughts and opinions in the comments to the conversation between these ladies, man. I'm gonna say out of grown folks' business, but y'all let me know in the comments what y'all think about this part right here.
But that ain't y'all business, how we run our fucking relationship. That ain't nobody's fucking business, and y'all should be able to use none of that against anybody in this situation.
Let me know what y'all think about that part right there.
Exactly. Because when I read the doc that was going around on the internet, I'm like, why are they using what you guys how you guys are in privacy for his related to his gun charges? Like,
that got nothing to do with that. I've been dealing with Bricc since I was 18. If he wants to do something with me, something would have been happened to me. Not like that, but like, come on, y'all know y'all bitches. He just talk shit. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's acceptable for that. None of y'all fucking business either.
Right. The same thing I was saying in regards to Cannon's background too. It's just like, yo, you know, y'all holding him accountable for things that he already is dealing with or have dealt with, or things that was dismissed. Like, you know, it's like, how can you?
Well, that's actually not true, because the situation about the weed shop, Loose Cannon admitted to a crime that he didn't have to admit to. So that's actually not a case that's dismissed. That's just his poor decision making.
How can you hold someone accountable when they have no actual charge or nothing on it? It's so ridiculous. And even things that, you know, had no police report, no nothing, they're trying to use, you know, incidents that have nothing related to this RICO as evidence for him, you know. And it's just like, really? You know, he talked a lot of crap for entertainment, but it's not like he really was gonna go do something to nobody. Like,
what they trying to say about Bricc too. Like,
prime example, Cannon and Bricc. You know, Cannon and Bricc.
Here's the thing too, though. Like, Loose Cannon, goofy, dumb, a double actually went and put his hands on somebody on camera. So yeah, there's that.
So much crap, and when they see each other, it's all good.
Exactly. Like, y'all can't take this internet shit too serious, and they are.
Yes, girl. Yeah.
Not they should be taken literal, but of course that's good.
Girl, I'm so sick to my stomach. I'm so sick to my stomach. Let's go. Did my phone just die? My phone just died. Hey girl, sorry, my phone had died earlier.
Where you at?
I just got out here, so I'm just waiting to see if he calls, see if I head back, see if I can like arrange something. I don't know how the visitation stuff works out here, you know, I'm trying to figure it out.
They gotta send us the visitation form. It's a whole process. It's so irritating. We gotta get
Yep, they gotta get approved, man. Visiting that federal boy, oh yeah, that hit different. You gotta get a whole lot of approval.
basically background check approved, like as if work
You got anything going on at the Fed Zone, like you can't go up there and visit.
some shit like that.
Yeah.
They gotta I gotta tell Bricc too, because they have to send it to us directly.
And how do they send it? Like email or something?
No, they gotta send it through the mail. They need stamps. They got store. Hopefully they got some stamps in store, because that was the issue. Bricc didn't have stamps to send it because we was big trying to get it sent out. But he also thought he was gonna be able to come home, so it wasn't like over, you know. Yeah. He wasn't really tripping off the visit and shit. Like, okay, I'll be home.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this trust me, I know how you feel, bro. I'm like,
I'm
I've been crying
sick
all day, all morning. I'm just over it. I'm over it. I can't believe this is going on right now.
You and me both. It just came out of nowhere.
Literally.
You know, and who would think?
Here's the thing too, though. Like, it actually didn't come out of nowhere. Like, she's like in this crazy sense of denial.
Who would think? You know, their nonsense on the internet would have derived to this. You know, it's not like they were talking about open cases. They didn't know this was an open thing. You know what I mean? Like.
All right, red dots to the left. Y'all know the rest. Free Avenue, so he's free. We type it in TNN Trap News Network. We back to the same. Like, cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more of the content we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. Good news you can use. You know, you ain't finna get nobody's college, though. Big dog, tap in with that tap in to make sure you're in fact tapped in with that good tap in and everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. You feel me? Make sure you hit that like, hit that comment, hit that good subscribe button for everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. And make sure you hit that comment button because everything that we got going on, we'll be giving away some good Chiliana, man. So make sure you hit the subscribe button, hit that comment button. Please don't touch my I Got a Body on it. Fairy Tales, won't forget, Man at the Garden Freestyle, and Boogeyman all out now. Tap into that if you ain't tapped into that. RichTrapHouse.com for the merch. Get into that if you ain't got into that. Did Bricc Baby Snitch. Rat Run Hunter with the receipts. On point stories gives this to us. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Okay. And you basically acknowledge that you were wrong about Bricc Baby being a snitch on the New Jersey Rolling 60s federal issue that they have going on. You said you were wrong, and I want to hear more about that.
I said
only a few days ago, Wack spoke on Bricc Baby and how he wasn't an informant. However, that story is about to change. We will get to that after this clip.
when it comes to the RICO.
Breaking everybody in. This story is about to change. Before we get to a look back at Wack confronting Bricc over these allegations, let's look at this interaction between Wack and FLAKKO.
No,
yeah.
I told you stop playing the shit.
See, this is a crazy building.
And because the state picked up the case, that's the reason why it was delayed on the Spanish side.
Yeah.
The state didn't pick up the case. Playing the shit.
Hey man, listen man. Shout out to Bricc and everybody involved, man. Feel me, man. I pray. No, that was this, right? These can't. Hey, bro. Hey, man. Yeah, they said that Bricc
activity
organization.
Angeles get DA rejects from guns a year. That's what we go do because everybody thinks that like we go look that up. That is a common practice. If they don't have the right, like if they don't have you all the way to the T, because out here, the way that you can fight a gun that wasn't in my possession, there's no reason of that DA picking up.
We now know, since this has come out, the indictment has come out, and the reason why the feds actually hit Bricc Baby's house is because his house was tapped, and they heard him allegedly threatening his wife and his child with the blower.
Post-COVID, picking up a gun case where they don't have enough evidence to fully have me go take the deal and have
you went to court already.
And it was a DA reject. They did not pick up the case, right?
You got arrested June 23rd, 2023. You went to court.
Bro, you going back and over the same shit. Yes,
you went to court July.
Yeah, I went to July.
Did they ask you how did you plead guilty, not guilty?
If I made it that far, I wouldn't have a DA reject. Rather, the DA reject means he rejected to accept the case. It means he rejected to accept the case.
I'll ask you this question.
He won't answer the question.
Well, I asked him a separate question. So whatever case, I don't really care about it, but is it adjudicated? Is it dismissed? Is it finalized?
Listen, in Los Angeles, if they don't file within a year and above, the case is automatically thrown.
AK-47s are illegal in the state of California.
So jealous to go on the streets without telling. God damn.
Like, I ain't been to the feds, you feel me? I don't really look too much into it. But from what I be hearing, they say that feds don't give bail unless you got like major property, and it's got to be like a regular case, like not like RICO. Facing life, you know what I'm saying? You gotta have like millions in property to give them, and like it ain't just no pull up no 10% like that. Like that is different. So I don't know. We gonna figure it out, bro. You feel me? But like I say, I'm gonna call Wack. Let me call my brody.
Let me call my dad. You gotta call my daddy. You gotta call my dad. I'm calling my dad. You're not my dad. Face ass.
Hey, I'm on this live, right?
I know I've been listening to you.
Okay, look, this nigga, I heard Bear Claw's out on bail.
Oh. Well, they gave him a bail. They gave him a bail with stiff. He got 85,000 plus the ankle monitor. So, Bricc Baby just got denied bail. He go back in May, and I just got Bricc Baby paperwork. I'm posting it now. We was right. June 23rd, 2023. He got caught with an AK and 2 other guns. Everything is here. I got everything.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's work. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What that made you? That made you corny? You a corn dog for that, big dog? You weirdo. Oh yeah. What nigga? You weird for that.
Let's see right now, the whole everything we've been saying, we gotta show him because we've been saying he's been denying it.
He been denying it, bro.
He's been working, yeah. And he got a sealed file for a dope case in New Jersey on that Sue Surf situation sealed. So I think him and Big U was working together on that one.
Ooh, but they said, ooh.
Oh, baby.
Why is that like erotic to you, bro? Why is that turning you on? Like, why is that erotica for you? Weird, bro.
The one that told
like, listen to how he sounded. Ooh, like, why is that erotica for you, bro? Like, you creepy little guy. He's a weird little man for that.
on Big U on the murder, he got a bail with stipulations. I ain't seen the stipulations yet, but I knew they was gonna give it to him because he cooperated. The girl from the with the food truck, she got a bail as well. But you know, they both cooperate.
Ooh. Listen, bro. I told niggas ain't about to take no 20, 30 years for Big U. And listen, man, they picked up all grown 30, 40, 50-year-old people, bro. Them niggas didn't pick up no 20-year-olds. Niggas can't afford to sit down for no 20, 30 years. I knew that was gonna happen. So
yeah. Well, cause you can have fun with this. This is bad. It's a quick 6 pages. There you have it.
Hold on.
Bricc got out. Everything we've been saying is benign is real.
Oh, I got it. Well, we got some more.
On the air condition, 3-4 guns and the AK. The pup is the AK. I see the picture of it. You don't know it.
The hell pup is not an AK. It just never mind. It's not an AK. Wack doesn't know what he's talking about, and that shows you how much cracking in the streets Wack has never gotten.
Let's shoot 5.56.
What? Damn. Poor Bricc. Yeah. Well, you know, he uses drugs, bro. So you know, them opiates kind of like.
He been lying though.
He been lying.
He just really said it was a DA reject conference court. Only one reason you lie about it. He's been out here working.
Yep. Another one bites the dust. Another one of Big U's minions. Damn, Bricc. Whew. He just sent me to work. It's over with. See, that's what I'm saying. That little buster, bro, got on live, whatever he was on, right? And tried to say it was a DA reject, bro. Nigga, your house got stormed and raided by the feds. Nigga, they found a chopper in your house, nigga. And you been running around for 2 years, nigga. Ain't did a day in jail, nigga. No ankle monitor, nigga. That's why I be telling y'all, when these niggas can't prove to you when they got out of jail, how they got out of jail, what's going on, when they go to court, when they want to talk in circles, you know they working. It's obvious. That's why I don't even play with niggas. I don't even play and try to, when nigga can't explain it, I just cut them off. I know what's going on. I don't want to wait until, man, I knew that nigga was working, man. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not even going to take the chance. Because, see, everybody got something that these little busters can come do. Whether you're cheating on your taxes, whether you're trying to do this, some little million shit, these niggas tell on anything, bro. You know what I'm saying? But this shit was filed in February. That nigga got a lot of shit going on, bro. This nigga got cases, nigga. Federal shit.
I want to thank Big U, Eugene Henley, a man that's looking at life in prison, on his way to turn himself in. He's not on the phone talking to his daughter. He's not on the phone talking to one of his Muslim brothers doing Ramadan. That nigga is on IG Live promoting Wack 100 and the 100 side. Not one, but both of them. Oh, man, this shit right here is phenomenal. Like, wait, hold on. This nigga 58. He on his way. He might not see the streets ever in his life again. Possibility. And Wack 100 and the 100 side is what he's promoting. On his way to turn himself in, looking at her elbow. That shit's amazing. That nigga could.
The police are crazy, bro. This is crazy.
He got a son in the NFL. He wasn't talking to him. He wasn't talking to his daughter. That nigga said Wack 100 and 100 side. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself. This nigga right here, I'm like, did this nigga just give us a shout out on his turn in? He ain't looking at 6 years, 6 months. This nigga looking at life. The nigga said when they was raiding his house, all they was asking him about was Wack 100. How, nigga, when you wasn't at the house when they raided? Wack 100 the reason why you wasn't there when they raided. Facts. But how?
So Wack is again admitting to. Interesting.
How are they asking you and your family about me when wasn't none of y'all there? Like, what the fuck is going on? The nigga said 600 was with the feds when they kicked the door in. Diabolical.
You was more than fair,
Bro.
Again, admitting to these things is crazy.
Listen, I'm trying to figure out how a 58-year-old man on the way to turn himself in looking at life. You got kids, daughters, son in the NFL, all kind of shit. And the nigga's promoting Wack 100 in the 100 side. The nigga didn't even shout out to Crenshaw Coach or whatever it is. This shit crazy. I'm like, nigga, we getting strong. Our hand getting strong. He shouted out Wack 100 in the 100 side. All of y'all that follow and like and follow them, y'all the problem. Y'all the problem. Not the nigga that killed the kid. We the problem. And then he said, pray for me. No, we gonna pray for Rayan Williams' family, nigga.
That's a fact.
The nigga ended it and said, because I didn't do nothing. I don't think he realized, well, he let me know he ain't got no attorney. Because he'd attorneyed up there and told him, we didn't read this paperwork, you don't say shit. Now the sim got out, the bitch is out, and they let the bitch go. We knew she was telling a year ago, well, I did. I called the homies and told them, with the bitch on the phone, she was a rat. They, the driver that told about the murders, the one that was picking up all the extortion money, they didn't gave him a bail with stipulations. He got to meet the steps. They gonna let him go.
Hey, did the second complaint drop today? Like, is this some new paperwork that dropped today?
I don't know. They calling me.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the second complaint drop today.
They calling me, so I'm waiting to see what it is. They said Big U and Marks. They told him they ain't letting him go.
Who is Marks? That's
that's Bear Claw.
Oh, that's Bear Claw. Okay.
Y'all knew they gonna say him and Big U was one. I know.
I was saying that big U couldn't run too long. He had a bad knee.
All right, man. We up out here to the next one. Red dots to the left. Y'all know the rest free. Avenue Angel, so he's free. We go. This video, I want to give a shout out to Sharice Mills. We give a lot of flack over here in these YouTube streets, but let's never forget that she is still a single mom with a man in jail and a newborn baby. So in my comments, at least, chill out on the kid. Chill out on the kid. Chill out on the parenting. You feel me? And my bad. If you got jokes about Loose Cannon being a turtle, fire him up. You want to make your little 1-2 steps about her, fire him up. But don't talk about their kid. Don't talk about parenting. You feel me? As far as her being a mom. Now, we know Loose Cannon don't take care of his kids. But as far as that woman and her mothering and all that kind of stuff, we're not supporting no bashing of a mom. So kind of be mindful of that in the comments, y'all. Please be mindful of that in the comments. And please be mindful of the fact that she is still a woman by herself in the world with a newborn baby as she goes through this situation. Now, with that being said, man, what's the deal, y'all? We're trying to type in 10 and Trappers Network. We back the same, like cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more of the good content we got going on here at 10 and Trappers Network. Good news you can use. You know, you ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog. Tap in with the tap in to make sure you're in fact tapped in with that good tapping. You feel me? Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that good subscribe button for everything we got going on here at 10 and Trappers Network. It's that news you can use. That knowledge you ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog. Tap in with that tap in. Make sure that you hit that like, hit that comment, hit that subscribe button. All comments will be entered in a chance to win 25,000 subscribers, $100, man. Make sure I get into that. If you ain't got into that, man, get into that. If you ain't got into all of that, you feel me? We finna also make sure that y'all get into Man at the Garden Freestyle. Please don't touch my I Got a Body on the Fairy Tales. Won't forget, and everything else going on at the YouTube shop, man, the merch shop. Get into that. If you ain't got into that, let's get into this content. Let's get into it. Let's go.
They really got all you niggas on the same floor? That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy.
Why is Wack always eating? Why does Wack always have a mouthful of meat every time he's like on any type of audio?
Bro, I don't even want to say it.
his son because his son don't deserve that shit.
Oh, so Wack, you admit the fact that your okay. Shout out to son-in-law.
It's goofy. I don't even know why the rap nigga saying all that.
Yeah, that shit ain't cool, bro. That's fucked up. That's real fucked up.
Yeah, I don't think but why do it when he go in here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that ain't cool, bro. I don't like that shit because I know, I've been knowing that man since he was a kid, bro. That ain't cool, bro.
Definitely not.
All them niggas is running with it, too. They running with that. Sharice, you ain't seen that shit?
No.
Not even being funny, bro. As more and more time goes on, I start to feel bad for Sharice. She sounds exhausted. Like, that no was just so, like, I'm so sick of this BS. Y'all niggas on here talking about nothing. I got to record this stupid stuff for content and put it on YouTube. I really don't want to do this. I'm trying to take care of this baby. I'm trying to take care of this household. As more and more time goes on, bro, she seemed like more and more worn down by this situation. And my empathy goes out to this girl. I ain't gonna lie. You feel me? My heart, my empathy do go out to her because, again, man, just as being a single parent, you know what I'm saying? Shit. It be like that sometimes, man. But her situation, like, shit, at least I was, like, I ain't gonna say I was prepared to be a single parent, but at least I'm a single daddy and I'm a man. And I knew I could stand or whatever. That girl's whole life kind of just got pulled from underneath her feet. You feel me?
Listen, like, look, this is the narrative. Big U killed the boy because him and his son that played it for the NFL was lovers.
That's crazy. That's wild.
That shit is everywhere, Sharice. Watch when you Google it. When you Google it, it's everywhere. The internet shit is wild as a motherfucker. Y'all go to the barn here tomorrow, right?
Yeah. He went to court today.
So what they got? Who, Bricc?
No.
RICO was.
I'm the nigga.
Yeah.
What do you went to court for though? I know they gonna deny his shit.
I don't know. He was being secretive, and then me and him got into it this morning because he was saying Bricc signed it. He signed it. I'm like, cuz ain't signed it. Bricc,
what are you telling me?
Yeah.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Yeah, no, Bricc went up on him.
He's just a felon, nigga. Only reason why he hot is because of him.
Yeah, he said, I'll be the neighborhood hero. Boy, stop playing with it. And, they was going back and forth.
I mean, bro, listen, bro. Even if they give that nigga a dub, he don't get out till he's 75, my nigga.
Yeah, they moved Big U to another floor, and they were trying to move Bricc Baby to that floor, and Bricc Baby declined, apparently. And he's like, "You gonna have to put me in a hole. I ain't moving." Like, it's like if they're trying to set him up or something.
Rejecting the move is never what we do. Rejecting the move is never what we do. We don't go to the hole instead of moving. Not sure if it's true, but I say this as somebody who don't even gangbang, bro. I ain't rejecting no move. Where you put me is where you put me. You feel me? If I end up, you know what I'm saying? Where I end up is how I end up where I end up. You feel me? Somebody pull me because they don't like me and I got to deal with the politics of, and I got to deal with the politics of. But I know enough to know that niggas ain't rejecting no moves. Niggas ain't rejecting no moves by no means. You feel me?
Yeah, who
said that?
Bricc Baby. He told me that when he was on the phone.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm. They were trying to move him.
I think that was a while ago.
Oh, that was a while ago? I didn't know.
Only been locked up for 2 weeks.
But still, it doesn't matter when it is. They're trying to move him.
Is that
to see
comments? Let me know. Is that a PC move? Barnacles.
What he would do.
By itself. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he's still, but Big U still on your floor then, right?
Yeah, he on the floor. You on the same thing. Same level, same everything.
They tell me that, the
that old boy's son called him and said his dad keeps stressing him out, trying to get him to pay for an attorney.
Yeah, that's just rumors.
Yeah, pay for another one. He already got, I think, like 3.
Yeah, 3. What you mean? What do you need another one for?
I don't know.
I hear he had David Chestnut in Vegas.
Your phone's about to cut off, honey.
That's for the body.
Oh, he's gone. The time ran out. I was trying to warn you. It was at the 10-minute mark. Wow, that was a very explosive phone call.
I like how she narrates through it. It's like a Kindle, like an audiobook.
Isn't that crazy, you guys? Biggie, I maybe got things. That's what they're saying, that it's already pre-recorded, y'all. They already got what I believe to most want everyone.
All right, man. So y'all can go ahead and watch the rest of that on your own, man. See what that girl got going on. Rejecting the move. I don't know if that's true, man, but I don't know if that's a good look. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments, man. Like, comment, subscribe, like, comment, subscribe, like, comment, subscribe for more of this good content, more of this news you can use, more of this good knowledge. You ain't finna get nobody's college-ito. Y'all know the deal. Red dots to the left. Y'all know the rest. And it's free. Avenue Angel till he's free. First up at NTN and Trap News, back to the same, back to the same. Like, cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more of this good content we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. It's that good news you can use. It's that good knowledge you ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog. Tap in with that tap in to make sure you're in fact tapped in with that good tap in. You feel me? Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. It's that news you can use. It's that knowledge you're not finna get nobody's college, big dog. Get into that if you ain't got into that. I need y'all to hit the like, hit that comment, hit that subscribe button, and I need y'all to subscribe to everything we got going on. Become part of this Rich Trapper Mafia. Subscribe for everything we got going on. Make sure you get into this good content, man. Get into this good content. Make sure you jump into these good knowledge. You ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog. Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that good subscribe button for everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. We finna go ahead and slide over here. Take y'all back to memory lane, man, real quick, man. I want to bring this up because today's question is, how is Rat Run Hunter not being indicted when the no jumper fight is being used in the RICO? And Wack 100 now is right here clearly, thanks to Adam 22 and the No Jumper Company. Thanks y'all for keeping this clip up. Wack 100 is admitting to the fact that he Wack 100 is overall just admitting to the fact that he had knowledge of and is a perpetrator after the fact to the J. Reed whooping. Let's get into this real quick.
Hey, Watson, you know what? I get with bro. Maybe we can go out between Wack and Bricc. They can never was Bricc.
Because Wack says he has no knowledge of anything. Meanwhile, J. Reed was removed over $5,000 worth of things from the no jumper fight, and his watch being one of the things mentioned. Here is Wack with the watch.
Right. So I get it. Now I did the best I can. I put out an APB when he was down bottom in Miami. If I'm tripping, I'm like, oh, go ahead, you handle the business. Get him out of the way.
Yeah, seems like you guys could have a cordial conversation.
They do. They speak.
Yeah. Bricc was forced in a way to be the voice of a situation because he was the one with a platform. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Because Big U don't want to come yapping about you all the time, so he's got to kind of
be the voice.
Bricc got to speak
and then
for him.
If you talk to Bricc one-on-one, he didn't even want to do that, but it's the reason he had to do that. Right? So, I get it. Now, I did the best I can. I put out an APB. I said, who got the watch?
Whose watch is that?
I guess this is dude watch. It's a fake Michael Kors.
So this is J. Reed's watch that he had removed from him from the no jumper fight, and now Wack has it. But meanwhile, Wack says he has no knowledge of. But this will make this question relevant. By Wack having that watch is an admission that Wack was there and Wack was aware of what happened at that J. Reed fight. What's going to be your excuse when you're called to testify?
I was going to say that's a $20 watch in Santee Alley.
It's fake Michael Kors.
How you going to have a fake Michael Kors?
It don't even look at it. Don't
real
even
Michael Kors.
It don't even say the S. It just say Kors.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Michael Hardcore. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So look, bro. Listen. Bro.
So why isn't this using the no? Look, why is this not subpoenaed in the paperwork? More no jumper evidence. More no jumper admissions of guilt. You're admitting to being a witness, at least being a witness to an armed robbery. possible essay. What's going on here?
Bro, listen, you know, you come get your shit or whatever.
I feel like this is not analogous with the other stuff that you're saying. You're saying that the way that you and Luce, et cetera, responded was entirely defensive, but then you're also on here showing off his watch.
No, I'm saying I put out
one more time, Adam. Say that one more time.
The way,
so say it louder so the feds can hear you.
The way that you and Luce, et cetera, responded was entirely defensive, but then you're also on here showing off his watch.
No, I'm saying I put out an APB to find it. I don't got it. I'm not doing the Bricc, baby, and I'm gonna tell you.
So we can keep that here and we'll return it to him?
You see, I didn't even have it. Bro had the shit. He brought it in. Your editor, the cameraman guy. Now, Bricc, that shit Bricc doing, are you talking that shit?
What, the Spiffy chain?
Yeah, Spiffy got family, bro.
Uh-huh.
His mama called me. Talked to his mama. You know, R&B was there and I was trolling. I made a pass at her.
That's Spiffy's mom.
Damn sure did.
Jesus.
I wanted to see if it could go up. I said, baby, can I get my patrol on? She said, go ahead, baby. Spiffy was on the phone. I got right at her.
Was she choosing up or what?
Hey, she was, you know what I'm saying?
Choosing you over her son is crazy.
She was right. But what I'm saying, that shit Bricc doing?
My question is, when Wack 100 is brought to the judge and they're asking him about this no jumper fight, what's going to happen? Because here you are with watches, stolen goods, witness to the fight, all kind of stuff. Co-conspirator. What's going on here? It's interesting.
I'm going to be real respectfully. In some situations, it don't take Spiffy to say, hey, can y'all go? You got some people in your life that they see something going with you, you don't even got to say nothing.
Yeah.
And that shit he doing, ha, on the live, ha, I'm auctioning it off and all that shit. Now that can lead to a situation. So you talking this shit, I'm just being truthful with you.
I'm sure Bricc can deal with that.
Okay, so what if it's when he walk out the building?
I mean, that's on him.
Okay, so if that's on him, then why that ain't on him?
It's different defending yourself versus having somebody film you. I feel like you've done this whole 50-minute preamble.
You really think
to take away?
Here's where Adam is calling Wack out for a premeditated attack, conspiracy. You know, because we know the feds are watching, so you know that's a conspiracy. What's going on there is a little bit of barnacles, but you know, whatever.
From the fact that Luz had somebody already filming when he punched the dude in the face, because the entire goal, from my eyes, seemed to be to create some content. And I would have respected it to some extent if it was just a beatdown and that everybody kept the footage on lock. No, the footage comes out the next day. Everybody uses it as a promotional technique.
No, you know everybody shit. I ain't use shit.
You posted a bunch of times too.
No, I didn't. You're a motherfucking liar.
You did. It's on your Instagram repeatedly right now.
You're a liar.
It's all over your Instagram.
After I got the 50th phone call from my brother, from my dad, from my kids, Dad, these people are saying that's you. I said, R&B, can you go find whatever they looking at and see if you can find something in there to show that ain't me? Now, you got to remember, nothing about my clip shows, I'm just showing that's me there and dude is on the wall. It got an arrow pointing to Wack and an arrow pointing to dude. It shows me sitting here with the sweats I had on because I think our colors were similar, and then it shows his sweats. That's it.
A lot of people did think that Wack got beat up.
Bro, I got like, and it's crazy.
To the point where...
I'm going to be real. I had to do it because, third, my phone started ringing from them people that don't...
That's right. Third is the one that's going to snitch with him. That's right.
Call me unless it's that. And these are those people that'll say, hey, what's up with blood? But where blood at? Nah, that ain't that, bro. Because they'll go react. I'm getting calls from boogeymen. Because they thinking somebody did that to me. He had something to do with it. So once again, I'm saving dude. Because I could have just not answered, not said nothing, and they go out and move. I don't got it, bro. Don't feed off into this, he from the valley and he from the all this type of shit, right? It's people in this world that really love me state to state, all through here. I done walked too many prisons, did a lot of things, right? It ain't all Pacoima with me. I got Compton with me, Long Beach with me, Pasadena with me.
That's right, gang leader. All these different gangs with you. Go ahead and tell the feds all about it.
All kind of shit with me, right? When I move. So if you go look at what I posted, it's not the clown. It's to say, hey, y'all, stop listening to this shit. It ain't me.
Let's read your caption on the post. Sorry, try again. Y'all 0-5 with fake hashtag that's Wack sighting.
It'll never be that easy with me. I fight back. Pyru is
How
in
many
my
times you
soul.
saw 4 extras whoop Wack's ass? Let's keep it real. You didn't see that one?
We saw it.
They had another one with like, if you bald-headed and brown skin and you can't see the face, they say it's me.
It's the fact that you're so concerned with saving face in this situation by debunking a narrative that no serious person actually believed, than the fact that we now have this air of violence around this place. And we have people like Van Lathan, who lives 30 minutes from here and wants to do an interview over Zoom because he doesn't want to pull up.
All right, man, y'all get the point, man. Red dots to the left, y'all know the rest. We're trying to figure out why Wack's still not as indictment after everybody else who is involved is getting picked up but him. But it's all good, though. Working with the cops is hard. Red dots to the left, y'all know the rest. And it's free. I have no angel, so he's free. We got first time happening in Trap News Network. You back the same. Like, good cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more of this good content we got going on here at 10 Trap News Network. Good news you can use. You know, Gito, you ain't finna get nobody's college. Gito, big dog, tap in with the tap in and make sure you're in fact tapped in with that good tap in. You feel me? Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that good subscribe button for everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. Newsington, you can use Newsington. Get knowledge, you ain't finna get nobody's college, man. Make sure y'all get caught up with all the good content, man. Hit that news, hit that comment, hit that subscribe, hit that like, hit that comment, hit that good subscribe. Everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. Make sure you can hit that notification bell, hit all. And I need y'all to jump into the Man at the Garden freestyle. Please don't touch my, it got a body on it. Fairy Tales, Won't Forget, Boogeyman, all that's out now. Get into that. You ain't got into that. RichTrapHouse.com is the merch store. Get into that. You ain't got into that. We got Officer Love Boys. Loose Cannon. Denied bail today. Snitches trying to get bail. That wasn't me. That was my twin brother. Damn. 600 calling Loose Cannon a snitch? Damn. What in the exposures is going on here? Let's see.
Loose Cannon went to court today. I'm just enjoying an American hot dog with barbecue sauce.
Wait, what? This nigga's mouthful of glizzy? What the hell? This nigga is mouthful of glizzy? This nigga is MFG, mouthful of glizzy?
Went to court today. I'm just enjoying an American hot dog with barbecue sauce.
Okay, that is your leader, Glizzy Man. Glizzy Man with the Glizzy plan. That's right, Glizzy Man. That's right, you slurp that Glizzy. That's right, Glizzy Man, slurping that Glizzy. Ha! That nigga slurped the Glizz.
I'm just
mouth watering Glizzy. Ha! Salivating over that Glizzy, ain't you?
Enjoying an American hot dog with barbecue sauce.
Listen to the smack.
Anyway, let's go to it.
That nigga smacking on the Glizzy. Glizzy smacker, but we gonna let it go.
Who's trying to have his bail hearing today? He was denied bail. So, Loose Cannon come out, all facial hair, all white. He must have been dyeing his beard. No hair on top of his head. Which I already know this because I know his twin brother. He's 42 years old. Huh?
So now 600 is kicking Loose Cannon when he's down.
But 42 years old don't mean you don't look like that. I'm 41.
You still on the streets dyeing your hair. You got a weave in your head, nigga. You always talking about you 41 and how you look. Nigga, you got a weave in your head, bro. You have a full weave in your head. What are you talking about? You have a full weave in your head and you dye your hair. What are you talking about, my nigga?
I still got my hair. I'm not going to be all gray by next year. Whatever. Besides the point. He looked bad. He looked stressed out. Eddie Boy in the courtroom. Eddie Boy by himself. Loose Cannon come in his spot and look like a ghost. Like, man, what the fuck Eddie Boy doing in here? I'm a fucking cuz. I'm a neighborhood crib. Eddie Boy just sitting there. Ain't paying due no mind. So they all lawyers look over Eddie Boy like, what? It's only his wife. Well, I guess they're not technically married, but his girl, some other girl, she was with Eddie Boy. Nobody in the courtroom. So, now let's get into what's going on.
Why is 600 kicking Loose Cannon so hard while he's down right now? What is going on? What is going on? 600 is kicking this man while he is down, baby.
The prosecutor is giving him his charges, previous crimes, allowed to deny his bail. Do you know what snitching he said in court? I didn't do those cases I went to jail for. My brother did those crimes. You snitching on your brother, lying, snitching on your brother, nigga, you went to jail for him, bro.
Goodness gracious, this is getting ugly.
We're like, damn. Then he say, Eddie Boy in here trying to get some content. When he said that, the police came over to Eddie Boy and asked him, is he recording? He sent the police on him. He crashed out over there, man. He was mad. He's like, man, I wish I could record and told you what they doing, man. Oh, and they brought up the no jumper fight. He's in trouble. They use all that online stuff he been doing, bro. They using that. They don't want to let him out because he's saying he's an enforcer and what he'd do and talking about people's family. They also asked Eddie Boy would Eddie Boy like to press charges on Louis Cannon for talking about his family. Eddie Boy said, no, I don't need to. And then they said he's lying, causing confusion about violence, lying about fights in the jail. And there was never no fight, which we knew that, but I wasn't going to speak on it because I didn't technically have the proof. But now when the prosecutors say it, you're lying, there was no fights, now we can talk about it. So, Louis Cannon is known to be a liar, bro. You feel me? He's not no rolling 60. Never was, never will be, right? It was never no video of him FaceTiming Big. A lot of y'all heard of Louis dude. That's the first time I ever met dude in my life when he said he had that. That's the first time I met dude, and he a year older than me. And
now that's the first time you ever met him, but y'all was just butt buddies.
Never went to school with us. He ain't never played football with us. He ain't never been around with us, hung on the block. I've never seen dude before in my life. And I've been around him for all my life.
Cat, nobody's ever seen you, but that's a different story for a different day.
I ain't been to the pen, been gone for years. I might have went to college for a semester, came back, but I've lived, all my addresses have been in the 60s. I had one of them in Inglewood. Most of them, all nine of my addresses have been in the 60s, bro. So, I don't know, dude, you know what I'm saying? And he's just known to be a liar. All that stuff he's saying, lying, bro. All that talking and doing, he's lying, bro. You know what's crazy? He lied and talked himself into an indictment. I guess one of those robbers that's in the indictment, somebody made a statement on him about the robbery. No footage, it's a long time ago, right? This dude went on there talking and corroborated a story.
Corroborated is the story words you're looking for. Don't worry about the words alone.
An incident. That's someone already told him about. So, dude, so let this be a message to somebody out here who's online. They're using all that stuff, bro. They're using all that stuff against him. And listen, they playing hardball. Like, no, denied. He's being remain detained. It's just crazy, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? That you can go in there and trying to prove yourself. You're not from 60s. You never got put on street. You don't have a name. You don't have no big numbers. You're not off of no blocks. You're not off no side, nowhere. This is why we got different sides, because we so deep we can run a make on you. If you're from the hills, okay, we're gonna call the hills. Or who you from in the hills, bro? If you from BG,
you know it's illegal to be a gang member, and he's like openly talking about how he's a gang member, and I'm wondering how with this indictment going on, he's not, you know, whatever. You feel me? Just trying to figure that part out, but whatever.
We're gonna call BG, like, you know what I'm saying, or who you up under over there, bro. If you from the Avs, you know what I'm saying, Dime Block, you know what I'm saying, Gutter, all that, bro, we're gonna call over there and see who you up under over here, bro. If you from Arlington Avenue, if you from AG, we're gonna call and see who you under, who you know over here. If you from the fronts, we're gonna call the fronts and see who you from, you feel me? So he doesn't have no identity in our neighborhood, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knowing. So, you know what I'm saying? This is how we want to make on people. But so
with the active indictment going on, you have such power within the Rolling 60s that you yourself, being a gang leader, could go and run makes on people to see who they are and who they're not, to furtherance of the criminal organization that you are a part of. Interesting that you're not in this indictment either.
Acting like he's from 60s and got himself caught up in the 60 RICO. You know what I'm saying? He's not from 60s, bro. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff is a lie. You feel me? I'm just a team player, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I never really like said anything about it. Y'all notice I never vouched for him. I can't vouch for nobody, bro, but I always tried to, like, you know, stay away from him. Just like when he came and lied to everybody about that. The Big U FaceTime me. He snitched right there, right? You know, because he said Big U FaceTime me 30 minutes before Nip got killed and said that Nipsey was dead. That's an official dry snitch lie situation. That lie got the FBI questioning Big U about Nipsey's murder. Now, whether Big U had someone do it or not, we don't know. But that alone got the FBI looking into that, going to go subpoena cease and desist letters, and got the FBI all over that because of loose cannon. Just be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow. Like, who are you trying to prove it to, bro? You 42 years old, bro. You have no history with us, so you can never say, I was there. And like I said, a few of them stories.
You have no history with this, so you were there? You keep saying with us, so you were there, you have history about these crimes? Interesting. Why are you not indicted?
He told 1,000% lies. It came to a point to where I stopped telling him things because he liked to take those things, act like he know, act like he was there, and tell the story. A few things I've said to him, I purposely didn't give him all the details, and he went and told these stories, and they were fictional. So I never cleared him up and said, no, that's not what happened. That's not how it happened. That's not where it was at, because he'd take that information and try and tell the story like he was there. All that, when Big U got into it, Nipsey, I was there in the room. You weren't there. I've never seen you before. You weren't there. You're only going by bits and pieces that people have told you. All that stuff about the fight.
So when Big U got into it with Nipsey, that they're saying led to unalivement, you was there, so you're going to testify? You're going to be a witness? I'm trying to figure out how this is going to work, because you're saying that you was there to a lot of these crimes that are labeled and outlined in this RICO. So, like, how did that work? Do you snitch? Do you tell? What happens here, Christopher Love Boyce? What happens?
You weren't there. I was there. I've never seen this dude before. I'm saying all lies.
Feds, y'all listening to everything. Y'all hear him saying that he was there. Why y'all not questioning this dude about what happened there?
You know what I mean? So now the prosecutor told him he's a liar. He's lying about content online on these phones. So, you know, he's in a bad situation. He's in a bad situation. Y'all let me know what y'all think is going to happen next. I haven't took time to look at the, you know what's one thing's so crazy? Everybody else's paperwork has been released to the public.
But yours. Yours is still sealed.
Loose cannons hasn't been released.
Neither has yours. Still waiting on that unsealed document.
So we really don't know what's going on. You feel me? You see Bricc, baby. We're gonna say that for another video. The police got him doing some strange things for some change that he's tired of doing. He admitted to it. It's in his indictment. But we get to that next video. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. I'm gonna see y'all soon.
All right, man. We up out to the next one. Y'all know the deal. Red dots to the left. Y'all know the rest, and it's free. Avenue Angel, so he's free. We got CNN Trap Network. You back to the same. Like, cook, cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe for more of the good content we got going on here at CNN Trap Network. Good news you can use. Good knowledge, Gito. You ain't finna get nobody's college, Gito. Big dog. Tap in with the tap in. Make sure you tap in with that good tap in. When you ain't tapping in with that good tap in with everything we got going on here at CNN Trap News Network. Using you can use and that good knowledge. You ain't finna get nobody's college, big dog. Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that good subscribe button for everything we got going on here at CNN Trap News Network. I need y'all to make sure you guys stay tapped in with all these good updates, all these good knowledgeitos and these collegitos. You feel me? Make sure you hit that notification bell as well. Make sure hit the bell as well. I like that. Hit that notification bell as well, man. Make sure you hit all. Stay tapped in for everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. Man at the Garden Freestyle. Please don't touch my I Got a Body on it. Fairy Tales. Won't forget Boogeyman. All out now. Tap in with that if you ain't tapped in with all of that. You feel me? Get into that if you ain't got into that. Make sure we get into all that. You feel me? We finna go ahead and jump into this good Kantiana. Make sure y'all hit richtraphouse.com and get into the merchandise if you ain't got into that merchandise. And let's slide over here to the No Jumper universe. See what Adams got to say, because we got to make, apparently everybody's name has to become plural. So there's Adams with an S. The question is, did Big U squabble with Bricc, Baby, and Loose? Is Adam dodging Bricc, Baby's calls? Let's get into this content. Let's go.
I'll be honest about that. I don't think he was talking about me, because I asked this girl, I'm like, why is he saying that? Is he referring to me? She said no.
Okay.
So there's somebody else that apparently is causing some issues in that regard. I'm not 100% sure. Now, that being said, also, I'm gonna be honest with you. When people are locked up in my life, I am not the best person friend-wise because Munchie be in the building.
Munchie.
I don't pick up my phone unless I recognize the number that is calling me, right?
Yeah.
So that's an issue, number one, is that I'm on Do Not Disturb a big chunk of the day, especially on the weekends, which I think he was saying something about the weekends. So that's what made me think, oh, he must be referring to me. What's up, Munchie?
Yeah, my bad.
No, it's all good.
Straight ahead right here.
Right here.
I'm over here being late like Bricc, huh?
Yeah. You read all of our minds, but that's okay.
It wouldn't be right if you were on time, to be honest with you.
So Munchie obviously has a problem seeing because he is having assistance as he's going through, his sitting down process.
Hold on, brother.
Okay, so we were just talking about Bricc had a clip where he basically called out somebody for not answering his phone while he's locked up. So he already knows me. He already knows that there's a very low chance I'm picking up my phone unless I know the number that it's coming from. Now, I will save the jail number. In addition to that, like the couple of times I have talked to him, his girl has basically told me like, yo, he's about to call. Then I pick up, But like, I've had the same number for forever. My number has been leaked a million times. My number gets doxxed on the regular, so I just have a habit. I don't pick up phones.
Who be doxing you?
I do. Random ops, internet ops. But so if he was referring to me, I guess I could kind of understand. But he said someone not responding to his texts.
Yeah, so this is what I'm confused about. He said someone from No Jumper.
But this is the thing.
Who else could it be?
Okay, well, there are other people who work here.
Remo, or Adam.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's so late.
But this is the thing.
He's not talking about Donnie.
His girl, when I texted her to basically say, like, yo, why is he saying this? Is he referring to me? She said he wasn't referring to me, but then she also sent me a message that he had sent to her on Friday that he had asked her to send to me, but I never got it. She didn't send it. And she acknowledged that. She said, like, hey, my bad, I forgot to send this when he actually told me to say it. So he's thinking that I intentionally ignored this message that he got on Friday. And then there's somebody else here that apparently was not responding to his text or calls or what. I don't know, but the message I got yesterday, I did not get it on Friday. So whatever he was complaining about on Monday was about a text that I didn't respond to that I never got sent. And then she acknowledged to me that she meant to send it Friday, but did not actually send it.
You know that could be a fake complaint, right? You know, it might just be like on some, for the clicks, he beefing with No Jumper. You know, they doing content from where they at. You know what I'm saying?
Doing content from the feds is crazy. Crazy. No limits.
Love to think that he was in some way above that.
What you mean? Him and Loose Cannon been running Medea plays.
That's really Loose mainly doing that.
Yeah, but Bricc will do it for cleanup crew. Bricc will like end up in a little beef online and then like declare it to be content afterwards. But I don't really think he's actually like cooking up viral fake storylines.
That's not an asinine theory though. And I'll tell you,
for sure, yeah. Because he's in there with Loose, so they might be brainstorming.
They're hanging out all day. Right. They could be like, but I don't think Bricc would do that because that's a pretty stupid angle to use.
You said that he was in there with Loose Cannon brainstorming. Nigga, if Loose Cannon had to brainstorm, that's gonna be a drought. That idiot can't think. Oh my God. Can you imagine that idiot try to brainstorm? It's gonna be the desert, nigga. Dry season. Oh boy.
Declare it to be content afterwards, but I don't really think he's actually like cooking up viral fake storylines.
That's not an asinine theory though. And I'll tell you,
for sure, yeah.
So even Adam can understand that these dudes is cooking up fake content and fake storylines from even inside the jail system.
Especially he's in there with Loose, so they might be brainstorming.
They're hanging out all day. Right. They could be like, but I don't think Bricc would do that because that's a pretty stupid angle to use.
I don't really Bricc could be in a cell with him, honestly.
That's crazy. The idea that Big U is anywhere near Loose Cannon is crazy.
We don't know that to be true.
Yeah,
We don't, but didn't they on the phone? Didn't they basically confirm that?
You can't listen to him or Sharice, bro. They crazy.
What the only thing that we know for sure is that he's with Bricc because we heard Brick's voice appear like a ghost in a machine just coming through like, hey, what's up, it's Bricc.
If I'm the feds, how are we keeping Big U and Loose Cannon in the same place when Big U has more reason to want to hurt or kill Loose Cannon than anybody ever?
They just popping popcorn and letting the credits.
Big U not around here.
No, he's not.
You don't believe it?
Definitely not.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's like in super high powered segregation. Like
because even Bricc, like why would he be around Bricc? That seems like a risk too. You know, from their perspective.
But everybody in the Fed, not everybody. It's a lot of high powered people that at the magnitude of Big U. You know what I'm saying?
A lot.
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah, nigga, that's the feds, nigga. Yes, that's where everybody in America goes, not just from your local community.
Yeah, it's got niggas like what you call it coming through there, Big Meechies and all that shit. It's people like they not in high power. It's a lot of people that's somebody's through there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just figured because it's still he's not in like a federal facility. He in the federal
breeze through,
right? You feel me? So it might be a little bit more segregated and what have you, because they ain't really trying to have that full interacting with people that could, especially when they think that he's like this master extortionist. Well, you're just going to put him around more people so he can manipulate, and
or at the very least that they're going to be able to sit in there all day and cook up whatever stories they want to tell when they go to trial or whatever, which is other shit that they don't want them doing, right? It's surprising that Loose and Bricc are on it, but the accusations about Loose and Bricc don't really have anything to do with each other, so maybe that's considered lower priority for them.
And they honestly, it's like what we said the other day. They think that those fools are going to be some dumbasses and run their mouth. That's why they put them together. You feel me? So it increases the likelihood of there being talk.
They probably got them in there with they cell wired up. You feel me? That cell probably, man, that cell probably hotter than a big lighter and a metal spoon, boy. Hot in that cell. They got a hot box.
But I know that my boy Bricc and Loose are not dumb enough to go for that. I would like to hope so.
You don't think so?
I don't believe so, but crazier things have happened in this situation.
Just picture like you're internet beefing with somebody for a year, and then all of a sudden you get raided by the feds, and all of a sudden you're in a cell with the other person that you've been beefing with on the internet for all this time. And ironically, you had just done a 3-hour podcast together the night before you got arrested.
Yeah, you can't make Disney couldn't write this.
Shout out to everybody in the chat who just got gifted a membership. We just sent 50 of them out. We're gonna send 150 more by the end of this. But as members, if you check,
Adam gotta go ahead and send the memberships out because motherfuckers wasn't buying them, and that chat was looking dry. That chat was looking dry. He said, "I'm gonna give Shaw these memberships. Come kick it, man. Come kick it." That's right, Adam. That's right, Adam. Hey, man, because they be tripping, man. Go ahead and get that chili up.
Check your app, see if it says that you're a member now, whatever. You have to already be subscribed to be a member. Wow, so that's a big reason that you want to subscribe right now. If you, for some reason, haven't subscribed, you got to subscribe because then we can send you a membership. But
so the members been going up.
It's been going up, but we just gifted 50 of them. So we're paying $250 out of pocket to gift all these memberships. But I'm happy to do so because I feel like it's probably, we want to just like invest in getting people excited about it and kind of showing some of them the features of the membership.
Man, you about to have people pay for memberships that way it look like it's lit, and then people who will come in later on and be like, oh damn, it's lit, I need to get something, blah blah blah. Don't worry about it, Adam. Get your chili up, man. We ain't mad at you. We ain't mad at you. We glad for you, big dog. We ain't mad at you. We glad at you. You feel me?
Before they actually,
we are not mad at you, bro. We are glad at you.
So, you know,
chili. Get your chicken.
Jump in and do it themselves.
Plus, now the chat's going to be more lit in all the member videos because there's more people and like, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, the chat right now is only the members. Ain't no random.
Green names only. 22 medallion next to their names only. That's it. I wonder if we should change that. Like, I wonder if the 22 medallion next to their name, because it's very like me. I don't want everybody to feel like
it should be more so like an NJ or something.
Now you're a member, so you got a 22 next to your name. Like you don't have a 22 next to you. You're not Lush 22.
I was gonna say, could just say Lush. You feel me for all the members?
Lush 22.
Yeah, sure.
Lush 22.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I just had some of your boys in here.
Who was that?
King Pill.
B team was in the building today.
Oh, King Pill made his way up this way.
King Pill was popping his shit, and Lush.
No, shout out him.
Lush was, and he was speaking highly of you and everything like that. Because at first I was like, are these two gonna be all right?
No, I got a new number. So I ain't hollered at him.
Oh, we filmed a very brazy skit today that I'm looking forward to.
No, he's a class act. He crazy.
He dope.
But see, he got down with FLAKKO got a cousin that got the same.
All right, man. We up out here to the next one, man. Y'all know the deal. Red dots to the left. Y'all know the rest of it's free. Having the Wedge Suites free. We are gone.